Ahem. George Stacy got up from the ground, covered his nose, coughed hard a few times, found his subordinate, and helped him up together. He took out his pistol and prepared to lead someone into it. The other party has already used bombs. This is obviously a very bad terrorist attack. However, before he could take 2 steps, a few spider threads shot out from behind him. SHHHHH. Along with George Stacy and his subordinates, several police officers who were about to explore inside were all dragged back and tied to the vehicle with spider webs, unable to move. Hey, officer, I heard you were looking for me? It's a pity that I can't catch up with you. Gwen turned into a Spider-Gwen and appeared in front of George Stacy, deliberately lowering her voice. Spider-Woman, you. George Stacy widened his eyes and was about to speak, but Gwen sealed his mouth again with a spider web. Officer, I may not like what you say, so you'd better stop talking. After speaking, Gwen turned around, walked through the smoke and dust of the explosion, and entered the museum. Only George Stacy was left struggling in vain, but he couldn't get rid of the spider web at all. Inside the museum, at this moment, it has long lost its former glory, and everything was turned into ruins in the explosion just now. Gwen squatted slightly on a tattered object that looked like a reception desk, looking up, down, left, and right. Hey, I know you're here, come out. Call out? A cracking sound rang out. Immediately afterwards, the spider induction was activated at the same moment, and it was violently abnormal. Gwen didn't know why, so she turned around and faced the direction of the spider sense. However, when she was about to dodge, she found that the opponent's speed seemed to be much faster than she imagined. When the thing was about to hit her, suddenly, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of her. Boom! The huge figure that was attacking her was stopped in place. The wings of this huge figure scratched the ground, leaving traces on the solid marble floor. That kind of terrifying kinetic energy and the power contained in it make people feel that even a whole wall can be easily knocked down, but the figure in front of her, who is only a little taller than her, is like a majestic mountain range. Move. Gwen stared blankly at the figure in front of him. The spider sense in my mind is no longer jumping wildly. It seems that even the spider sense feels that there is no danger at this moment. What do you want to do to her? Peeta stretched out a hand and firmly grasped the face of the huge figure. The huge force caused several large holes to be opened in the opponent's face, and his fingers sank into the holes like this, firmly fixing the opponent's face. He might not have had such a violent technique before, but he had just experienced a big battle, and his heart was full of cruelty at the moment. If he hadn't thought that the thing in front of him was still useful, his hand would have grabbed it just now, scratching his entire face and killing him on the spot. Giggle dash. The gigantic figure let out a tooth-piercing creaking sound. Bede kept his eyes on him and looked at him carefully. This is a strange guy with a very normal body shape, but with a pair of huge wings behind him. The material of his body is very strange. It looks a bit like craft paper and feels like craft paper, but those agile eyes and highly anthropomorphic facial features all showed that this was an intelligent creature, not a paper figurine made of craft paper. Moreover, Bede felt that this look seemed familiar. His appearance looks very much like the Vulture in the '94 version of Spider-Man. That version of the Vulture made himself a pair of vulture wings, and then stole the power of the Time Monument, even turning Spider-Man '94 into an old man. The shape of that vulture is very similar to the one in front of you. The difference lies in the material and color. Well, the craft paper vulture in front of me is the brown-gray color of craft paper. It seems to be quite close to the color scheme of the shadow spider. They are all the type that only have 1 or 2 dark and cool colors on their body. Pete. Gwen's voice came from behind. Pete turned his head. The nanoparticles on his head dissipated, revealing his face. It's me, Gwen, here I come. Gwen froze in place. The separation of a few days and the gap between before and after made her miss Bee more and more. But when Bee really appeared in front of her, she was a little overwhelmed. Boom! Bede raised his arm slightly, dragged the craft paper vulture up from the ground, and then threw it out hard. The craft paper vulture smashed heavily into the ruins. SHHHHH. A few strands of quantum spider silk shot out, binding the craft paper vulture tightly. Snapped. Behind him, Gwen hugged Bee gently. Are you here to—
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
To take me out of here? Yes, Bede lifted off the nano-vibranium spider suit, and the nanoparticles surged toward the pendant on his chest like running water. Gwen had let go of him. Bede turned around, looked at Gwen, and asked, Then are you willing to come with me? I am willing. Gwen had been thinking about this day for a long time, so she naturally agreed without hesitation. Then wait a moment, I'll take care of something first. Bede nodded and walked towards the craft paper vulture. This guy is clearly a villain. Just the right time to test out his ideas. Cackling. Seeing Pete approaching, the craft paper vulture struggled. Its eyes made of craft paper widened, as if it wanted to kill Pete with its eyes. It's a pity that he is not the king of monsters and cannot activate the death wink. So no matter how fierce his eyes are, the lethality of Bede is almost equal to nothing. Bee walked up to the craft vulture in a few steps, and asked condescendingly, Are you Tombs? At the same time, he reached out and tore off the spider silk that sealed the mouth of the brown paper vulture. Are you Spider-Man too? No, you're not, you. The craft paper vulture had just spoken a few words before countless colorful patterns appeared on his body, which not only temporarily distorted his body, but also caused him to let out a series of screams. Huh. Pedro was slightly taken aback. Isn't this the quantum collapse phenomenon that occurs when you illegally travel through parallel universes? How? This craft paper vulture came from another world? Just how is this possible? The previous situations in the Ultimate Universe were due to Kingpin's particle collider, but the particle collider had been destroyed by them, and they deliberately used the reload key to reverse the operation before destroying it. Logically speaking, the consequences of the particle collider should have been eliminated. Is there something else that he doesn't know about? What did they ignore? Bede thought to himself, squatting down and injecting some quantum energy into the body of the craft paper vulture. Ah cool, the craft paper vulture let out a groan of pleasure. Bede stood up with a look of disgust. You can actually cure my condition. The craft paper vulture stared at Bede in disbelief. Bede did not answer, but asked, can we talk now? You say it, you say it. The craft paper vulture nodded repeatedly and looked at Bede flatteringly. At this moment, in his eyes, Pedro was no different from his reborn parents. Are you from another world? Yes. How did you come here? Do you still have any impression? I was staying in the museum of my world, quietly being a handsome man. After taking a nap, I suddenly appeared here. Then I found that this was no longer my world. The colors here were very radical, and there is also a strange thing that is constantly destroying my body, but I found that I can't go back, so I really didn't mean to cause damage, sir. I thought the people here brought me to this world. You only do this if you want to kill me, please believe me. The craft vulture babbled a lot, and looked at Bede with anxious eyes while speaking, as if he was afraid that he would do justice to him directly. Because in his mind, Spider-Man is such a person. Bede didn't believe even half of what the craft paper vulture said. Why do you think of a quiet handsome man? Have you ever seen any handsome man with so many bombs on his body? He had actually arrived in this world a few minutes ago. He appeared on the other side of New York. After arriving in this world, he followed the guidance of the spider sense to find the Spider-Man in this world. After all, it was the first time to use this skill, and he was not sure whether he could find what he was looking for 100% accurately. However, he was certain that there was Spider-Man in this world, because Spider-Man is his first priority and the biggest net he can cast. At the same time, the communicator built into his watch is also adjusting itself to capture the communication signals of this world. After the capture was successful, he learned the news that the city museum was attacked by strange creatures. I thought that if there was Spider-Man in this world, he would definitely go to that place. It would be more direct than following the spider sense to find it myself. The spider sense is only for him to point out the direction, but it is not a locator, and it cannot allow him to accurately locate a certain person. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the city museum, he saw the explosion in it and saw Gwen entering. The next thing is much simpler. Seeing Gwen go in, Pedro naturally followed. The craft paper vulture just happened to attack Gwen, and he directly possessed the suit and took the blow. The strong kinetic energy reduction feature of the vibrating gold battlesuit completely offset the mighty blow of the craft paper vulture. The craft vulture was also caught off guard by Pedro's blow, and suffered heavy injuries on the spot, losing the ability to resist. Pedro has no mercy for this kind of vicious person who carries countless bombs with him and uses bombs as a firecracker in the downtown area. Experienced the baptism of infinite war, even though it was just a forward position battle, a few hours of high-intensity fighting was enough to hone a true predator. If we said that Bede used to be in the Ultimate Universe, he was just a confused young man who had just gained abilities and was just following the path of his predecessors. At this moment, he has become a Spider-Man with his own ideals and will, and his own Spider-Man spirit. The kind-hearted Toby Spider is Spider-Man, and the cruel Shadow Spider is also Spider-Man. And Bede will also become his own Spider-Man in his own way. Do you want to live? Bede squatted slightly, looked into the eyes of the craft paper vulture, and asked. Yeah, I think. For some reason, the craft paper vulture suddenly felt a chill in his heart, as if he was being targeted by some scourge. Is it the man in front of me? Just listen to me if you want to live, Pedro said. The vellum vulture asked, what do you want me to do? Bede said, join my legion, obey my orders, and fight a war. After the event is over, you can choose to stay in another world, or you can choose to return to your own world. Can you let me return to my own world? The craft paper vulture's eyes lit up. Being a quiet handsome man is indeed his lie, but in his world, he also has things that he can't let go of. If he could go back, of course he wanted to go back. Pedro stretched out a finger with a glimmer of quantum energy on it, and said, do you think I have to lie to you? The craft paper vulture placed his gaze on Bede's fingertips. After thinking again and again, he nodded, I understand. I will obey your orders, but we agreed that I will only fight one battle for you. No, I think we need to agree on a time. If you don't fight this battle for the rest of your life, wouldn't I have to work for you for the rest of my life? Bede said, how about 3 years? 3 years? That's too long, the craft paper vulture shouted. No, half a year at most. 2.5 years. 9 months. 2 years. 1 year. Make a deal. Craft paper vulture, it feels like I've been tricked. A happy deal was thus concluded. Of course, this kind of verbal agreement is actually not too binding. Quantum energy is its greatest guarantee. Before the craft paper vulture wants to tear up the agreement, he must at least carefully consider whether the benefits of breaking the agreement are greater than his own wealth and life. Moreover, B is also confident that he can overwhelm the craft vulture. He is not a Dutch spider who has no homecoming. He only has kindness and no means. As a result, several villains teamed up to defeat an army. If the craft vulture dared to jump back, it would be fine if he could be killed in one shot, but as long as he couldn't be killed in one shot, he would be killed by Pedro directly. Hundreds of dark attendants died in his hands, all of them were killed by himself, not less than a vulture. Bede casually tore off the spider silk from the brown paper vulture. Can you hide this thing? Bede looked at it carefully and asked. After the craft paper vulture stood up, he retracted his wings behind him. If you can give me a robe. Pedro nodded. The craft paper vulture with its wings retracted. If it is covered with a large robe, it will actually be a little bit more burly than a normal person. Well, probably the second double-door refrigerator. But it's not a big problem, at least it's not as scary as it was before. End of this chapter. So next, the two and one bird quietly left the city museum that was besieged tightly. As for how such a contradictory thing was achieved, although it seems that the city museum is surrounded, in fact there are too many dark areas for people to hide. It is not difficult for the two Spider-Men to find this blind spot of vision. B, holding a craft paper vulture in one hand, met Gwen on the roof of a building about 1 kilometer away from the city museum. Gwen left for a moment just now to say goodbye to her father. Bede has already told Gwen his purpose, and then he will travel between universes, looking for as many villains as possible like craft paper vultures, and form the X Task Force, Bushi. Task Force X is still the name given by Gwen. Because there are DC comics and movies in this world, Gwen happened to have watched the Suicide Squad movie. The so-called Task Force X is actually a team of supervillains who have been imprisoned. In exchange, they can be freed after completing their tasks. But now, the exchange price Bede paid was their lives? What they have to do is to help him win the infinite war? The sense of déjà vu suddenly comes over you. Even Bede felt that the sense of déjà vu was too strong after being told by Gwen, but he would never admit it. What Task Force X? Don't think that he doesn't know that there are some villains who do all kinds of evil, or they are mentally ill. Although what he is looking for is probably similar, he is at least normal. And he's a completely decent person? Therefore, Bede decisively rejected Gwen's strange naming. After consuming a lot of brain cells, Bede finally decided on the name of his team when Gwen returned home and said goodbye to him and the craft paper vulture. Super Dimension Task Force. This name was born out of Bede's own code name for Spider-Man Spacetime Spider-Man, which he feels suits him quite well. The most important thing is that it won't be as unlucky as Task Force X. At present, there are only 4 people in the Super Spacetime Task Force. Captain, Bede himself. Team members, Gwen, Ghost Girl, and Craft Vulture. Although the Ghost Girl is not in this world, and it seems that she will not be able to join the Super Dimension Task Force for a long time, it does not prevent Bede from giving some special treatment to his first true follower. Where are we going next? Gwen looked at Bede, joy almost overflowing from the mask of her suit. You can imagine how happy she is now. Now she is like a girl who has been unpopular at home for a long time, so she is ready to run away from home. She is very curious about the outside world and thinks that everything outside is good. Bede smiled mysteriously and said, I'll take you to a good place. Good place. Gwen was curious. Pedro nodded. Then, he stood facing one direction. There are 2 necklaces hanging on his chest now. One is the leopard spider chapter that stores the nanoparticles of the vibranium suit, and the other is the Eye of Agamotto that hides the time gem of the 616 movie universe. However, because the Infinity Stones can only take effect in this universe, the Eye of Agamotto is actually useless at this time. It is just a rather strange decoration. But Dr. Strange had the foresight to make some preparations for the Eye of Agamotto. This is the message from Dr. Strange that Bede received from the Eye of Agamotto after he came into contact with it. On the Eye of Agamotto, a total of 2 magic circles were engraved at this time. The first one is the spacetime beacon mentioned before. As long as he returns to the 616 movie universe with the Eye of Agamotto and activates the spacetime beacon, he can return to the time when he left. This is true no matter how long he hangs out. This gave Bede plenty of time to prepare. The second one is an activatable parallel universe gate. Although the Infinity Stones will lose their effectiveness in other universes, the energy contained within them cannot be ignored. So Dr. Strange used the Time Stone as an energy source to engrave this magic circle. As long as Bede injects quantum energy to activate this magic circle, and at the same time conceives some of the main characteristics of the world he wants to reach, he can open the door to the corresponding parallel universe. It's a foolproof operation. Good news for magic newbies? Dr. Strange, YYDS. And in this way, the security is also extremely high. Normal people don't have quantum energy, so even if they grab the Eye of Agamotto, they can't activate its effect. As for the time gem that is sealed further inside, it is in the parallel universe, except for Dr. Strange who can use a special method to absorb energy as an energy source to open the door to the parallel universe. Other people probably don't have this ability. Bede injected energy into the Eye of Agamotto and activated the circle. The Eye of Agamotto immediately shot out a bright light. This beam of light hit in front of the 3 of Bede, and after shooting about 5 meters, it stopped moving forward and began to spread in all directions. After a while, a space wormhole shimmering like a water mirror appeared in front of Bede and the others. What's this? Gwen asked. Bede walked forward first, and explained as he walked, this is a door to a parallel universe. Opposite the door is another universe. Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief. On the side, the craft paper vulture also had a strange light in its eyes. Originally, he was still doubtful that Peter could send him back to his world, but now, he completely believes it. This mysterious Spider-Man has more abilities than he imagined? The craft paper vulture suppressed all his little thoughts. At this time, Bede had already taken the lead in front of the door to the parallel universe. He turned his head to look at Gwen and Craft Vulture, and gestured, are you looking forward to this trip to the parallel universe? Then let's go. With that said, he stepped directly into the door. Gwen followed without hesitation and disappeared into the vortex. And finally, the Craft Vulture. He hesitated for a moment, then followed suit. Swish! After the three disappeared, the gate of the parallel universe also disappeared. After a while, suddenly a different vortex opened. Immediately afterwards, a woman with a big belly and wearing a spider suit and a man who looked very cold but also wore a spider suit walked out. The two stood here for a while, and then the man took out an instrument and placed it on the ground. Everything that happened just now began to be reprojected. The anomaly is gone? And the Spider-Man in this world is called Gwen Stacy, right? Who is that person? He shouldn't have appeared. End of this chapter. In the room, a light was on. The homework book was flipping in the wind on the desk. Obviously its owner didn't care about it now. On the sofa not far from the desk, a handsome young man was shirtless. A blonde beauty put one hand on the man and looked at him. The appearance of the two of them at this time seems quite ambiguous, but if you look carefully, you will find that it is not the case. It turned out that on the young man's chest, there was a hideous wound that almost ran across the entire chest. The blonde beauty, holding gauze in her hand, was helping him clean it carefully, with a look of distress on her face. The young man himself didn't feel anything, just smiled hee-hee, as if he wanted to comfort his lover with laughter. After a while, the blood spilling from the chest has been wiped clean. Seeing the worried look on his lover's face, the young man couldn't help but snatch the gauze from her hand and throw it aside, and then he hugged her domineeringly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Before he could finish his sentence, the blonde beauty blocked him with her mouth. The two kissed passionately, and after searching up and down, they finally became breathless because of the burden of knowledge. I'm really fine, Gwen, said the young man, looking into the eyes of the lover in his arms. But after listening to his words and seeing the wound on his chest, the woman became even more worried. You know, from as long as I can remember, whenever I saw my father put on his police badge and put on a pistol to go out in the morning, I was worried. Worrying about whether he would one day. But now, she has one more person to worry about every day. Her boyfriend. Peter Parker? Also, her boyfriend's job seemed more dangerous than her father's. Because he not only fights those who break the law and commit crimes, but also fights monsters. Because he is Spider-Man. Listening to the worry in his girlfriend's words, Garfield Spider stretched out his hands, held his girlfriend's face in his hands, looked at each other, and said, although it is dangerous, I have to stop him? Because I created it. Kill him. Extraordinary Gwen wondered, what does this mean? Garfield Spider explained, in fact, Dr. Connor's research has reached a deadlock. The Osborn group was planning to withdraw his experiment. It was me, I gave him a formula. It was my father who left me what he found in the relics was his previous research on transgene medicine, but he hid it. I didn't understand at first. But now, seeing Dr. Connor's appearance, I think I understand why my father hid it. It shouldn't appear in this world at all. But now, since it appeared because of me, I also have the responsibility to make it disappear again. Therefore, it is my responsibility to stop him and Dr. Connors. I have to stop him, Garfield said categorically. His tone infected Extraordinary Gwen. At the same time, in the dark night, there were also 3 figures flying by. 2 of the figures were Bede and Gwen, both of whom advanced by spider webs. Flying above them are craft paper vultures. The 3 arrived in this world a few minutes ago. It is still the old method. After using the communicator on the watch to connect to the communication signal of this world, PETA began to inquire about recent and long-term information. The main input is Spider-Man's keywords. To their surprise, topics about Spider-Man popped up right away without even searching. In the recent news, there is a news about Spider-Man being reported. A little earlier, a huge human-shaped lizard-like monster appeared on a cross-sea bridge in New York. It wildly attacked vehicles on the bridge, nearly killing many ordinary people. At this time, a man wearing a spider suit appeared on the scene, bravely fought with the lizard monster, and successfully defeated it. Not only that, but he saved many vehicles from being thrown off the bridge, and many more people from the lizard monster. Many people think that Spider-Man is a great hero. After all, he has saved so many people. Some people think he is a monster, because only monsters can fight monsters head-on. But no matter what, Bede has obtained the information he wants. Obviously, this is the world of the Amazing Spider-Man, but PETA is more used to calling him Garfield or Andrew. This version is the second live-action movie version of him traveling through the previous world. In terms of splendor, it can almost be said to be on par with the first version of Tobey Spider. Anyway, there are quite a few people who like the first edition, and there are also many people who like the second edition. More should be like Bede, who like both 1 and 2. After all, the two generations each have their own charms. However, this version of Garfield Spider also has a lot of difficulties. The biggest disappointment is that in the second part of The Amazing Spider-Man, the amazing Gwen died. How many people has the extraordinary Gwen been the white moonlight of? Pete glanced at Gwen beside him, and said, Gwen, you should also be curious, what would it be like if there was Gwen Stacy in the parallel universe? Gwen nodded, then reacted, and said in surprise, you mean, there is another me in this world? Bede nodded with a smile and said, if nothing else, there is indeed a Gwen Stacy in this world. However, she is her, and you are you, just like Mr. Shadow, Mr. Parker, and Mr. Peter Parker in that world. They are all called Peter Parker, and they are all Spider-Man, but their age, life experience, and even interpersonal relationship, etc., are all different. The most important part of what constitutes us should be our memory, which consists of environments, experiences, etc. from childhood to adulthood, rather than a name. Gwen smiled slightly, you don't need to explain so much, I'm mentally prepared. In fact, I'm more curious. Is there Peter Parker in this world? Spider-Man. Is it Gwen or Peter? It's Peter, said Bede. Gwen nodded. After the two finished talking, they followed the guidance of the spider sensor and came in a certain direction. Spider induction is really a very metaphysical thing. For the most part, it seems to be just a danger warning. But sometimes, it seems to have the ability to predict the future for a short time, just like the knowledgeable domineering of One Piece Ricket 2. Sometimes, it can be used as a kind of sensation in the dark. In the Ultimate Universe, Gwen found the school where the little black spider was by virtue of this induction. And now, Peeta and Gwen followed the induction to find the Garfield spider. End of this chapter. That is, the Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy of this world. Gwen was a little surprised to see the scene inside through the window. Peeta nodded. After being stunned for a while, Gwen said in an inexplicable tone, I didn't expect them in this world to be lovers. Bede said silently in his heart, actually, if nothing unexpected happens, so does your world. In Bede's view, the relationship between Gwen and Peter Parker in Gwen's world is like that of the hero and heroine in the drama version of The Flash. The male lead was entrusted to the female lead's house since he was a child, and the two were childhood sweethearts. Even if they parted and reunited during the period, they would probably come together in the end. It was just an accident in the middle. Gwen suddenly became Spider-Man for some reason. Petey asked Gwen, but Gwen said that she herself was also inexplicable, and she was suddenly bitten by a spider. And Peter Parker, the male protagonist, has become a villain and a stepping stone for the heroine to grow. Everything changed when Gwen became Spider-Man. Bede unconsciously remembered the strange fatalism about Spider-Man. It seems that every Spider-Man can become Spider-Man only after losing a very important person in their life, with very few exceptions, such as the Iron Armor Spider-Man in the '94 version. But of course he wouldn't say that in a bad way. No matter what the relationship between Gwen and Peter in her world was in the past, or whether it was all caused by Gwen's so-called fatalism after becoming Spider-Man. From the moment they parted ways in the Ultimate Universe, he has regarded Gwen as the most important person to him. As long as Gwen doesn't take the initiative to leave him, then he will never leave Gwen. If there is any fatalism, he will take action. Let's go meet the Peter and Gwen of this world. Peter held out his hand to Gwen. Gwen took his hand. The craft paper vulture squatting on it with nothing to do rolled its eyes and continued to pick its feet idly. I scratch left and right. Bede and Gwen jumped lightly, and landed on the fire escape passage outside Gwen's room from the building wall here. The undisguised landing sound woke up the two people in the room. Who? Extraordinary Gwen immediately turned over and got off Garfield's body, and even picked up the scissors on the coffee table. Garfield took the scissors out of Gwen's hands and put them back, then protected her behind her and posed in a fighting pose. Hey, guys outside the window, I think peeping is a very bad behavior. If you just leave like this, and I can pretend nothing happened. A sinister voice came from outside. Peter, 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 poor Peter, trusting others, sent the 00 decay rate formula, which turned Connors into a lizard monster. One sentence made the Garfield spider frightened. What the other person said was exactly what he had done recently, but no one knew about these things except himself. Even Gwen just said that? Could it be that this person has been hiding here since just now? But why is there no response from the spider sensor? Okay, B, don't scare them. Gwen patted B amusedly, walked from the blind spot to the window, and exposed herself to the young couple in the room. Hello, Peter Parker, Gwen Stacy. My name is Gwen Stacy, from another world. Gwen waved with a smile. Gwen Stacy. Garfield looked at Gwen outside the house in surprise, and then looked back at his girlfriend. The appearance of the two can be described as completely different. Although extraordinary Gwen is only 18 years old, her face is more mature, and she has a strong book breath, giving her the feeling of being a lady. As for Gwen, it may be the strengthening of the spider gene, which makes her look full of girlishness. And the long-term battle gave her a wild beauty. And her dress is also in the style of a rock girl. This style may not be very good in the eyes of traditional people, but it is still very attractive in the eyes of young people. So, even though both are named Gwen Stacy, it's actually like two people with the same name. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be much in common. In fact, this does not seem to be surprising. If you don't believe me, open Baidu, enter your name, and you will know how many people with the same name and surname. This is the case in the same world, let alone a parallel universe. the difference will only be greater. Having the same name and surname does not mean that they are the same person. Super Gwen also walked to the window, looked at Gwen wearing a spider suit and said, "Are you also called Gwen Stacy? Or are you Gwen Stacy from another world? But, why are you wearing that?" She pointed to the clothes on Gwen's body, looking confused. Gwen smiled and said, "Because I am the Spider-Man of my world, Spider-Gwen." Originally, if it was in her world, it would be impossible for her to expose her identity to others so easily. But now, she was not only in another world, but also had Bede by her side. This made her feel very at ease, so she spoke out without any psychological burden. At this time, Bede also walked out of the blind spot of the window and came to the two of them. "Hello, my name is Bede. You can also call me Spacetime Spider-Man." In order to increase his persuasiveness, Bede did not take off the nano-vibrating gold spider suit on his body, but only took off the helmet on his head. Seeing the two standing together, wearing their respective spider battlesuits, like a golden boy and a jade girl, a glint of envy flashed in KO Fan Gwen's eyes. If possible, she also wanted to help her boyfriend a little bit. You guys. Garfield Spider was at a loss for a moment. On the contrary, Transcendent Gwen reacted first. She quickly opened the window. "Why don't you come in and have a seat?" Peeta and Gwen were also polite, and got in through the window. In fact, Bede felt a little strange. He didn't know why people in Eagle Country liked to take fire escapes and go through windows. It was the same when I was playing games before. I often jumped out of the window to change clothes, and rarely entered and exited through the door. "Hello, I don't know if you came to our world for tourism, or is there something else?" asked Extraordinary Gwen. The Garfield Spider on the side was picking up the clothes on the ground and putting them on. When he heard Super Gwen's question, he also cast a concerned look. Bede said, "It's like this. In fact, another world is experiencing a major crisis that threatens the life of the entire universe at this time. I was originally participating in that battle. A mage sent me away from there and asked me to help find it. Some helpers go back." Helper. Extraordinary Gwen frowned, moved her footsteps slightly in front of Garfield, and became a little vigilant. "Do you want Peter to help you?" End of this chapter. Garfield Spider only hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward, ready to speak. But before he could speak, he was pulled back by Transcendent Gwen. Seeing the Garfield Spider and the Lizard Man being injured in the battle, Transcendence Gwen felt very distressed. For him to participate in an interstellar war, which sounds very dangerous at first glance, Super Gwen would absolutely not allow it. At this moment, she is like an old hen protecting her chicks. Bede laughed dumbly, and said, "Don't worry, I didn't come to look for him. In fact, I mainly wanted to take two people with me when I came to this world." "Who?" Extraordinary Gwen didn't let down his vigilance because of Bede's words. Bede held out a finger. "One of them is Dr. Lizard, Dr. Connors, who became a lizard man." "Dr. Connors." Garfield said, "No, if you want Dr. Connors to participate in such a dangerous event, you might as well let me go." Bede said, "I think it's better to ask him about this kind of thing. I think he will agree." Both Garfield Spider and Super Gwen were a little confused about the origin of Bede's confidence. Bede was not prepared to explain too much on this matter. Having watched the entire plot, he has a clear understanding of Dr. Lizard's roots and what he wants. Sometimes the bad guys are purer than the good guys. Just give the evil man what he wants and he will be at your disposal. Moreover, Dr. Lizard is actually not a particularly evil person, at least he is relatively normal in human form. It was only after being injected with the lizard gene medicine that he made many crazy moves. "You know where he is, right?" Bede asked, looking at Garfield Spider. Garfield hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "I can take you to find him, but if he doesn't want to go, you can't force him, otherwise I will definitely help him." "Well, don't worry, I don't like forcing others," Bede said nonchalantly. "Peter." Super Gwen looked at Garfield Spider with a worried look. The Garfield Spider shook its head slightly, shot out a thread of spider silk, and sucked the spider hood that was thrown on the table aside into its hand. At the same time, the body also moves outward. Bede smiled helplessly. How could he do anything to Garfield Spider? But he didn't explain anything. With a thought, the nanoparticles flowed out and turned into a spider hood on his head, covering his head. "Let's go," he said, turning around and jumping out of the window. Gwen also put on the hood that had fallen into the hood, and jumped out after him. Behind him, Garfield stopped beside Transcendent Gwen. After giving his girlfriend a kiss on the side of the cheek, he put on the spider hood. "Gwen, wait for me." Extraordinary Gwen swallowed all the other words. "Call out?" Garfield also jumped out. The three met on the roof of the building opposite the Extraordinary Gwen's house. The craft paper vulture put his foot down boredly. "Why have you been here for so long? I'm so bored that I really want to drop a few bombs for fun." B glanced at him. "If you dare to drop a bomb, I will break one of your ribs." "Hee, I'm just joking. Don't be angry, boss." The craft paper vulture laughed flatteringly. "As human beings, we must have a sense of humor." "Oh, do birdmen have a sense of humor?" Peeta glanced at his wings. The craft paper vulture giggled. "Of course, if you don't have a sense of humor, you're a bird." A birdman with a sense of humor. Behind him, Garfield Spider suddenly stopped. The conversation between these two people doesn't sound like a good person at all. "Okay," Peeta stopped the topic. "We're going to find someone in the city sewer later, so you can find a place where no one is there to rest." Okay, boss, the vellum vulture agreed. Don't you need my help? I still have a lot of bombs on me. Bede, you really don't take my words seriously, do you? Peter reached out and pinched the craft vulture's shoulder. Quack quack, the craft vulture screamed a few times, begging for mercy repeatedly. I'm sorry boss, I was wrong, please let me go. I've changed my mind, and I will follow the boss's footsteps in the future and be a good person. A good bird person. That's about the same. Bede let go of his hand. Remember, don't make trouble, and don't show your face in front of ordinary people. When you are needed, you will naturally have a chance to make a move. Yeah, okay, boss, I got it. Boss, the craft paper vulture replied obediently. After giving instructions to this uneasy subordinate, Peter looked at Garfield and said, let's go. Garfield Spider sighed inwardly, but didn't say anything. He jumped back, flipped back, and jumped off the tall building. Directly below him, there was a manhole cover connected to the city sewer. At a distance of more than 10 meters from the ground, he stretched out his hand and shot out a spider thread, pulling up the manhole cover, and his body fell directly from the hole. Gwen also jumped down. Then came Bede. At this time, the manhole cover was still flying in the air. Peter didn't look at it, but shot a thread upward, and pulled. Bang! The manhole cover fell down and closed again at the entrance of the hole. On the fire escape on one side, extraordinary Gwen looked at the returned manhole cover, his eyes still full of worry. On the other side of the roof, the craft paper vulture looked at the manhole cover, then at transcendent Gwen not far away, jumped off the roof, spread its wings and flew into the distance. In the city sewer, the three spiders Garfield and Gwen Bede lined up in a row, crawling forward quickly along the top of the relatively dry sewer. Bede, who fell last, looked around while crawling. The environment in the sewers is really hard to describe. Below is a waterway covered with a thick layer of mud, and both sides are also covered with slippery moss, and the smell can be imagined. Fortunately, Bede's nano-vibrating gold spider suit has the function of filtering and purifying the air. It can even enter a fully enclosed state when necessary. The chemical substance reserve inside is enough for him to use for several hours. However, how did Garfield and Gwen endure this smell? You know, Spider-Man's 5 senses have been strengthened. When he first came down, he didn't turn on this function, but his nose was really smoked, and he almost vomited out the overnight meal. It seems that there is a chance to get a more advanced battle suit for Gwen. I wonder if I can entrust Chichola and Shulai to help make a set of nano-vibrating gold battlesuits, Bede thought to himself. Hiss, hiss. In the dark and deep sewer, there were gradually more hissing sounds. Most are sharper and quieter. It was the cry of a lizard crawling nearby, but after a while, a relatively low growl was suddenly heard. Peter perked up. It is obviously impossible for a normal lizard to make such a sound. In the current sewer, only one of his targets this time can make such strange noises. Dr. Lizard? End of this chapter. In the dark underground waterway, Dr. Lizard held a camera in his hand and read out the name on it. Not long ago, Garfield Spider deliberately found a place to place it here in order to take pictures of himself catching Dr. Lizard. As a result, he dropped Dr. Lizard without hitting him. This video camera is Garfield's treasure. Not only is it significant, it is also a source of income for Garfield Spider, a tool for early Wild Spider-Man photographers to stage photos of themselves for profit. It's a pity that this thing is trash in the eyes of Dr. Lizard at this moment. It held the camera in its palm, squeezed it hard, and squeezed it into a pile of waste. Peter Parker. Oh, no. There was an exclamation from the underground water channel beside him. Immediately afterwards, the figure of Garfield Spider quickly jumped out of it. Seeing his baby's video camera being crushed like this, the eyes under Garfield's mask turned red. For a moment, he didn't care about the Waterloo he had just encountered at the hands of Dr. Lizard, so he just rushed out. Behind him, Bede and Gwen were both speechless. They discussed it on the way here just now, and they will not go out until Dr. Lizard's medicine has passed. Dr. Lizard's lizard gene medicine is not permanently effective and needs to be injected from time to time. Maybe when he injects more times, the lizard gene will subtly change his human genes and he will become a real lizard monster. Bar. At least for now, his effects can only last for a while. After the time has passed, Dr. Lizard will revert to a doctor with a broken hand and no strength to restrain the chicken. At that time, there is no need to fight, and he can be subdued casually. It's a young man after all, but he just can't hold his breath. Bede shook his head slightly and sighed. Gwen asked in surprise, so Pete, are you already an old man? That's right, old cows eat young grass, Bede teased. Pfft. Gwen blushed slightly, and whispered, I don't see you coming to eat. Whoosh. Peter had already rushed out, and he didn't know if he had heard this sentence. The main reason is that the Garfield Spider has fallen into a disadvantage. He was scratched on the chest by Dr. Lizard just now, and he hasn't fully recovered yet. Going into battle with injuries, he was naturally a little weaker. In just a moment, it was already full of danger. With a flying kick, Bee kicked Dr. Lizard straight away. The huge body hit the ceiling of the underground sewer heavily, and then fell into the mud not far away, splashing a channel of sewage. Peter shoots out a thread at will, pulls Garfield away from the spot, and saves him from being covered in sewage. Thank you, Garfield Spider said with lingering fear. The sewage would almost marinate him a few meters away. If he covered his body, would he still need this battle suit? Dr. Connors, can we talk for a while? Bede ignored Garfield, but looked at Dr. Lizard and said, Roar. Dr. Lizard roared, slapped the mud violently, and rushed towards Pete. His actions made Pete's eyelids twitch. For some reason, a sentence appeared in his mind at this time, mop stained with shit, the world is invincible. Although Dr. Lizard is not stained with feces now, to be honest, the sludge accumulated in the sewers of this city for countless years may be more disgusting and more deterrent than feces to some extent. That is to say, Dr. Lizard has the habits of a lizard after he mutated, so he can endure this environment. Please stay away from me, don't you know what you look like on your body? Bede shot out dozens of quantum spider silks in succession. These spider threads stick together in all directions, and finally gather in the middle, forming a huge web, trapping Dr. Lizard firmly in it. Dr. Lizard is so powerful that he can break free from the spider silk of Garfield spiders. But Bee knew this, so all the quantum spider silks here are thickened with added ingredients. Even though Dr. Lizard broke free and screamed for a long time, even making the cement walls of the sewer around him rattle, he still couldn't break free. Bede estimated that this enhanced version of the quantum spider web could bind Dr. Lizard for at least 3 to 4 minutes. If he wanted to kill Dr. Lizard, that was enough time for him to kill him hundreds of times. Can we talk now? Bede was hanging upside down, with his feet standing on the ceiling of the sewer, his hands clasped in front of his chest, and his head just about 2 meters away from Dr. Lizard. Who are you? Dr. Lizard's voice was very strange, it was a low-pitched and strange voice line, it felt like a combination of a dinosaur and a snake. You don't need to worry about who I am, Bede said, now let me ask you a question. If there was a way to help you repair your stumps without turning you into a monster, would you like it? Dr. Lizard suddenly opened his eyes wide, and after the mutation, he also turned into a cold-blooded animal with cold vertical pupils, but there was still excitement shining in his eyes. Is what you said true? Why should I lie to you? Bede asked. Impossible, Dr. Lizard said after thinking for a while. The Osborne Group is already the world's most invested capital in biotechnology, and my research is also the most cutting-edge technology in the world today. How could there be a technology that does not mutate people, but also allows me to regenerate my severed limbs? Dr. Lizard was talking and suddenly stopped talking. He suddenly turned his head to look at the Garfield spider beside him. Peter? Peter? You are the individual that produced a benign mutation, right? Dr. Lizard's tone was full of excitement. Garfield turned his head to look at Bede in a daze, as if he was asking Bede, could it be that the method he said was to apply slices of himself to Dr. Lizard? Bede was speechless and said, what are you thinking about? It doesn't exist in this world, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist in other worlds. Other worlds? Dr. Lizard asked in surprise. Bede nodded and said, in a certain world, there is a machine called the regeneration cradle. It uses bio-nanotechnology to carry out intelligent bridging directly in the living body and guides the work of cells in the living body. Regeneration of visceral tissue, rebirth of short limbs, etc., can all be done easily. Regeneration cradle? Bio-nanotechnology. Dr. Lizard was even more surprised. He knows that biotechnology is his specialty. He is a biologist, and he is also a top biologist in the industry, specializing in cross-species genetic research. As for nanotechnology, sorry, he really doesn't know. In this world, nanometer is just a unit, and people have never researched technology in this direction, let alone something that combines the two. For Dr. Lizard, whose mind is imprisoned in this era, it is tantamount to fantasy. End of this chapter. Biology and nanometers? How do these come together? Analyze the composition of creatures from the microscopic level of nanometer size. DNA code. Dr. Lizard murmured with a thoughtful expression. Obviously, the brand new vocabulary that appeared in Bede's mouth has deeply grasped his heart. Looking at his appearance, Bede smiled slightly. This is exactly what he wanted to see. Dr. Lizard's combat prowess is actually not particularly outstanding. After it transforms, its advantages can be summed up in 2 aspects. One is the ability to regenerate. According to the laws of nature, the lower the organism, the simpler its composition, and the lower the difficulty factor of recovery. So lizards can be reborn from severed limbs. Even spiders, crabs, and the like can regenerate after their limbs are broken, but at a slower speed. Spider-Man's recovery ability is also very good, which is the ability obtained from the spider gene. But Spider-Man's recovery ability is really insignificant compared to Dr. Lizard. Not worth mentioning at all. How abnormal is Dr. Lizard's recovery ability? His tail was ripped off by a Garfield spider, but he recovered within a minute. His hand was shot off by a gun, but it returned to normal in a few seconds. Extraordinary Gwen's father used a shotgun combined with liquid nitrogen and fired continuously to suppress his regeneration speed. But when the shotgun bullets ran out, he immediately broke away, quickly regenerated the severed limbs, and then killed the extraordinary Gwen's father with a backhand. This resilience is just like the infinite pasting of layers in Photoshop. The top one was erased, and another one was revealed below. Can make people despair. It really does not comply with the law of conservation of energy at all, although cross-species gene fusion mutation is outrageous. Another one is strength. Dr. Lizard's strength should also be several tons. Of course, it can't compare with Spider-Man, but it is already considered good. Norman Osborn and Harry Osborn, strengthened by the Green Devil potion, are far worse than Dr. Lizard in terms of value and expressiveness. The most important thing is that this thing can be mass-produced. because the original intention of it being developed was to provide the Eagle Country military with the Super Soldier project. However, its flaws are also obvious. The lizard genes contained in the lizard gene potion will make Dr. Lizard become extreme. In the 94 version of Spider-Man, a kingdom of lizardmen was even created in the sewer network of New York. Bede naturally despised this kind of thing. It was too uncontrollable. But just because he doesn't like this thing doesn't mean he doesn't like Dr. Connors's professionalism. Even after the scientific research results were taken away by Garfield's father, Old Parker, he still managed to figure out a cross-gene potion that could be put into practical application on his own, which shows how profound his knowledge is in cross-species genetic research. Moreover, Bede is more familiar with Dr. Connors than the ignorant craft paper vulture. The reason why Dr. Connors has been studying cross-species gene transfer and mutation technology is just to treat his own broken arm. This is the case in The Amazing Spider-Man, and it is also the case in the 94 version of Spider-Man. There were even rumors that Tobey's version would be filmed in Spider-Man 4, with the two villains in it Dr. Lizard and Carnage. Dr. Lizard is Dr. Connors, who briefly appeared in Spider-Man 2 and is also a recurring character. The reason is probably the same. For these Dr. Connors, they only need to find a way to heal their broken arms, and they will not be so obsessed with turning into lizard monsters. This person will become a subordinate with stable mood and excellent professional ability. Taking on such a subordinate is beneficial but not harmful. Bio-nanotechnology may be a fantasy in this era, but for some worlds, it is not worth mentioning, Bede said with a smile. In fact, it is not just bio-nanotechnology. In some worlds, it is also the DNA of animals has been reprogrammed so that animals can walk upright and think normally like humans. They even built an entire planet. How is this possible? Dr. Lizard looked shocked. Bede's words had a great impact on it. If this is true, what about the cross-gene transfer and mutation technology that he is so proud of? Countless worlds, infinite possibilities, this is the parallel universe. Bede opened his arms like an upside-down bat. Anyway, the sense of déjà vu in the eyes of Gwen and Garfield behind them is quite strong. No, he is now like a vampire who is depraved, luring innocent people into the abyss step by step, and finally willingly become his vampire. Bede said in a bewitching tone, "Do you want to see all this with your own eyes? As long as you promise me and use it for me, I can help you realize it." Dr. Lizard had just opened his mouth and hadn't answered yet, when his body suddenly underwent drastic changes. The huge body began to shrink rapidly, and the green color on the surface of the skin also quickly faded. In a short time, he changed from a behemoth of 5 meters to a human being of less than 2 meters. The most important thing is that his hand, which was already intact, lost one again. Dr. Lizard, who has transformed back into Dr. Connors, looks much calmer. His body was still stuck to the spider web, but he didn't panic or anything. Instead, he raised his broken arm that had disappeared again. After thinking for a while, he said, "What do you want me to do?" Bede was overjoyed. "My team, called the Hyperspace Task Force, aims to go to a certain world and fight an interstellar war that threatens half of the life forms in the entire universe. As long as you help me, I will help you, within the scope of my ability, to help you fulfill some wishes. For example, use that regenerative cradle to regenerate my severed limbs." Dr. Connors said. Bede nodded and said, "Yes, let your severed limbs regenerate." "Okay." Dr. Connors didn't hesitate this time, and seemed to be completely convinced. Being able to regenerate severed limbs without sequelae, this is so attractive to him. Bede pulled off the spider silk from Dr. Connors. Subsequently, Dr. Connors led several people to his secret base located in the underground waterway network. The place is very simple, with only a few computers and a lamp for lighting. But according to Dr. Connors, a lot of his research data is stored in these computers, which must not be left to others. "So, boss, where should we go next?" After being busy for more than 10 minutes, Dr. Connors finally copied the temporary data in several computers. Bede said, "There is currently no way to take you there, and besides, I still have someone to look for in this world." "Who?" "It hasn't appeared yet. Let time fly." End of this chapter. At the breakfast table, Gwen asked, taking a bite of a sandwich, "How about you go to school?" Bede replied, peeling the egg slowly. "Gwen?" Bede looked to Dr. Connors, who was sitting on the other side. Dr. Connors said, "Yes, yesterday boss entrusted me to help you apply for a temporary student ID card. Starting today, you can go to Zhongcheng Science and Technology Middle School." "Gwen, are you serious?" Gwen stared at Bede. Bede nodded and said, "Of course, I'm serious. Gwen, you are only 17 years old now, and you still can't fall behind in your studies. Also, this is a study opportunity that Dr. Connors managed to get. Cherish it well." Gwen rolled her eyes. "Then I really want to thank you very much." "You're welcome." Bede showed a bright smile and put the peeled boiled eggs on Gwen's plate. "Eat more to replenish your body." "Gwen?" Although Bede's actions were very speechless, Gwen honestly poached the egg with a fork, ready to eat it. Gollum. The boiled egg slid from one end of the smooth plate to the other. Bede picked up the fork and blocked it. At the same time, he picked up the chopsticks with his other hand and easily picked up the boiled eggs on his plate and put them into his mouth. Gwen stuck in the egg and took a bite. Then he looked at the chopsticks in Bede's hand with some surprise. "I can't catch it with a fork, why can you catch it easily with chopsticks?" Bede gently shook the chopsticks in his hand and the egg on the tip, and said with a smile, "We Hangzhou people can pick up anything with chopsticks, from eggs as big as to soybeans as small as no problem. What about the noodles?" A middle-aged woman walked over. She was Dr. Connors's wife, Mrs. Connors. Mrs. Connors put some plates on the table, some spaghetti in them. Bede picked up the serving chopsticks on the side, and as soon as he reached out, he picked up some spaghetti into his own bowl. "Look, it's that simple. Wow, I'll try it too." Gwen's eyes lit up. She bit off the egg from the fork, and picked up a pair of chopsticks to pick up the spaghetti. At this time, 2 days had passed since Dr. Connors was accepted. Everything is basically back on track. With Bede's guarantee, Dr. Connors also gave up the idea of continuing to inject lizard gene medicine. After all, he is also a person with a family. If he is not desperate, who would want to become a monster? Although he has now been kicked out by the Osborne group, his own knowledge and status in the biological world are still there. And he was originally the honorary professor of Midtown Science and Technology High School where Garfield and Super Gwen studied. After losing his job at Osborne Group, Dr. Connors simply returned to teaching at Midtown Technical High School. The leader of Zhongcheng Science and Technology Middle School's coke is broken. In the past, Dr. Connors was just a name, and he only gave a class occasionally. Now that he has directly become a resident professor, how can they have no reason to refuse? As for Dr. Connors' request for an exclusive laboratory and some equipment, all those who could agree to it agreed with their brains. As for the matter of him recommending a student, Gwen, to go to school, they agreed without hesitation and even helped to issue an identity card. In Eagle Country, if foreigners want to study in a certain school, they need identification and a letter of introduction. Many people were turned away because of this, but with the blessing of Dr. Connors, they got the green light all the way. Bede and Dr. Connors proposed to let Gwen go to school yesterday, and today, it was all done in just 1 day. As for why Gwen should go to school here. First, as Bede said above, Gwen is only 17 years old after all. Although she is a Spider-Man, she lives in a society ruled by law, and is a Spider-Man of the lawful camp. Even if she has superpowers, she cannot do anything evil. Things to benefit yourself. Therefore, learning is still very important to Spider-Man. Second, learning is not just for making money later. More importantly, knowledge can broaden a person's horizons and let him know why the sky is so high, what is beyond the sea, and what is in the depths of the earth, instead of being confined to a certain place and living a busy life. Higher knowledge can give people the opportunity to choose their own destiny instead of being bound by fate. Of course, there is one more point. Bede needs to rest in this world for a few days. He is really tired. After acquiring the spider ability, he was transported to the ultimate universe before he had any chance to experience or adapt. After hasty cramming, he hurried to the final battlefield and completed a battle to save the multiverse. Fortunately, the teammates are strong enough, and the fighting intensity is not very strong. Bede managed to get by. But before he recovered from the incident in the Ultimate Universe, he inexplicably traveled to the 616 movie universe, and was involved in the Infinity War. Moreover, I also met some people among them. Ant-Man Scott, Dr. Pym, Ava Ghost, Dr. Foster, Dr. Strange, Black Panther T'Challa, Princess Shuri, Iron Man Tony Stark, Captain America, Holland Spider, and many of them she even has a good relationship with him. Dr. Strange tied the Eye of Agamotto, which symbolized the Sorcerer Supreme, and the safety of the 616 movie universe to him. Black Panther T'Challa and Princess Shuri designed a nano-vibranium spider suit for him. Although it seems to be just an exchange of interests, the exchange also depends on whether the gift is used carefully. Except for the weight, the nano-vibrating gold spider suit is almost perfect for him. It is conceivable how thoughtful this gift is. The other party really treats him as a friend, not just perfunctory. There's also the annoying Dutch spider, whom I haven't seen for a while, and Bede still misses his talkativeness. The more this is the case, the more Bede finds that he cannot be separated from these people who were familiar on the movie screen in the past and are now familiar in reality. Because of this, a heavy burden was placed on him, which made him unable to breathe. But you have to know, from the time he gained the ability to the present, it has only been about 10 days in total. When Peter Parker acquired his ability for 10 days, he might still be making money underground. However, even though he knew that there might be some problems in his heart, he couldn't help it. Because that's exactly what happened. It's all right now, anyway, no matter how long he has been in other worlds, he will be able to seamlessly connect when he returns. Then he must take the opportunity to fix it first. Don't turn yourself into the head of Task Force X and be mentally ill. Also, he's not completely idle. In this world, apart from Dr. Connors, who has already been conquered, and the guy who hasn't appeared yet, there are still some things worth paying attention to. End of this chapter. Chapter 110 Planning the Osborne Group. The so-called guy who didn't show up actually refers to Electron. I believe that anyone who has watched The Amazing Spider-Man will be deeply impressed by this guy. The Electric Man's original name was Max Dillon. He was originally an electrical engineer for the Osborne Group and a genius in electrical engineering. However, his life was very unsatisfactory. In the workplace, he was oppressed everywhere. The power diagram he designed was taken by his boss, but he got nothing done for work. He could only swallow his anger. In life, he is also very humble. No one remembers him, cares about him, and no one even remembers his birthday, criticizing the Osborne Group by name, not even basic employee care. Don't look at 996, a domestic company, but a certain ding will send you an email on his birthday anyway, a greeting, right? In the end, due to an accident, he fell into the aquarium where the Osborne Group raised mutated electric eels and became an electric man. But even such a living life died quietly. It can be described as miserable. But Electron Max is actually one of the villains with the best strategies. As long as you treat him as a friend, he will treat you as a friend. If you treat him sincerely, he will treat you sincerely. This can be seen from the fact that he tried his best to help Harry Osborn after Harry Osborn went to rescue him. It's just that, for Bede, Max the electrical engineer is not useful, but Max the electric man is. Therefore, it is impossible for him to make friends with Max Dillon now. Maybe if we go now, we can change Max Dillon's tragic fate, but it also makes his life go on like this. Maybe this is the continuation of another tragic fate. One drink and one pack, no one can say which one is better. Because from many aspects, becoming the Electro may be what Max Dillon wants. That would allow him to get rid of the stagnant life in the past. There is even the effect of plastic surgery. Isn't the Electro Man that appeared in Heroes of No Return much more handsome than the one in the Garfield version? Since he can be completely ionized, it is not difficult to fine-tune his appearance when reshaping, right? As for what to do during the waiting period, B also has some plans. Still inseparable from the Osborne Group. As an arms dealer cooperating with the Eagle Country military, the Osborne Group has two outstanding technologies. One is its biotechnology. Garfield's mutated spider gene, Dr. Connor's mutated lizard gene, the mutated electric eel that created Electro Max, and the mutated Green Goblin serum that mutated Harry Osborn into the Green Goblin. A masterpiece from the Osborne Group. From a cinematic point of view, it's kind of vulgar how the villains are all concentrated. There is quite a sense of vulgarity in ancient urban novels where the protagonist begins to practice cultivation, and then practitioners begin to appear all over the world. If the novels in recent years were to be written like this, they would have been sprayed to death. The second is its weapons and equipment technology, or in other words, arms. After Harry Osborn became the Green Goblin suit he wore had excellent protective performance and the ability to repair physical trauma. The Green Goblin skateboard he uses is also a personal glider, which can carry nearly 200 kilograms of objects flying quickly in the sky. Official data is about 150 kilograms. There are also several different types of pumpkin grenades he uses, some that shoot out blades, some that explode, with varying effects. In addition, in the basement of the Osborne Group, many high-tech weapons such as the Rhino armor used by the Rhino Man, the mechanical tentacles suspected of being Dr. Octopus, and so on. Any one of these black tech weapons would be a Street Fighter level powerhouse capable of dominating the streets. Bede is going to find a way to break into the Osborne Group, and it would be nice to be able to get weapon technology. Moreover, he already has the method. After breakfast, Bede, Gwen, and Dr. Connors went out. Bede and Gwen are currently staying at Dr. Connors' house. Anyway, his house is large and has many rooms. It is more than enough for them to accommodate Bede and Gwen. Dr. Connors is sitting in the car, and Gwen is sitting in the passenger seat. Oh no, now she has temporarily changed her name to Gwenda. After all, there is already a Gwen in this world. Whether it is to distinguish herself or for anything else, modifications are necessary. Buzz. Car starts. Bede smiled and waved. Gwen, study hard. Gwen rolled her eyes and ignored him. She really wanted to beat Peta to death, and take her from her universe to another universe, just to let her go to school in another place. Can a person do this? Dr. Connors said through the window, do you really want to meet Osborne? Peta nodded. Well, you can look for Otto. He is a physicist and has some old friends with Osborne. Dr. Connors nodded, started the vehicle and left. He was not happy with Bede's insistence on contacting the Osborne Group. In his view, the Osborne Group is a place where villain capital is concentrated. They have no regard for how much suffering the weapons they make will bring to the outside world, and just blindly pursue the efficiency of making money. Don't worry about the weapons, if they can make money, they will do it. Even Dr. Connors was forced to take the lizard gene drug for the first time before because someone in the Osborne Group desperately needed the drug for human trials. And because of this, he got the idea of those veterans. Dr. Connors didn't want to see this happen, so he injected himself with the lizard gene medicine as the first experimental subject. In the end, it gradually followed the path of the original plot. Therefore, Dr. Connors' perception of the Osborne Group is now at its lowest point. B didn't pay attention to Dr. Connors' thoughts. Instead, he was more interested in the name on the business card in his hand. Otto Octavius? This is the name of Dr. Octopus? Also a character that has never appeared in The Amazing Spider-Man. But it is obvious that Dr. Connors and Dr. Octopus are also old acquaintances, and Dr. Octopus may have something to do with the Osborne Group. This can also explain that in the sequel that was not filmed, it may be the reason why Dr. Otto wore the prosthetic body with mechanical legs for some reason and became Spider-Man's old enemy. When Pete asked Dr. Connors how to meet Norman Osborn, Dr. Connors referred him to Dr. Octopus. After watching Dr. Connors' vehicle drive away, Bede greeted Mrs. Connors and quickly flew up. With the help of Spider Silk, Bede's figure flashed through the city again and again, rushing towards a certain direction in the city. End of this chapter. When Bede took off the nano-vibrating gold spider suit and appeared on the note as an ordinary passerby, after knocking on the door, a middle-aged beautiful woman opened the door. After the other party opened the door, he walked out, looked at Peeta through the fence, and asked with some doubts, "May I ask who you are?" Bede took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket and handed it over. "Hello, my name is Bede, and I was introduced by Dr. Kurt Connors." A letter of introduction from Dr. Connors. The middle-aged beautiful woman took the paper, opened it and looked at it, then looked at Bede with some surprise. "Mr. Bede, wait a moment, I will inform Otto." Peeta nodded. A few minutes later, he finally met the Dr. Octopus of this world. Oh no, now he has obviously not been affected by the mechanical tentacles and became that mad scientist, so he should be called Dr. Octavius. The Dr. Octavius of this world is a fat man with a round face and a pair of round glasses. He looks more like a businessman than a scholar. Peeta felt that if he laughed, the flesh on his cheek would tremble. Looking at this image alone, it is difficult to combine it with that Spider-Man's old enemy, Dr. Octopus. But Peeta said he was not surprised. What's the fat version? He has seen the female version? Are you a student of Connors? Dr. Octavius asked as he walked up to him, looking at Pete. He didn't think Bede's age was inappropriate. It was normal for professors like him and Dr. Connors, who were well known in the field, to have some older students under their tutelage. It's just that he didn't seem to have seen Bede at Dr. Connors. Otherwise, Bede's oriental face should be quite recognizable. Bede said, "I am not a student of Dr. Connors, but just a friend of his." Friends. Dr. Octavius frowned. He didn't have time to entertain any of Connors' friends. He was currently at a critical stage of a research project. Unfortunately, the funding chain was cut off, which hampered his research plan. Difficult to continue. Dr. Octavius frowned, and said in a blunt tone, "What do you want from me? I wonder if you can help me introduce the president of the Osborn Group, Mr. Norman Osborn." Bede ignored Dr. Octavius's attitude and said. Dr. Octavius looked at him critically, and said, "Norman Osborn is sick in bed, and I'm afraid he won't see any guests." When he said this, there was still a breath in his voice. Bede's heart moved slightly. He felt that there might be some contradictions between Dr. Octavius in this world and the Osborn Group or Norman Osborn. "But what if I have a method that may cure Norman Osborn's disease?" Bede said. "What? Are you telling the truth?" Dr. Octavius came over excitedly, almost sticking his head out of the fence. "Otto." Madame Octavius raised her head from the room. Only then did Dr. Octavius realize that he was getting a little too excited. He turned around and gave his wife a reassuring smile, then calmed down a bit, looked at Bede, and said, "Do you really have a way?" Bede nodded, "And there are more than one kind." Dr. Octavius' eyes rested on Bede's face for a long time. There was no panic on Peeta's face, and he looked confident. "Come in and talk." Dr. Octavius looked at him for a while, then stepped out of the way and made a gesture of invitation. The two walked into the house and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Dr. Octavius said straightforwardly, "Mr. Bede, I would like to ask, Kurt, does he know your method?" Bede nodded and said, "Of course I know." Dr. Octavius frowned, "Then he still let you go." "The reason is very simple. The recent conflicts between Kurt Connors and his biological research and the Osborn Group are big news in this circle. Dr. Octavius is also indignant about this, but what can be done? After all, he is just a scientist, with no power, even if he wants to." Bede said, "There is no conflict. It seems you offered him something he couldn't refuse." Peeta smiled. Octavius nodded slightly, as if thinking about something. After a while, he began to speak slowly. Dr. Octavius did have some connections with the Osborn Group, and he was named under one of the Osborn Group's atomic physics laboratories. Originally, the Osborn Group wanted to hire him directly, but he was well aware of the turmoil between the Osborn Group and the Eagle country's military, and did not want to design weapons that would be used on the battlefield to kill others. So he said no. But scientific research requires a lot of funds, and he had to compromise for this. In the end, it became attached to a certain Osborn Group's laboratory and provided them with some technologies related to people's livelihood in exchange for financial support. But this is obviously not the result that both parties want. As a result, the Osborn Group often made things difficult for him financially. And he often messes up. This kind of thing, Kurt Connors, who is obsessed with research, doesn't know. He just thinks that Dr. Octavius, as a specially hired researcher, should be able to say something in front of Norman Osborn. He recommended him to be. What Kurt Connors doesn't even know is that the relationship between Dr. Octavius and the Osborn Group has recently dropped to a freezing point. Because of the exacerbation of his illness and the approaching deadline, Norman Osborn became more and more eager to study the mutated serum in the hands of Dr. Connors. For this reason, he even cut off the funding for other irrelevant research. Although the funding allocated to Dr. Octavius is only mosquito legs, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. What's more, for Dr. Octavius, who is almost impoverished, this is all the funds to maintain his research. It's a pity that the arm can't twist the thigh. No matter how angry Dr. Octavius is, it doesn't help. And the money belongs to others. If people don't want to give it, then he can't help it. Just thinking about the research he was forced to suspend, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Listening to what Dr. Octavius said, Bede was slightly surprised. "Doctor, what you are researching is not a miniature nuclear fusion energy source. When Dr. Octavius heard this, he looked at Bede in surprise. How do you know? I haven't even told Kurt about this. Bede, do you believe me when I say I have seen the movie? Just not yours. I wrote half of Calvin yesterday, because the plot line of The Amazing Spider-Man is too short, so I can only expand it outwards if I want to expand it. So I sorted out some of the following plot lines. End of this chapter. The Toby Spider version of Dr. Octopus studies microsuns, that is, micronuclear fusion energy technology. In the plot of the Toby Spider version, the original normal scientist Dr. Otto Octavius also let the mechanical tentacles control himself in the first display accident of the micronuclear fusion energy technology, and finally became Dr. Octopus's. In the world of The Amazing Spider-Man where Garfield was originally, Dr. Octavius did not appear. The mechanical tentacles only appear at the end of the movie, so Bede doesn't know how Otto Octavius became Dr. Octopus in this world. Now it seems that this is probably the reason. Under Bede's questioning, Dr. Octavius also readily expressed his troubles. He is working on the technology of miniature suns, but it needs to use a rare element called tritium. Tritium is a radioactive isotope of the element hydrogen, referred to as 3H, which is extremely rare in nature. Because tritium in nature can only be produced after the high-energy seeds contained in cosmic rays hit the deuterium, DO, nucleus, and the deuterium nucleus and neutrons are synthesized. The reserves on the entire Earth add up to only 25 pounds, about 11.34 kilograms. Its preciousness can be imagined. And this stuff is not only expensive, it's also not easy to get if you don't have channels. It is a waste for most people, but for some individuals like Dr. Octavius who want to use it, as well as some companies and groups in research-related fields, it is a treasure that is hard to change. The Osborne Group happens to have the channels to get it. Other than that, he no longer has access to other sources of tritium. Therefore, this is not just a financial problem, but also a network problem. This is also the most troublesome and helpless point for Dr. Octavius. On the one hand, he really didn't want to have anything to do with the Osborne Group, and on the other hand, he had to have something to do with it for his lifelong research. After finishing speaking, Dr. Octavius looked at Bede with burning eyes. Bede understood instantly. This is what you want from him? And without even thinking about it, you can roughly guess what the other party wants. If Bede can really point out a clear path to Norman Osborn, then asking him to help restart Dr. Octavius's research is not just a matter of words. Bede agreed without even thinking about it. Don't worry, as long as you can help me introduce Norman Osborn, I will take care of the rest. Thank you so much. Dr. Octavius had a bright smile on his face. However, Dr. Otto, I'm actually quite interested in your research, Bede said after changing the subject. Oh, is Mr. Bede also engaged in technology investment? Dr. Octavius asked. No wonder he thought so. Who knows, Bede was introduced by Kurt Connors, and when he arrived, he had to meet Norman Osborn, a giant in technology companies. Naturally, he thought it was someone in the industry who was talking about cooperation. However, Bede shook his head and said, I do want to invest in technology, but I don't have my own company. Then what do you mean? Dr. Octavius asked doubtfully. Bede did not answer immediately, but stretched out a hand. Wow. The nanoparticles flowed out from the chapter of the leopard spider, flowing towards the outstretched hand, and after a while, completely covered the hand and forearm. Seeing this scene, Dr. Octavius stood up abruptly. He looked at Bede's hand wrapped in nano-vibrating gold in shock. This is. Bede clenched his fist and asked, Doctor, what do you think of my skills? What kind of technology is this? Dr. Octavius asked in shock. Bede said, this is called nanotechnology. It is a science and technology that uses single atoms and molecules to create substances. It is a modern science such as dynamic mechanics and chaos physics, intelligent quantum science, quantum mechanics, molecular biology, as well as computers. It is a product of the combination of modern technologies such as microelectronics, scanning tunneling microscopy technology, and nuclear analysis technology. Dr. Octavius stood up directly, and while listening to Bede's words, he moved closer to Bede's hand and looked at it curiously. He looked like a pervert seeing a beautiful woman. Bede was not surprised by his reaction and continued, in a certain era, people innovated in nanotechnology, extending into nanophysics, nanobiology, nanochemistry, nanoelectronics, nanoprocessing technology, and nanometrology, and many other branches. Amazing, so amazing. Dr. Octavius looked at the nano-vibranium arm and marveled, his eyes shone, and the fat on his face trembled. You said, this is technology from a certain era. Are you from the future? Bede shook his head. I'm not from the future, but I'm from a parallel universe. Parallel universe. Dr. Octavius's eyes widened. Are you talking about that parallel universe? Quantum particles move randomly, sharply, and messily in the void, colliding, breaking, and combining with each other, forming various shapes are then connected with each other to form the world and the things in it. And every collision, breakage, and combination has infinite possibilities, thus forming countless worlds. It turns out that Democritus said the countless worlds theory is actually true. Parallel universes really do exist. Countless words were fired from Dr. Octavius's mouth like a machine gun, making Bede dizzy and speechless. As expected of a mad scientist, just a term can actually extend so much theoretical knowledge. It's a pity that he is winking at the blind man. B was a former science fiction writer who wrote science fiction, but that was just for a living. He's Spider-Man now, and isn't particularly interested in that lore. Bede said, it can be understood in this way. I am in another world, and I have made friends with the king of a country and reached some cooperation. So I am thinking, if you want, you can also be counted as one. What kind of cooperation method? Dr. Octavius was obviously very interested. No scientist can resist the temptation of science, technology, and scientific ideas from another time and space. This is not for plagiarism, or to take those technologies as our own, but to have some collisions with cross-age concepts, so as to introduce new ones. Dr. Octavius is obviously a genius scientist who has crossed the era and knows how many times. Bede said, I can help you get science, technology, scientific ideas, and even some rare resources of this era. End of this chapter. The conversation with Dr. Octavius was a great success. Although he did not directly agree, his actions explained everything. After talking to B, he made a call. B didn't know who the call was for, but it was probably Norman Osborn's secretary or housekeeper or something. Anyway, after a while, Dr. Octavius informed him that an appointment for the afternoon had been made. At noon, Dr. Octavius, who was in a good mood, kindly invited Bede to stay and have lunch with him. B, who was thinking about how to solve the lunch problem, agreed without much hesitation. It's funny to think about it. Wearing a vibration gold battlesuit worth tens of billions, and carrying 2 single universe-level treasures, he had to worry about lunch. Is this the legendary there is no lunch for idiots? But although he is not as smart as PP, Dr. Octopus, and Black Panther T'Challa, he can't get along with idiots, right? Make money? Must make money? It's best to open a company in each world, so that no matter where you go in the future, you don't have to worry about this. So, the next goal is a super dimension task force and a super dimension technology company? After lunch, Bede and Dr. Octavius drove to where Norman Osborn was. This is a building in Manhattan that is more than 20 stories high, but at first glance it looks like an apartment building. However, this is a wealthy area of New York. Many wealthy people in Eagle Country are very strange. They don't like to live in small single-family houses, but prefer to live in suites like apartment buildings. Maybe that's why you don't have to worry about being suddenly rushed in to buy it for 0 yuan. Bede looked around and followed Dr. Octavius into the building. After taking the elevator up to the 17th floor, they came to a castle in a building. That's right. What appeared in front of him was a gate that looked like the gate of an ancient castle. Standing at the door was a very energetic old housekeeper. Dr. Otto Octavius, Mr. Bede, please follow me. The butler was not surprised to see the two coming. B knew why. The spider sensor told him that when he and Dr. Octavius stepped into the building, there were many surveillance cameras around them filming them. It also means that the other party already knew of their arrival as early as the moment they came in, and it is likely that they have already completed a series of tasks such as checking their identities and assessing their safety. Without any inspection work, the two of them were taken directly into the room. After passing through a living room filled with various valuable antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and ornaments, Bede finally met the Norman Osborn of this world. Norman Osborn from the Amazing Universe is actually a very miserable character. In this universe, he didn't become the Green Goblin like Norman Osborn in other universes, but died of illness like this. His son, Harry Osborn, became the extraordinary goblin of the parallel universe. The root of all this is actually because of Garfield Spider's father, Richard Parker. At that time, Richard Parker and Kurt Connors worked together in the biological laboratory of the Osborn Group to study cross-species gene transfer technology. The ultimate goal of this research is actually to develop a genetic medicine to cure Norman Osborn's family genetic disease. However, later, Richard Parker discovered that the purpose of Norman Osborn's research on this drug was, in addition to the above, to contact the Eagle Country military and prepare to use this drug to mass-produce super soldiers and release them to other countries. Second purpose on the battlefield. Richard Parker didn't want his research to be applied to unjust wars, so he took the research results, boarded the plane with his wife, and prepared to send the materials away. However, they were intercepted by the opponent on the way, and eventually the plane was destroyed and everyone died. Norman Osborn also lost hope of early treatment of his family's genetic disease. After missing the most critical 00 decay rate formula, Kurt Connors, who was only in charge of a part of the research project, spent more than 10 years but failed to completely reproduce the original research. Before coming here, Bede had heard from Dr. Octavius that Norman Osborn was actually less than 50 years old this year. But at this moment, the Norman Osborn that Bede saw was haggard, as if he was an old man in his 80s who had been bedridden for a long time. To describe it in one word, it is dying. It feels like I might die at any moment. However, Norman Osborn was half lying on the head of the bed, and when he saw Bede and the others coming, his slightly squinted eyes actually burst into a little captivating brilliance. You have a way to save me. He stared straight at Peeta, straight to the point. That's right, and the chances are great. Peeta nodded and replied without hesitation. Tell me, what do you want? Money? I can give you $1 billion. Power? I can mobilize the power of the Osborn Group and elect you as governor. Norman Osborn transformed into a businessman. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid they have already agreed directly. $1 billion is not a small amount no matter in which era. Moreover, the current era of the extraordinary universe is 2012, and the inflation is far less than 10 years later, and the purchasing power is even stronger. As one of the largest companies in New York, the Osborne Group has a market value of only a few tens of billions. $1 billion US, and it is liquid capital. Even the Osborne Group will be hurt. Besides, the Osborne Group is not entirely in the hands of Norman Osborn. As for the right to say, the Eagle Country has a total of 50 states, and each state has only one governor. If you think about it this way, you probably know the gold content of this thing, right? I remember watching a movie called The Fake God before, in which the hero was poor and white, but he also ran for the council by virtue of his perfect tongue. The governor is naturally higher than the congressman, but for the Osborne Group, this is a bit simpler. Because in fact, as long as you spend money to create momentum for this thing, you still have a chance to become one. Anyone who knows what constitutes the Eagle Country Parliament understands everything. If you don't understand, you just got on the plane and you can't explain it in detail. Bede's goal is clear. He shook his head. I don't need that much money, let alone be a governor. You don't want money or power. Then what do you want? A woman. Norman Osborn's eyes were still on Bede, like an old fox waiting for the chick to show its chicken feet. Bede shook his head slightly. Aren't you worried that I'm making fun of you? What if I don't? Push book. What green plum do you want if you are reborn? Someone asked. What is green plum? Warrior of pure love, Lang came on a bamboo horse, teased King Mei around the bed, lived together in Chang'anli. The two little ones had no suspicions. Feng Yi. What? No dogs? After resurrecting his life, Feng Yi rejected Pua and beat up his best friend. In this life, he wants to achieve financial freedom and say goodbye to house slaves and dog lickers. In the previous life you cheated on me, in this life I cheated on you? Chapter 114 Bede's Condition. Ha! Norman Osborn sneered. Anyone who dares to make fun of me, Norman Osborn, will die with me. He looked at Bede with extremely cold eyes, as if he was really going to kill him. Bede sneered. Killing fish in the vegetable market can train his heart to be as hard as a stone, and his eyes are colder than anyone else, but he has killed an unknown number of dark attendant monsters on the interstellar battlefield? He returned an even more ferocious look. Click. There was a slight noise suddenly from the side. Bede stretched out his hand. Call out? A spider thread shot out. Then, something was torn directly from a corner on the second floor. Bede took the thing in his hands and played with it. This is a revolver with a unique shape. It looks like a powerful and expensive one. The gun is even inlaid with gold ornaments. The gun is good. Bede twirled the revolver on his finger, suddenly held the handle of the gun again, pointed the muzzle in the direction of Norman Osborn, and made a shooting motion. But oh Mr. Saben, I wonder why it appeared here? It brought some unpleasant experiences to our conversation. Norman Osborn was a little shocked by Bede's method, and directly ignored the gun pointing at himself, but asked, Are you Spider-Man? Does it matter who I am? Bede asked. Norman Osborn took a deep look at him, and then let out a breath. His energy seemed to be taken away in an instant. It seems that I have changed from 50 years old to 80 years old all of a sudden. He waved his hand and said, Tell me about your request and your method. Bede said, My request is very simple. I need a biological research institute and an atomic physics research institute. The equipment inside must be as high as possible. Moreover, I need some financial support from the Osborne Group in the early stage. As in return, the research results produced by these two research institutes will be given priority to the Osborne Group for use. For external sales, the research institute will take a commission. Norman Osborn nodded. I agreed. The biological laboratory originally used by Dr. Connors is located on the third floor of Osborne Building number 20. I can let them clear several other spaces on the same floor, used as a venue for another research institute. The 23rd floor of the Osborne Building is considered a gift from me to my partners. Bede silently praised Norman Osborn's success. As for putting the research institute in the Osborne Group building, there are advantages and disadvantages to this kind of thing. The advantage is that you directly get the finished product and the existing land, so you can set it up as quickly as possible and put it into operation. The downside is that it may be subject to the Osborne Group. However, strong strength is Bede's confidence. If the Osborne Group wants to secretly make some small moves for the institute, don't blame him for turning against him. Besides, the treatment for Norman Osborn actually had 2 stages. After verbally negotiating a remuneration that satisfied everyone, Bede didn't hold back, and in Norman Osborn's expectation, he revealed his method. In fact, the method is very simple. Back then, Richard Parker took away the finished product and secretly used small tricks to give the mutant spiders of the Osborne Group special effects that could only adapt to his DNA fragments. Judging from the comics, it should actually be explained as the choice of the spider totem, but the protagonist doesn't know this, so don't cue it. But later, facing the threat of death, Harry Osborn resolutely used the mutant spider venom stored in the basement, and with the help of extreme pain and the repair ability of the Green Goblin armor, he broke out of the cocoon. Shindy became the Green Goblin of the extraordinary universe? Therefore, in fact, we only need to obtain some blood samples of Garfield spiders, and then compare and adapt them with the mutant spider venom stored in the basement of the Osborne Group. Perhaps we can greatly reduce the damage caused by the mutant spider venom. Sex. Although it may also reduce its variability. For example, it could gain 10 tons of power after mutation, but now it only has 5 tons. But what about PETA? Not even Norman Osborn himself would care. After all, his original intention of studying this was to save his own life. As for whether he would become a super soldier, that was something he hadn't even considered. In fact, B couldn't understand the magical operation of Garfield's spider when he watched movies before. Harry Osborn said he wanted some of his blood. But Garfield replied, he can't give him blood, it will kill him. Excuse me? Are you serious? No serious person would transfuse blood into his or her own body. Why are you just doing this for blood transfusion? The blood type does not necessarily match, so they must just take some blood samples for testing? In the end, Harry Osborn had no choice but to take a gamble. Although the bet was successful, it also turned himself into a complete lunatic. The combination of father and son is a big picture of tragedy. But now, with PETA's participation, everything is different. He had already solved the blood problem. He directly took the syringe and drew a blood bag full of Garfield's blood, a full 200 cubic centimeters, which left the two Gwens who were watching quite speechless. Originally, Extraordinary Gwen couldn't stand it and was ready to stop it. But this is Garfield's willingness. Because Bede told him about the future he saw, and also told him about the grievances and resentments between his father and Norman Osborn, himself and Harry Osborn. More importantly, he also said that Super Gwen might die because of this. Originally, the harm that his father and son had done to the Osborn father and son had already caused the kind Garfield spider to suffer, and the death news of the Extraordinary Gwen became the last straw that broke the camel's back. So, he readily agreed to donate blood without compensation. However, the blood was not given by Garfield itself, but by Bede. If possible, he still doesn't want more people to know that he is Spider-Man. After taking out the blood bag containing Garfield's blood, Bede did not hand it over to Norman Osborn, but proposed the experiment of studying the biological components between Spider-Man's blood and mutant spider venom. It will be carried out in the manner entrusted by the Osborn Group to the SST, Super Spacetime, Institute of Biology. With Dr. Connors as the main person in charge, the Osborn Group can send its own researchers, but the research results still need to be purchased by the other party in the end. This looks a bit like taking the Osborn Group for a fool. But facing the threat to the lives of himself and his son, Norman Osborn agreed without much hesitation. Thank you for the 3,332 Bookcoin reward from Is This Free to Read? And thank you bookfriends 2020120517345819, Han Dion for the reward. End of this chapter. Dr. Octavius looked agitated after leaving the Osborns. The two labs Bede wanted from Norman Osborn, of which the SST Institute of Biology must have Connors in charge, and the remaining one. His research is finally settled. While driving the car, Dr. Octavius imagined the future, and his heart was very agitated. Woohoo! When the vehicles of the two people drove onto the bridge, they found that the front was completely blocked. And there was a sharp siren in the distance. PETA's spider sensor suddenly moved. Search for the signal, connect to the regional broadcast, and see what's going on. Bede sent a demand to the smart system in the watch. After a few seconds, a virtual screen popped up from the watch with a red dot on it. At the same time, a conversation reached Bede's ears. A huge pterosaur appeared in the sky above 10th Street, and a group of Tyrannosaurus below. Request support. We need a lot of support. Pterodactyl? Tyrannosaurus? A series of question marks appeared over Bede's head. Is there such a thing in the Amazing Spider-Man? The only Dr. Lizard who has a little bit of a relationship with dinosaurs. The size of the mutated body is only 2 meters. And not to mention pterosaurs, even tyrannosaurs can't match it at all. At most, it looks like a stronger velociraptor, right? Without hesitation, Bede opened the car door and walked out. Since you are curious, go and have a look. Dr. Octavius, some accident may have happened. Where should you go to hide first? Bede turned back and said to Dr. Octavius in the car. Dr. Octavius asked curiously, what are you going to do? Bede said, actually, I am a Spider-Man passing through this world, so there are some things to deal with now. Spider-Man. Dr. Octavius was a little surprised, and immediately thought of the armor-covered hand he had seen on Bede, and he understood. In this case, you can go, don't worry, if you encounter I'll run away if I'm in danger. Bede nodded, and Octavius is not a hero or heroine of a tragic drama, he is just waiting to die on the spot. With one leap, he jumped 7 or 8 meters high. Wow! Nanovibranium particles quickly poured out from the leopard spider chapter, covering his body in the blink of an eye. Call out. After the nano-vibrating gold spider suit fit together, Bede shot out a spider silk, which stuck to the metal structure above the viaduct, and with the help of the spider silk swinging, he jumped tens of meters away. Call out. Call out. The second time, the third time. After traveling for hundreds of meters, Bede finally passed the center point and came to the other side of the sea-crossing bridge. This is still on the bridge, which happens to be connected to 10th Street where the accident occurred. At this time, the place was already in chaos. Many vehicles were parked on the bridge, and many people abandoned their cars and ran away in the direction Bede came from. Damn it, didn't the dinosaurs become extinct? Is Jurassic Park real? Some genetic laboratory must have resurrected the dinosaurs. Osborn, it's Osborn. Through the yelling of some people, Bede probably understood the content of some incidents. Roar. At this moment, there was a roar from the front, and then, a car was lifted high into the air and hit Bede's direction. Bede shot out a few strands of spider silk and stuck them on several corners of the car. Then he casually hung them on the bridge structure nearby and stopped the car easily. After opening the somewhat deformed car door and rescuing a family of 3 trapped in the car, Bede jumped forward and jumped forward again. He has seen where it happened. I saw 5 tyrannosaurs raging everywhere on the wide bridge. These tyrannosaurs, it's actually not appropriate to say that they are tyrannosaurs. Judging from Bede's experience as a black slave in Ark Survival and Evolution, they should be more like Allosaurus. Allosaurus, also known as Uolong or Allosaurus, is a medium-sized biped, predatory dinosaur, which is speculated to have lived in the late Jurassic period, that is, about 1 million to 5,500 million years ago. The biggest feature of Allosaurus is its IQ. Although many dinosaurs were huge in size, their brains were pitifully small. For example, Mamenchisaurus, which weighed 40 to 50 tons, had a brain weighing only about 500 grams. And the Stegosaurus, which is about the size of an elephant, even has a head of only 100 g, which is about the weight of 2 small eggs. Allosaurus is an exception. It may be the most intelligent large carnivorous dinosaur in the Jurassic period. This is reflected in the game Ark Survival Evolved. 3 or 4 Allosaurus often act together, and the one with the highest level will have a boss buff on it, which is quite disgusting. Among the 5 Allosaurus that appeared in front of Bede at this moment, the largest was 9.5 meters in size, and the smallest was about 9 meters in size. Almost as high as a 3-story building. Their strength is also amazing. Every sweep of their tail can sweep several cars away. Fake. A middle-aged police officer with blonde hair and a somewhat elegant look held a pistol and used the cover of a car to aim at one of the Allosaurus and shoot wildly. However, the physical toughness of this Allosaurus is beyond imagination. The pistol bullet hit the Allosaurus, but it did not cause any substantial damage, as if it was scratching an itch. Some of them hit the thicker skin and even pop out. Carbon-based life can actually resist bullets physically. This is indeed a desperate scene. No wonder he broke the defense. This middle-aged police officer is George Stacy, the father of the extraordinary Gwen of the Extraordinary Universe. In the original plot, he would die in a confrontation with Dr. Lizard at the end of The Amazing Spider-Man. Now that Dr. Lizard is gone by Pete, and he is no longer wreaking havoc, naturally there is nothing wrong with him. But fate seems to be playing tricks on people. The small-sized dinosaur disappeared, but a large-sized real dinosaur appeared from nowhere. George Stacy was actually a little dazed at this time. He brought a few police officers to a nearby shop early this morning to investigate a burglary case, and just after the end, he heard a cry for help. When he arrived with a few police officers, the police officers who asked them for help had already died, and the bodies of the victims were everywhere. And what appeared in front of him were dinosaurs that had long been extinct. These Allosaurus not only killed a lot on the street, but also ate several people from time to time, causing great commotion on the street. George Stacy did not dare to neglect, and while asking the police station for help, he drove out. After some seduction, they finally succeeded in attracting several Allosaurus to the nearest sea crossing bridge. Compared with letting them rampage on the street, the sea crossing bridge with only 2 roads is obviously more suitable as a place to besiege them. However, the development of things is still beyond George Stacy's expectations. End of this chapter. The support did not arrive, and several of his police officers were already dead or injured. Now he was the only one left, and he fought and retreated, and barely survived. Now there is good news and bad news. The good news is that these 5 tyrannosaurs were successfully lured to the inside of the bridge. When the time comes, we only need to block both ends and suppress them with heavy firepower. Under the cover of modern firepower, these 5 tyrannosaurs can't make any trouble. The bad news is that he's out of bullets. Although the bullets are not very useful to these Allosaurus, the only function is probably to attract hatred, but with weapons in hand and without weapons, the confidence is different. What is there to say? When there is food in the gun, he speaks very toughly. Roar. The Allosaurus that George Stacy had poured the last bullet into suddenly let out a miserable howl and shook its head frantically. It turns out that I don't know if the last bullet had a lucky value added to it, but that bullet actually hit the Allosaurus eyeball. Although the skin of these Allosaurus seems to have been inexplicably enhanced, this does not change some biological characteristics, such as fragile eyes. This bullet directly caused it to suffer heavy damage. This Allosaurus with an injured eye immediately lost its mind and stumbled around wildly among its companions. Roar. At this time, the largest Allosaurus suddenly roared, jumped over suddenly, and stepped on the unconscious Allosaurus on the ground. Then, a shocking scene appeared. I saw the Allosaurus, which was suspected to be the leader, opened its mouth wide and spit out a series of words. George Stacy, who was hiding behind the car, couldn't understand the meaning of the string of words, but it was different from the low growl of wild beasts, but a patchwork of notes, obviously a special language. Immediately afterwards, under the increasingly shocked eyes of George Stacy, the Allosaurus, which was suppressed on the ground, gradually regained its composure, and whimpered a few times, as if it had been subdued. Then, the Allosaurus leader let go of it. The one-eyed Allosaurus stood up, let out a low growl, and turned its head to look in the direction of George Stacy, with a fierce light in its only remaining eyes. George Stacy's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't turn around and run away, because he knew that if he ran away, he would definitely not be able to outrun this dinosaur. He stood up directly and faced the one-eyed Allosaurus that rushed towards him. Come on. George Stacy threw the pistol fiercely, ready to sacrifice. There was a fishy wind blowing towards my face. George Stacy closed his eyes, and the last thoughts in his mind were his wife, daughter, and son. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound came. Immediately afterwards, there was another wailing sound and a heavy landing. George Stacy opened his eyes subconsciously and saw a somewhat familiar figure standing in front of him. Spider-Boy? George Stacy asked doubtfully. No, the style and material of the uniform seemed to be a little different. Who is this? B didn't know that behind him was Garfield's father-in-law. He didn't turn around and said, Officer, your mission is done. Fight monsters. It's better to leave it to monsters like me. Who are you? George Stacy asked the question in his heart. Me? I'm just a passing Spider-Man. After the voice fell, Peter raised his foot and walked forward. Be careful, they may be some kind of intelligent life, not just as simple as dinosaurs. George Stacy's loud reminder came from behind. Bede was slightly taken aback. Smart life. George Stacy said, it is also possible that our cognition has been wrong all the time. It may be that dinosaurs really ruled the earth hundreds of millions of years ago. After Bede paused for a moment, he continued to walk forward, talking and gesticulating. Hey, let me tell you, are you really intelligent life? Can we talk about it? George Stacy's words reminded him. This is the world of Marvel. Are talking animals weird? Isn't Spider-Pigman just a talking pig? Since Spider-Ham can come from a universe full of anthropomorphic animals, it doesn't seem particularly difficult to accept that these dinosaurs have intelligence. What made him even more surprised was that there was absolutely no such thing in the plot of The Amazing Spider-Man itself. Could it be that it's something from the sequel that wasn't filmed? So why does it appear early? Or is there something wrong with this universe? Bede was going to try to see if he could communicate first, and if he couldn't communicate with reason, he would use physics. Roar. The leader of the Allosaurus tilted his head and looked at PETA, as if he was really trying to figure out what he meant. But B always felt like it was looking at his battlesuit. The next moment, the Allosaurus leader suddenly raised his head to the sky and roared loudly. Ho 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 ho. Then, 5 Allosaurus, including the one-eyed Allosaurus that had just been knocked to the ground by Bede's punch, all rushed towards Bede. Okay, I know I'm not a master negotiator, Bede said indifferently, shrugging his shoulders. SHHH. He crossed his hands in front of him, shot out a few strands of spider silk from each, stuck to the bridge pillars on both sides, and then quickly overlapped them in front of him. Almost instantly, a spider's thread appeared on the bridge. Bede tiptoed, jumped back into the air, and then shot out a thread of spider silk, pulling up George Stacy who was standing below. Brother, stay here for a while. It's quite dangerous down there. Bede placed George Stacy on the thickest beam and said, Thank you. George Stacy thanked him. Bede was about to reply when suddenly his spider sense jumped violently. He turned his head sharply to look in one direction. A huge black shadow flew here from a certain direction in the city. That's a pterosaur? Roughly estimated, its wingspan is 15 meters. A name appeared in Bede's mind unconsciously. Fengshen pterosaur? Fengshen pterosaur is the largest type of pterosaur in the huge group of pterosaurs. It also has a name, feathered serpent pterosaur. Its wingspan exceeds 11 meters, and the largest even exceeds 15 meters. It is bigger than the F-16 fighter jet. About 1.5 meters long, it is the largest flying animal known to man. The head and wings of the fast-flying Fengshen pterosaur in front of him are green, and the neck and back are purple. The color scheme looks a bit weird, but it makes Bede feel a little familiar. However, he couldn't remember where he had seen this thing before. At this time, he could only be certain of one thing. This Aeolus pterosaur must have a direct connection with these Allosaurus. Boom! Several loud noises were heard below. PETA withdrew his gaze and looked down. It turned out that those Allosaurus rushed over foolishly, and then tripped over his spider thread. In this case, let's deal with you first. End of this chapter. Next to an Allosaurus lying on the ground, a spider silk was shot on the ground. Bede grabbed the spider thread with his left hand and pulled himself off with force. He clenched his fist with his left hand and punched the Allosaurus on the head. Boom! Hey! This Allosaurus didn't even have much time to react. After a short wailing, it fell to the ground not knowing whether it was alive or dead. Roar! On the other side, the Allosaurus leader struggled to his feet. It shook its head, calmed down a bit, then opened its big mouth and charged towards Bede. PETA kicked back. Dozens of tons of force kicked the Allosaurus leader on the side of his face, knocking him back repeatedly. But this prehistoric behemoth does have its uniqueness. That is rough skin and thick flesh. The ability to resist blows is extremely strong. If it were a human or an ordinary animal, it would probably be blown apart by Bede's punch. But the Allosaurus leader just fell to the ground and entered a state similar to dizziness. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bede shot out dozens of spider threads, sticking its head to the ground. Roar! Another Allosaurus crashed into him. At this time, Bede made an astonishing move. I saw that he didn't dodge, he just turned around, stretched out his hands and crossed them in front of him. He actually took the hit. However, he did not fall. On the nano-vibranium spider suit he was wearing, the spider lines suddenly started to light up. Bede took a step back, clenched his fist, and swung out at the Allosaurus, who was wondering why it didn't knock anyone away. Boom! Bede's own strength, coupled with the kinetic energy accumulated in the vibration gold battlesuit just now, directly blasted the whole Allosaurus into the air. Its head tilted straight down, from the original standing position to lying on its side, and it slid on the ground for dozens of meters before it came to a stop. Under the prejudgment of the spider sensor and the unparalleled defense of the vibrating gold battlesuit, Bede easily dealt with the 5 Allosaurus. 2 of them were killed by him on the spot, and the remaining 3 were also wounded. As for the follow-up treatment, that is none of his business. However, such a precious prehistoric creature might be taken away by Eagle Country officials, and then used by some biological laboratories for research, right? When Bede was thinking about it, roar. Suddenly, the 3 Allosaurus entangled on the ground by his spider silk let out screams. Colorful colors appeared on their bodies. Is this, all these things come from parallel universes? Bede's eyes widened. He was simply not too familiar with the scene in front of him. So, it's not that there's some trouble in this universe, but that the trouble in the parallel universe has spread here? Wait until this time the quantum collapse phenomenon disappears. It's better to be alive. The dead bodies of the 2 Allosaurus on the side have been completely crushed directly by the phenomenon of quantum collapse. It's the kind that's really crushed and crushed. Not even the dregs are left. It probably directly transformed into a quantum state smaller than a molecule and disappeared from this world. Old boss. There was a roar from above, and the craft paper vulture descended from the sky and landed on the crossbar of the bridge not far above Bede. Looking at the 2 Allosaurus corpses that were instantly compressed by quantum collapse and disappeared without a trace, his originally ugly face became even more ugly. It's probably something that hurts its kind. This scene made him deeply realize how serious the problems with him were. At the same time, it also made him understand what would happen to him if he lost Bede to provide him with energy. Peter nodded slightly. Spider-Man is good everywhere, with great strength, high agility, and quick response. He can be called a leader who can resist and fight the world. And after putting on the nano-vibranium suit, Bede looked like an assassin wearing the thickest armor. But Spider-Man has one rather glaring shortcoming. Can't fly. When facing enemies that can fly, Spider-Man is always somewhat restrained. So, when he saw the Aeolian pterosaur coming, he sent a message to the craft paper vulture to come over. Let's go. P2 looked to the other side, which was the direction from which the Fengshen pterosaur was flying. Originally, according to the flying speed of the Fengshen pterosaur, it should have been here long ago. But on its way here, it was intercepted by something, so until Bede killed the 5 Allosaurus, he was still on the other side. As for what was intercepted, seeing that there were no planes in the sky, it was obvious who it was. Either Gwen or Garfield, or even both together. After all, they go to the same school. The craft paper vulture immediately took flight. Bede jumped up and landed beside him, grabbing one of his hands. Afterwards, the craft paper vulture flapped its wings, and the 2 left. Behind him, George Stacy stared blankly at the scene as he was tied to the ground by quantum spider silk. What he saw in this battle greatly shocked him, and even somewhat refreshed his worldview. A human about the same size as him actually knocked over several dinosaurs more than 10 meters high with his fists. They even smashed both ends to death on the spot. Is this the superpower? If such superpowers do evil, how should they deal with it? Bede didn't know George Stacy's mental journey. He had come near the Fengshen pterosaur. As soon as he arrived here, he saw the situation here. It was indeed Gwen and Garfield who were fighting with the Fengshen pterosaur. I saw Gwen relying on her dexterous body to use the spider silk to move around the Aeolus pterosaur, so that it had no way to do anything to her. It could only use its wings to generate a hurricane to prevent Gwen from approaching. In comparison, the Garfield spider is much more immature. After all, he has been a Spider-Man for a short time, and he has experienced very few battles. It is more of an instinctive reaction based on the feedback given by the spider sense. But it is really difficult for him to make any effective offense. But he's not completely useless. Some people who didn't have time to escape were saved by him one by one. When rescuing people, he will also shoot spider silk at the head or wings of the Aeolian pterosaur from different directions to hinder its movements and provide some auxiliary effects for Gwen's battle. Quack! Being attacked by 2 bugs one after another, the Fengshen pterosaur was overwhelmed by the disturbance and let out a cry. When Gwen jumped on its back again, trying to hit its head, its body suddenly accelerated, and it hit a nearby building directly. Gwen hurriedly backed away, but there was no way to use her strength in the air, and she was about to fall. Throw me over there. Good boss. The craft paper vulture flicked hard, and Bede quickly flew towards where Gwen was. The only nearby building that could shoot spider silk was knocked down by the Aeolus pterosaur. I wonder if you will have the same back pain as Mr. Parker when you get older. Gwen was thinking that he might be thrown from several floors, and he thought of the middle-aged Peter Spider he met in the Ultimate Universe. He accidentally fell down when he was young, which caused a dull pain in his back when he was middle-aged. Call out. At this time, a figure passed by. Gwen felt herself falling into a hug. Are you all right? Peter asked, lowering his head. It's okay, Gwen said. Snapped. Bede landed lightly on the ground with Gwen in his arms. The vibrating gold battlesuits absorbed the kinetic energy of the 2 of them falling to the ground very well. Not only did the 2 of them not suffer any damage, even the ground was not damaged at all. Why are you here? Pede wondered, loosened his hand, and put Gwen on the ground. Zhongcheng Science and Technology Middle School is half a city away from here. It stands to reason that even if they got the news, it would not take such a short time to rush over. The school organized the students to visit the museum, and this happened when the bus drove to the nearby street, Gwen said after standing still. So you two skipped class together, right? Peter said angrily. The reason why he let Gwen go to school was to let her relax and experience the life that a normal girl of this age should have. For girls, 17 is as beautiful an age as flowers. She shouldn't be saddled with such a heavy responsibility as a superhero at this age. Gwen lowered her head in embarrassment. Whoa. While the two were talking, the Aeolian pterosaur that robbed the building with its head had stood up again from the ruins of the building. It knocked the top 2 floors of the building into rubble, but it itself is just like a normal person. This kind of destructive power and physical strength is really amazing. Quack! The Fengshan pterosaur raised its head to the sky and let out a long roar. Its eyes fell on Pete, staring at him firmly. This time Bede had an intuition that what he was looking at was the suit he was wearing. Could it be that Spider-Man also exists in the world where this Aeolus pterosaur and the 5 Allosaurus live? And have you ever fought against them? Is that why they keep staring at me in Spider-Man suit? Didn't have time to think more about it, because the Fengshan pterosaur had already flattered its wings, grabbed a wall and slapped Pete. Gwen, you get out of the way. Peeta looked up calmly. Well, don't worry, I'll help you. Gwen was not a weak girl, and she quickly found her position. Okay. Peeta agreed, clenched his fists, and began to exert force with his feet. Boom! The next moment, his body shot up, and the fist in his hand punched out, shattering the wall directly. Gah! The Aeolus pterosaur neighed like a mocking sound, stretched out its huge claws, and grabbed Bede. But Bede was prepared. After smashing the wall, his speed suddenly decreased, and as soon as he turned over, he landed on a relatively small wall fragment. At the same time, a spider web shot out from each of his hands, and it stuck to the larger wall fragment on the other side. A 270-degree turn of the body. Pulled by the spider silk, the fragment of wall hit the neck of the Fengshan pterosaur. It's a pity that this thing is still a little less powerful and does not cause any substantial damage to it. However, its offensive has been blocked. Bede took the opportunity to shoot out 2 strands of spider silk again, which stuck to the body of the Fengshan pterosaur, and with a strong pull, he pulled himself over. Another deft flip. Bede came to its neck. It is indeed an ancient behemoth that is bigger than a fighter jet. Its neck alone is so wide that it can almost run a horse. Bede sighed slightly, and then quickly ran towards the head of the Fengshan pterosaur. Although this Fengshan pterosaur is very powerful, as long as it is still a living creature, it has weaknesses. Obviously, for most living things, the brain is the biggest weakness. Fengshan pterosaur also noticed Bede's intention. Its huge body shows extraordinary agility. It flapped its wings violently, forcibly reversed its flying direction, and then flew high into the sky. This is the move it used to deal with similar land creatures in the past. Land creatures do not have the ability to fly. As long as they fall from a high altitude, they will be smashed to pieces. Sometimes some blind velociraptors would attack him while he was sleeping on the ground, and try to challenge the famous green-winged dragon Norman, but he would easily throw him off. Even a younger brother who tried to challenge his status was caught and thrown to death by him. However, the moves that had always been invincible in the past had lost their effect on Bede. Whether it's spider silk or biostatic electricity, he can easily walk on the body of the Fengshan pterosaur. Let the Fengshan pterosaur spin and spin vigorously in the air, or make some unexpected moves. Bede completely ignored them all. Peeta is not in a hurry now. He sat cross-legged directly above the head of the Fengshan pterosaur, tapped on the top of its eyes with his fingers sideways, and said, "Can you understand me? You should also be an intelligent creature." When he was talking to those Allosaurus just now, he felt that the other party should be an intelligent one. Judging from various performances, this Aeolus pterosaur is probably even smarter than those Allosaurus. Quack! The Fengshan pterosaur let out a howl, and Bede seemed to hear some irritation from it. This time he was convinced that this guy was indeed very intelligent, but they couldn't communicate effectively because they didn't understand the language. How to communicate with dinosaurs? Bede was in trouble now. Even if it's gestures, people's living habits and behavior patterns are different, so it's hard to understand success. At this time, the Fengshan pterodactyl suddenly let out a wail, and its figure that had climbed up suddenly fell down. Even the infinite 360-degree whirlwind used to shake off Bede was no longer used. Bede almost fell down too. He stretched out his hand helplessly and input a stream of quantum energy into the body of the Fengshan pterosaur. The quantum collapse phenomenon disappears instantly. The Fengshan pterosaur, which was suffering from great pain, blinked suspiciously. At this time, Bede stretched out his hand and patted his head. How is it? The eyes of the Fengshan pterosaur moved upward slightly, as if it glanced at Bede, and then it stopped turning around wildly, flew smoothly, and landed downwards. Bede patted twice quickly, and then pointed in the direction of the suburbs of New York. Don't go to the city, land there. Quack! The Fengshan pterosaur roared with some dissatisfaction, but obediently followed and turned to the direction of Bede's finger. Bede used the communicator to inform the craft paper vulture and Gwen about the situation here, and then he sat on the back of the Aeolus pterosaur with peace of mind and headed towards the outskirts of the city. Swish! A huge circle of light suddenly appeared directly in front of Bede and the Fengshan pterosaur. Bede froze for a moment, then came to his senses. Isn't this thing Doctor Strange's teleportation array? It turns out that there is also Doctor Strange in this universe? No, judging from the plot of Doctor Strange 2, The Multiverse of Madness, it is true that Doctor Strange will exist in most parallel universes. It's just that, in the original The Amazing Spider-Man plot, Doctor Strange never appeared. Not to mention Doctor Strange, other superheroes or supercriminals from the Marvel Universe rarely appear in the Amazing Universe. First Dr. Octopus, then Doctor Strange. Sure enough, every universe is not simple, and everything must not be viewed simply from the perspective of the original plot. Not to mention the mentality of a time traveler, a prophet, etc., to elevate yourself. Bede examined his past words and deeds, and made some changes in his heart again. Without Bede's orders, the Fengshan pterosaur had already stopped in front of the transmission circle. Obviously this sudden appearance made him very afraid. Just when he was hesitating, Peter patted his head. Go in and have a look. Hold head high. The Aeolus pterosaur has a very high IQ. After this short period of getting along, it has actually been able to understand the meanings of some of the different notes that Pete uttered. At least one person and one dragon can already have some simple communication. Call. The Fengshan pterosaur flapped its wings and took Bede into the transmission circle. Opposite the teleportation circle is a primitive jungle. In the center of the jungle stands a high mountain, at least 1,000 meters high. Bede looked from a distance, and saw that a large piece seemed to have been forcibly dug out on the side of the high mountain. With the mountain stone as the base, a palace-like building was carved out of it. Part of it protruded from the mountain, and more parts Bede guessed were housed within the mountain. This is the supreme sanctuary of this world. He is also mentally prepared for the fact that the supreme sanctuary in different worlds will be different. There are also different types of parallel universes. As a sci-fi author who has almost reached the standard for the time spent on the street, Bede has carefully studied the relevant theoretical knowledge before traveling. According to the description of quantum in quantum physics, as well as the theory of countless worlds, the reason can probably be explained. Parallel universes are born due to the irregular activities of quantum particles. Give the simplest example. When you are standing on this side of the road and going to the other side, the first method is to cross directly from the road, which is universe 1. The second method is to walk over the overpass above the road, which is universe 2. The third way is to walk through the underground passage under the road, which is universe 3. The fourth method, you can find a hunk to throw you over. This is universe 4. And so on. And the in it is quantum. Depending on your different movement trajectories, different universes are formed. Besides that, there are others. For example, in the first method, you walk, run, crawl, or jump across. In short, although your starting point and end point are the same, different universes are still formed in the meantime. 111213. When the Fengshan pterosaur led Bede to land in front of the supreme sanctuary dug in the mountain, a figure that Bede was very familiar with appeared in front of them. Bede confirmed his identity with a glance. Doctor Strange? Stephen Strange from the Amazing Universe. He looks older than the 616 movie universe, about 50 years old. If he became the Supreme Mage at the same age as the Doctor Strange who Bede is more familiar with, it means that this extraordinary Doctor Strange is really an extraordinary existence. Because his research in the field of magic is at least a few levels higher than the other one. Magic is like traditional Chinese medicine, it becomes more and more popular the older you get. Because it requires too much knowledge accumulation. Hi, first time meeting, Doctor Strange. Peter jumped off the Aeolian pterosaur. I don't know why the Supreme Sorcerer summoned me here. You shouldn't have come to this world, Doctor Strange said blankly, looking at Bede was slightly startled, and felt a little vigilant in his heart. It appears the Doctor Strange of this world isn't particularly kind to him. However, there was no warning from the spider sensor, which meant that the other party was not hostile at least for now. Why do you say that? Peter wondered. Dr. Extraordinary Strange said, your arrival has changed the world too much, and even directly caused the instability of the multiverse structure. Bede wondered, in this case, why didn't you stop me at first? I know Strange from another world, and he sent me to this world. I think, with your ability, you should stop me when I come to this world. The world will know of my arrival at the first moment, right? Doctor Strange looked at him flatly, and said, I saw a mysterious power in you that can affect or even change the laws of the multiverse. I thought you could change this world, or even the entire multiverse. But now you're still here to stop me. Bede was puzzled by the meaning of Doctor Strange's words, but he could hear that he seemed to be letting him go from the beginning to somehow becoming a constraint now. Doctor Strange shook his head slightly. I'm not here to stop you, but to warn you. Huh. Bede didn't understand what he meant. Doctor Strange stretched out a finger and raised it a little higher. A golden light flew out and shot into the head of the Fengshan pterosaur at the side. The Fengshan pterodactyl didn't even hum, and then fell to the ground with its head down. Alarm bells rang in Bede's mind. This Doctor Strange's magical attainment is much, much higher than he imagined. Seeing the leopard in the tube, the move just now feels stronger than the Doctor Strange in Doctor Strange 2 who has gone through years of subdued training. Don't worry, just let him sleep. The next words should not be heard by others, Doctor Extraordinary Strange reassured. He was clearly explaining, but his expression remained expressionless, as if his emotions had been stripped from his brain. Doctor Strange's fingers stretched out in the air again. The surrounding environment began to change rapidly. In just a moment, Bede realized that he had left the extraordinary universe and came to another space. End of this chapter. Doctor Strange was still standing 3 to 5 meters away from him, and the relative positions of the two had not changed. Their feet are still stepping on the ground before, but the original 1,000-meter-high thick mountain has all disappeared, leaving only a layer of floor tiles less than 30 centimeters thick under the feet. The Fengshan pterosaur naturally disappeared completely. It was probably left outside, and beyond the ground under their feet, there is all space turbulence, which is very strange at first glance. It's as if time, space, and everything else have no meaning here. Doctor Strange said, "This is the soul gem space of this universe." Soul gem? Bede asked in surprise, "Is the artifact of the Supreme Mage in this world the soul gem?" Doctor Strange nodded and said, "Yes." He looked at the Eye of Agamotto hanging on Bede's chest and said, "It seems that the me in the other world doesn't use the soul gem." Bede nodded, but didn't explain much. Having watched Doctor Strange 2, he knows that not every Doctor Strange in the world is from the lawful camp. Among them are not only those who destroyed the world, but also those who peeped into the dark book and wanted to destroy the multiverse. Marvel is really dangerous, and if you are not careful, you may burp. And it's still the kind of unclear death. Dr. Extraordinary Strange saw Bede's guard against him, and didn't take it seriously, but made a move that surprised Bede. I saw his figure suddenly flickered, and turned into a transparent appearance. "You?" Doctor Strange said calmly, "As you can see, I am actually dead." Dead. Bede was even more shocked. In other words, the Doctor Strange in front of him was just a soul. "That's right, I am in the state of a soul body now," Dr. Extraordinary Strange replied without the slightest emotion. Peter understood now. No wonder Doctor Strange has the same expression from beginning to end. They are all soul bodies, so it is normal to have no expression, okay, but why? What happened to this universe? Bede asked in surprise. The Doctor Strange in front of him is still more skilled in magic than the one in the 616 movie universe. What is the reason for his death? Can only linger in the soul gem space. From the plot lines of The Amazing Spider-Man, there is no clue of any special changes in this universe. Doctor Strange shook his head. The accident does not come from this universe. Another multiverse question? Bede asked. Dr. Extraordinary nodded and said, "Since the other I entrust you with the symbol of the Supreme Mage with confidence, it means that your character has been tested by him and has been approved by him. But the following words, I hope you just keep it in your heart, absolutely never tell the third person." Bede looked solemn, nodded solemnly, and said, "I promise." Later, Doctor Strange told Bede his story. The overall experience of Stephen Strange in the Amazing Universe is actually very similar to that of the 616 movie universe. He used to be a very good neurosurgeon, but a car accident caused him to lose his stable hands and his job. In order to cure his hands, he visited famous doctors, but unfortunately he got nothing. Until he was desperate, he accidentally heard someone say that there was a supreme mage in the Himalayas named Ancient One, who might have the ability to heal him. Strange was spotted by the ancient master, accepted as his apprentice, and taught him magic. Doctor Strange was extremely accomplished in magic and soon inherited the mantle of the Ancient One. After the death of the Ancient One, he succeeded him as the new Sorcerer Supreme. At the same time, he also inherited the artifact of the Supreme Mage of this world, the Eye of Agamotto, which contains the Soul Gem. Although the Soul Stone version of the Eye of Agamotto does not give the extraordinary Doctor Strange the ability to infinitely resurrect like the Time Stone version of the Eye of Agamotto, but it can greatly increase the strength of his soul. The strength of the soul affects the spirit, and the spirit is the most important attribute of the mage. With the help of the Soul Gem version of the Eye of Agamotto, the extraordinary Doctor Strange defeated his fallen brother Moto, and repelled the interdimensional evil god Dormammu who came to collect debts. Although he did not defeat him, he was able to defeat Dormammu head-on. This record should be extremely impressive among the many Doctor Stranges in the entire multiverse. You need to know how long it took for the extraordinary Doctor Strange to inherit the position of Sorcerer Supreme at that time. After that, Doctor Strange fulfilled his responsibility as a Supreme Mage and silently used his magic to guard the universe in secret. This universe is not like the 616 movie universe or the comic universe, where there are no superheroes and supervillains blooming. There is no such thing as Thanos who tries to collect 6 infinite gems to snap his fingers. Perhaps the Thanos of this universe was not born, or he died halfway. In short, there may be many. Quiet and thoughtful. Maybe Doctor Strange has a spirit of adventure. Same goes for Doctor Strange. Relying on the strength of his soul that was continuously increased by the Soul Gem, when he wandered into the void, his spirit easily came into contact with other parallel universes. However, as the Supreme Mage, he is well aware of the seriousness of the laws of the multiverse, so although he perceives them, he never dares to touch them. Didn't even take a step beyond the Thunder Pool. Just wandering between the gaps in the parallel universe, trying to comprehend more magic and things like that. Until one day, he suddenly realized that a parallel universe he once perceived seemed to have disappeared. He quickly went to check, but found nothing. That universe disappeared without a trace, leaving no trace, and quietly. Doctor Strange then continued his investigation. The hard work paid off, and finally one day, he once again sensed the destruction of a universe. But this time, after he arrived in time, he finally saw the appearance of some of the culprits. It was a very muscular man, sitting in a strangely shaped space vehicle. Behind him, a huge wormhole was closing, and many extremely large spaceships could be vaguely seen inside. When Doctor Strange found him, the other party found him at the same time. Then, without saying a word, the other party launched an attack on him. The two sides started a big battle. At the beginning, the two sides were evenly matched. Even Doctor Strange has a slight upper hand. But when the huge wormhole reopened and spaceships drilled out of it, Doctor Strange began to retreat. However, it's too late. End of this chapter. The other party seems to have the ability to track him directly across the universe. After realizing this, Doctor Strange made a decisive decision and committed suicide. He annihilated his own breath of life, and he also broke this tracking. In the end, the other party let it go. Or maybe they are still looking for the traces of Doctor Strange, but after all, there are so many parallel universes that it is not easy to find them. In short, up to now, according to the time of the extraordinary universe, 3 years have passed, but there are still no pursuers. After his suicide, Doctor Strange discovered that he hadn't really died. Due to the powerful soul power, he was reborn in the soul gem soon after his death, only in the form of a soul body. The current him is somewhat similar to the existence form of the weapon spirit in the novels of Eastern cultivation of immortals. Because of being integrated with the soul gem, his attainments in soul and magic are actually higher than when he was alive. But also because of the limitations of the Infinity Stones as single cosmic treasures, he no longer has the ability to use his soul power to travel through space and travel to other worlds. The soul gem has become a tool to protect him, and at the same time it has become a shackle to restrain him. It can only be said that there are gains and losses. But Doctor Strange wasn't so lucky. Because when he was fighting that guy, he used his powerful soul power to see some fragments from the opponent's soul. The guy's name was Nathaniel Richards, and he seemed to be from a parallel universe from some future era. The space car that Doctor Strange saw was the machine he used to travel through time. Using a time machine, he traveled across countless centuries and became the overlord of countless timelines. Among them, there are fragments from the ancient Egyptian period, and he seems to be called Rama-Tut in that era. There are also fragments in the modern period. Fragment of a chaotic dark age. He even saw himself in a certain clip. It was obviously Doctor Strange in that universe, and the two matched up for some unknown reason. It's a pity that the other party seems to have some kind of means to protect his own soul. Even with Dr. Extraordinary Strange's attainments in the soul, there is no way to get too much specific information. You can only get these corners and corners. Richards. Bede asked puzzled, are you sure it's Richards? In the world before he traveled, the surname Richards might not represent anything. But in the Marvel world, this is a surname that has to be taken seriously. Because there is an existence that plays an important role in many universes, and its surname is Richards. Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards? He is the leader of the Fantastic Four and a genius scientist. During a space mission, he and his 3 partners were irradiated by cosmic rays, which changed their body structure and became a superhero. But compared to his ability to manipulate the shape of his body at will, somewhat similar to Luffy's rubber ability in One Piece, his mind cannot be ignored. In the world before Petra traveled, many people jokingly called him Godsticta. This is because he has genius-level intelligence and is proficient in almost all fields of science and technology. Time travel, space travel, biochemistry, mechanics, computers, communications, synthesis, Super Spider-Man's nanosuit, mutation, study the Venom symbiote, transportation, holographic projection, and so much more. As if there was nothing he couldn't do. Many of his inventions are very powerful, and some of them can even compete with the gods, so he is known as the smartest person on Earth. And this guy named Nathaniel Richards not only bears the surname of Richards, he even owns things like a time machine and a space fleet. It was hard for him not to suspect some connection between the two. You suspect that he has something to do with Mr. Fantastic. Doctor Strange said. Obviously, Doctor Strange, who has browsed many parallel universes, knows about the existence of Mr. Fantastic. Peter nodded. Doctor Strange said, Mr. Fantastic's father is indeed named Nathaniel Richards. Huh. Peter was a little surprised. Is he the father of Mr. Fantastic? Doctor Strange choked on Bede's words, and said speechlessly, that's not true, it should just be the same name. In fact, I suspect that this Nathaniel is a descendant of Mr. Fantastic, named after his ancestor. Suddenly Bede realized, there is indeed such a tradition in Western culture that one would name one's offspring after someone they respect. What does it mean? Anyway, Bede, who is an Easterner, can't quite understand it. Dr. Extraordinary Strange looked at Bede, and said earnestly, the other party is powerful, and may even have some kind of ability to monitor the multiverse. So, although I agree with your practice of changing the fate of some people, you must be careful to attract the attention of the other party. At least, before you have the ability to fight against them, you must be careful, and be careful. I see, Peter said solemnly. He finally understood why Doctor Strange had said these words to him. Regardless of what he did in the 616 movie universe, since he came to the extraordinary universe, he has actually made many changes to this universe. He subdued Dr. Connors and made him give up the idea of continuing to be a lizard, which was equivalent to saving the life of Extraordinary Gwen's father in disguise. He directly took the blood of the Garfield spider to Norman Osborn, regardless of whether his genetic disease can be cured in the end, but in the end it would not cause direct conflicts between the Osborn family and Spider-Man as in the original plot. There is no reason for direct conflict between the two, and Extraordinary Gwen should not be killed like in the original plot. These are still compared with known plots. Besides that, there's Dr. Octavius's. With Pete's current participation, it is obviously impossible for Dr. Octavius to become Dr. Octopus again. He may have become Dr. Octopus for various reasons, but now he has sufficient funds and the analogy of the different knowledge that Bede promised brought from various parallel universes. You can have enough to eat, and you still rebel? Isn't that a brain hole? And all of what he did caused great deviations in this universe. If the guy who is suspected to be a descendant of Mr. Fantastic really has the ability to monitor the multiverse and travel through the timeline, it means that the other party has also seen the plot. Then his way of drastically changing the plot might really attract his attention? Bede doesn't think he can compete with a being who can't even be defeated by the extraordinary Doctor Strange, who is the Supreme Mage. End of this chapter. But, in this way, wouldn't he be unable to recruit his subordinates? Is his super dimension task force going to die before it can even be formed? Bede felt numb for a while. Seemingly seeing Bede's worry, Dr. Extraordinary Strange said, "Don't worry, your hyperspace task force has a very good idea, so you can do it with confidence." His eyes can see through the soul and penetrate to the essence. Everything about Bede seemed to be invisible in front of him. In this regard, Bede has already done badly and gave up struggling. To hide a little secret in front of such a big boss, the possibility is very low. He was more concerned about the immediate issue and asked doubtfully, "How to say?" Dr. Strange reaches out his hand. "This is the universe we're in now," Dr. Strange said, and between his palms, a sphere appeared. Then, he gently threw his hand upwards, and a series of balls appeared, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, plus the red at the beginning. A total of 7 balls appeared in the space between the two people. "This is the multiverse," Dr. Strange continued. Peter nodded, but didn't understand what he wanted. At this time, Dr. Strange volleyed a little. A red dot comes out of the red ball and lands on the orange ball. This is a parallel universe event. Dr. Strange zoomed in on the red and orange balls so Pete could see them more clearly. "There are extra red dots, they are all changed, right?" Peter nodded. He still has a say in this matter. For the Marvel Universe, he, the time traveler, is the red dot. In fact, from the moment he came, no matter what he did or how much he did, it has changed for this universe. It's like there are red dots in the orange ball. Dr. Strange's hand moved slightly. This time, different numbers of color dots were separated from all 7 color balls, and then randomly thrown into different color balls. For a time, the 7 colored balls turned into colorful shapes. "This is a multiverse event," Dr. Strange said. "You must have experienced it." Peter nodded. Because Jin of the Ultimate Universe created a particle collider and opened up the connection between multiple parallel universes, Pete, Gwen, Shadow Spider, Penny, and others met in the Ultimate Universe. Although they eventually solved the problem and left the Ultimate Universe, the traces they left behind cannot be erased. Later, he met the craft paper vulture in Gwen's universe, and the Aeolian pterosaur and Allosaurus in the Extraordinary Universe. He was not sure whether it was related to the particle collider, but apparently, they're also from parallel universes. Their arrival has also had varying degrees of impact on the two universes. But what does this have to do with their topic? Wait, B seems to understand. His eyes lit up and he said, "In other words, by taking these visitors from the parallel universe away from this universe, in a sense, I am protecting this universe so that it will not be affected too much." Dr. Extraordinary Strange nodded. "So your thinking is correct, and you can continue to go on like this." When Bede heard this, he felt happy. This is equivalent to having a big boss's approval. The psychological burden on him to do this next will be much lighter. At this moment, Bede thought of another question. "But, I don't want to send them back to their original universe, but..." Dr. Strange did not explain immediately, but stretched out his hand and drew a circle in the air. Immediately, there was a white ball wrapping the 7 colorful balls. Then, the colorful balls suddenly exploded and turned into countless colorful light spots, but these colorful light spots were all bound inside the white ball. Peter watched this scene thoughtfully. He seemed to understand something. Dr. Strange said, "This is the collection of the entire multiverse. In more scientific terms, you can also call it, well, what is that thing called? Countless worlds?" The hypothesis put forward by Democritus. Bede asked tentatively. "That's right," Dr. Strange nodded, acknowledging this statement. "This white ball is countless worlds? So, for countless worlds, no matter what happens in each world, it will not actually affect the whole." In order to make his words more vivid, Dr. Strange controlled the changes in the white ball while speaking. "I saw the colorful dots inside the white ball turn into a straight line for a while, and then a herringbone for a while, which is very embarrassing. Finally, with the snap of Dr. Strange's fingers, everything in the white ball returned to its original state." He spoke again. "If in a certain multiverse event, these originally came from different universes and were going to points in different universes, but for some reason went to other universes, then their actions would have consequences for the entire countless worlds. Does it affect it? I saw operations appearing in the light sphere. The red dots that fell on the orange ball, the orange dots that fell on the yellow ball, and the yellow dots that fell on the green ball. These color dots that invaded different parallel universes were stripped out one after another, gathered together, and placed in the same space. In a universe." Bede understood completely this time. It means that these have already been separated from the existence of the local universe due to the events of the multiverse, such as the craft vulture, the pterosaur, and the allosaurus, no matter whether they went to the parallel universe 1 according to the original rules, or being taken to parallel universe 2 by Bede. It actually doesn't matter, because this is still within the scope of multiverse events. After asking this clearly, Bede asked another question. Then, as a point from a different universe, I entered this universe and made changes to this universe. Why do you think it doesn't matter if the degree of impact is not big? He still remembered what Doctor Strange said when he first met him. It was Bede's growing influence on the world, and Doctor Strange showed up to meet him out of fear of attracting the attention of Nathaniel Richards. Otherwise, it is very likely that even Bede does not know that such a big boss exists in this world. Doctor Strange is in the soul gem space, which is equivalent to being in a small independent world. Only ghosts can be found by normal people. But Doctor Strange acquiesced to his small changes in the world, which made him puzzled. Doctor Strange said, "Have you seen Game of Thrones?" Peeta nodded. There is a sentence in it called "Chaos is a ladder." This chaos that has swept across the multiverse may also become your ladder. Your source and your existence are destined to confront him one day. If don't want to lose everything, grab everything you need in this chaos. Thanks. Is this free to watch? 15588 rewards? End of this chapter. Chapter 123 Pterosaur Norman. The wind howled in Bede's ears. At this time, he had already left the supreme sanctuary of the extraordinary universe sitting on the Fengshen Pterosaur. But the words that the extraordinary Doctor Strange sent to him before leaving were still echoing in his mind. Chaos is the ladder? It may sound a little unclear at first, but if you think about it carefully, you can understand what it means. Bede, a traverser, is essentially different from guys like craft vultures and Fengshen pterosaurs. Although they all went from one universe to another universe that they shouldn't have gone to, they had a certain degree of influence on the other universe. But Bede is an exceptional being from outside the countless worlds, which means that no matter what he does, everything he does will have an impact on this entire countless worlds. As his strength continues to grow and his influence continues to expand, this influence will only grow. In the end, we will face off against the guy who seems to control many universes and the forces behind him. Originally, his presence would be very eye-catching, and he might be discovered by the other party if he was not careful. But now, a chaos that has swept the multiverse for unknown reasons has given him good cover. Unless the other party also has extremely high soul power attainments like Doctor Strange, or some ability that is close to omniscience, otherwise, even if Bede is in front of them, they will not be able to know Bede's specialness. At most, he is regarded as a relatively unique individual in the multiverse. Especially in this chaos of the multiverse, countless creatures are going from this universe to another for different reasons. In this case, Bede was successfully hidden by traveling across the universe and even slightly changing some of the original plot. The ripples caused by a single stone thrown into the pond are indeed conspicuous, but when countless stones are thrown into the pond one after another, the pond is full of ripples, and one of them is naturally insignificant. Then, Bede lowered his head and looked at the Aeolus pterosaur at his feet. Before leaving, Doctor Strange gave him a gift. This is a soul spell. The effect is very simple, that is, it enables Bede to bypass language barriers and directly communicate with others spiritually. This ability is still very important to him. In the future, he may go to more universes, and it is inevitable that he will encounter communication barriers. With this magic version of the automatic translator, these obstacles were directly removed for him. After acquiring this ability, Bede immediately used it on the Fengshen pterosaur. What he learned later surprised him. This Fengshen pterosaur's real name is actually Norman. He was once a Tyrannosaurus. One day, he led his Tyrannosaurus brothers to hunt in the jungle and spotted a group of pterosaurs living between the jungle and the mountains. Among those pterosaurs, one named Peter Parker was particularly weak and was almost caught by them several times. They decided to beat him as a tooth sacrifice today. Norman the Tyrannosaurus broke into the lair of the pterosaurs, and when the pterosaur Parker wasn't paying attention, he bit his wing. Seeing that the pterosaur Parker was about to die at the mouth of the Tyrannosaurus Norman, a meteorite suddenly fell from the sky. What a coincidence, this meteorite hit Norman the Tyrannosaurus on the head. For a time, blood flowed across the river. Tyrannosaurus Norman and pterosaur Parker fell together. Afterwards, many spiders crawled out of that meteorite. With the fall of the leader, Norman the Tyrannosaurus's younger brothers also dispersed, and the pterosaurs of pterosaur Parker's companions ran away early. The night passed and the day came. When the sunlight shone in the pterosaur's lair, two figures stood up unsteadily. It turned out to be Tyrannosaurus Norman and pterosaur Parker. It's just that their appearance has changed dramatically. Parker, who was originally a pterosaur, has now turned into a red and blue and strong body, short forelimbs, and sharp fangs, all of which show that he has now turned into a tyrannosaur. And Norman, who was originally a Tyrannosaurus, turned into a pterosaur with green head and wings, purple neck and back, and a lot bigger shape, and the most powerful Fengshen among pterosaurs. Pterosaurs are highly similar. The new pterosaur Norman couldn't believe the changes in his body at first, and then angrily rushed towards the Tyrannosaurus Parker. "Bastard Parker, it must be your dirty and low blood that flowed into my body, which made me look like this." Norman the pterosaur's furious look startled Parker the Tyrannosaurus. He quickly explained, "Put your N on me? It was the stone that suddenly hit us. We all fainted at the time. How could I know what happened next?" Why don't you think about it with your walnut-sized brain? Do you think it's reasonable to say that? Pterodactyl Norman, the tone of your explanation is really fresh and refined. I don't care, it's you who made me as weak as you. Norman the pterodactyl said angrily. Tyrannosaurus Parker also holds a sharp blade and has a murderous intention. He was fed up with Norman's weakness. In the past, when he was a pitiful, weak, and helpless pterosaur, tyrannosaurs often attacked him and wanted to eat him. Sometimes I deliberately scare him and make him fly away in a hurry, and then laugh while watching him escape from below. Such humiliation. Such humiliation? He's had enough. Strength. Infinite power emerged from the Tyrannosaurus Parker's body along with the anger. Roar. Parker showed the true power of a Tyrannosaurus. He flicked his thick tail violently, and knocked the pterosaur Norman away with one blow. Although the Aeolus pterosaur mutated by Norman is huge in size, as a flying creature, the pterosaur is weaker than land creatures of the same size in terms of weight and other aspects. In addition, he didn't expect the weak Parker to dare to attack him on his own initiative. If he didn't notice for a moment, he was injured immediately. Bastard Parker. The pterosaur Norman jumped into a rage, quickly turned over, and driven by biological instinct, he controlled his new body and rushed towards the Tyrannosaurus Parker. The two dragons struggled for a while, but because both sides were unfamiliar with their new bodies, they were still in trouble. In the end, Norman the pterosaur chose to leave. The two dragons have a temporary truce. After Norman the pterosaur returned to his original residence, he found that his former Tyrannosaurus brothers were taking the opportunity to divide up his inheritance. It turned out that they all thought the boss was dead, so they quickly divided their luggage and ran away. The pterosaur Norman, who was in a very unhappy mood, immediately killed these two evil brothers, and then reunited his men to seek revenge from the Tyrannosaurus Parker. Unexpectedly, when the pterosaur Norman was integrating forces, Tyrannosaurus Parker was also getting familiar with his new abilities. Faced with the siege of the pterosaur Norman and his Tyrannosaurus brothers, Tyrannosaurus Parker calmly shot out a lot of spider silk from his short hands, tied up all the Tyrannosaurus brothers, and walked away. Before leaving, he left a name. From then on, he was called Spider Tyrannosaurus. End of this chapter. Although Parker seems to have become bloated after turning into a spider Tyrannosaurus, his reaction speed, strength, etc. are actually more than 10 times stronger than the average Tyrannosaurus. More importantly, he can spit out spider silk. That kind of magical spider silk is much more powerful than what ordinary spiders spit out. It can even drag a body as large as a spider Tyrannosaurus through the jungle. In this way, the only flying advantage of the pterosaur Norman, the body of the mutant pterosaur, disappeared. After trying several encirclements, ambushes, sneak attacks, etc., but unable to deal with the spider Tyrannosaurus, Norman the pterodactyl had no choice but to let it go. Later, he established his own kingdom in the jungle by relying on his body that had also mutated and become stronger, and his clever mind. His subordinates call him Green-Winged Dragon Demon, until he was suddenly teleported into this world. After learning about Norman the pterosaur, Bede was speechless. He said that when he first saw him, he always felt a little familiar. The color scheme of this pterosaur Norman, as well as some of his details, are somewhat similar to the ultimate green goblin seen in the Ultimate Universe. So, in fact, Norman the pterosaur is also one of the green goblins in the multiverse. I just don't know if this guy has a split personality like the version of Toby Spider's Green Goblin. Have to pay attention first. As for his role, Bede decided to use him as a mount. People fly planes, and he rides Fengshen pterosaurs. Does this force Grauman? Cough. With air units, it is indeed much more convenient to go anywhere. Moreover, the speed of the pterosaur Norman is actually not too low. Because he is a strengthened species, he is a bit faster than the ordinary Fengshen pterosaur, and can reach almost 200 km per hour. This speed is almost catching up with the minimum standard of high-speed rail. This was when he was flying smoothly. According to the pterosaur Norman himself, if he keeps this speed, he can fly in the sky for 10 days and a half months without coming down. And if it erupts instantly, his speed can reach 1000 km per hour, which is almost close to the speed of sound. With such a huge body of flesh and blood, such a speed, according to normal understanding, seems to be a fantasy. But this is a world of untold magic and pseudoscience. To sum up, the pterosaur Norman is more than enough to serve as a flying mount. Bede doesn't quite know what pterosaur Norman thinks. The sole ability given to him by Dr. Extraordinary Strange can only allow him to communicate with each other, but it can't really read mind. But at least for now, Norman the pterosaur has surrendered. In this way, he has overfulfilled the task in this world. Bede did not bring Norman the pterosaur back. Such a big Aeolian pterosaur would be too ostentatious when entering the city. He found a seemingly deserted forest outside New York City, and let the pterosaur Norman stay in it for the time being. Then he arranged for the craft paper vulture to come here to help take care of it. Next, he has to rush to save the other little brother. It was the 3 Allosaurus that he had captured. The boss of pterosaur Norman is his dragon, so don't the 3 Allosaurus younger brothers count as his? What a joke! Bede has already learned from Norman the pterosaur that his Allosaurus younger brothers are all at the elite level. In his world, there is a magical herb that can increase some strength and make the skin and flesh stronger after eating. These herbs are rare. After the pterosaur Norman unified the jungle, he found some and used them to cultivate a dozen elite Allosaurus, forming a Tyrannosaurus team. On weekdays, even if Norman the pterodactyl doesn't take action himself, the Tyrannosaurus team alone is enough to defend their huge kingdom. Therefore, these 3 Allosaurus have been regarded by Bede as his subordinates, and they must not fall into the hands of the Eagle Kingdom officials. When Bede rushed to the Cross-Sea Bridge, he saw that the entire bridge had been completely blocked. The unrelated vehicles inside were removed one by one, and replaced by military vehicles painted in camouflage. Obviously, these sudden appearance of prehistoric creatures have attracted the attention of the officials of the Eagle country in this world. The spider silk on the 3 Allosaurus was cleaned up by these soldiers by some unknown method, which is not surprising. The spider silk itself is a protein fiber. There are many ways to dissolve it, and it doesn't have to be brute force. Instead, steel cables as thick as forearms tied up the feet and heads of the 3 Allosaurus. Below the bridge, several transport ships were quietly parked. At this moment, the first transport ship was slowly sailing away from the place, and an Allosaurus had been placed on it. On the transport ship next to it, someone was using the crane on the transport ship to slowly hoist an Allosaurus up. Wow! Nano-vibrating gold particles flowed out, covering Bede's body. At the same time, several vibranium spider legs popped out from behind him. Bede's figure flew through the air. The vibrating gold spider's legs poked repeatedly, cutting off the chain that was obviously made of some kind of alloy steel. Boom! The Allosaurus fell heavily to the ground and let out a whine. Bede jumped on him, tossed and turned a few times, and at the same time, the vibrating gold spider's legs stabbed repeatedly, breaking all the chains on his body in a short time. Roar! It's suffocating me. The Allosaurus stood up, opened its mouth wide and said something, leaving Bede speechless. Peter was standing on his forehead at the moment, stomping his feet lightly. Find a chance to run over there, you know? Your boss is waiting for you over there. Boss Norman. This Allosaurus was a little silly, wondering if it was because of being thrown just now. Oh, I remembered, you were the one who took Boss Norman away? Say, you what happened to Boss Norman? In fact, the Allosaurus only roared a few times, but Bede heard so many meanings in his ears. Shut up, I'm your boss's boss now. If you're disobedient, I'll leave you here and let those people catch you, slice you up, draw your blood, and eat your meat. Bede said angrily. Ah, don't leave Nalo here. Please. The Allosaurus Nalo growled aggrieved twice. Bede held his forehead speechlessly. If it wasn't for the soul power given by Doctor Strange, he would never have thought that 2 roars could convey so much meaning. What's the name of that over there? Bede pointed to the ground on the other side. Allosaurus Nalo replied honestly, his name is Sartra. What about that one over there? Bede pointed to the Allosaurus on the transport ship that was sailing far away. Allosaurus Nalo said, her name is Yuya. Okay, Nalo, tell Sartra about our plan later. I'll save Yuya, understand? Bede looked around. The soldiers who were unclear about the situation because of his sudden appearance had now slowly surrounded them with their weapons. End of this chapter. Chapter 125. So what about hard robbing? Okay, boss, Allosaurus Nalo replied in a low voice. Peter staggered on his outstretched foot and almost fell to the ground. Boss? What the hell is this called? Allosaurus Nora asked doubtfully. You are the boss's boss, isn't that the boss? What you said is so logical that I am speechless. Okay, you can call me whatever you want, call your little friend, and get ready to run. Okay, boss. Allosaurus Nalo growled. As Peter leaped, he followed suit. Allosaurus Nalo stepped forward, came to Allosaurus Sartra, and gave him a hug. Stupid Sartra, boss, let us get up and run away. Bastard Nalo, what is the boss? You try to push me again. Allosaurus Sart turned over and growled at Allosaurus Nalo. The boss is the boss's boss. Do you dare to disobey? The boss will kill you. Allosaurus Nora growled. 2 Allosaurus, nose to nose, staring at each other. Humph. They all let out a cold snort and turned their heads back. Hey bastard Nalo, what did the boss tell us to do? Allosaurus asked. The boss told us to run quickly. The boss is waiting for us over there. Allosaurus Nalo replied triumphantly. Sure enough, in the eyes of the boss and the boss, I, Nalo, are the best. Humph. Allosaurus snorted coldly, and began to run wildly in the direction pointed by Bede. Stupid Sartra, wait for me. Behind him, the Allosaurus Nalo also ran wildly. In the direction where the 2 Allosaurus were running, the soldiers panicked. 2 giant beasts that are more than 10 meters tall and full of fangs are running towards him. The aura of an apex predator is blowing towards his face. You can imagine the psychological pressure it brings to people. The officer in charge cursed angrily and slammed the walkie-talkie aside. These idiot politicians are like this, and they still demand to be captured alive. What should I do, sir? Hit or let go? Asked the soldier on the side. Hit? With what? Do you want me to be court-martialed by those idiot politicians? The officer in charge cursed. But the soldier turned his head and looked at the other side of the bridge, where the bustling urban area was connected. Putting these ferocious Tyrannosaurus in it, wouldn't it be a massacre? It's nothing. If you cause me to be court-martialed, then I will shoot you before I am sent up, the commanding officer threatened cursingly. But in this case, our mission has still failed. This soldier is actually his adjutant, so he can always argue with him. I'm just executing orders. What does that have to do with me? The officer in charge said expressionlessly. Then, he stood up and began to direct the soldiers to get out of the way. Fake. The adjutant cursed secretly, but there was nothing he could do. So, under the command of the commander, the soldiers who had been blocking the road gave way one after another. The two Allosaurus were ready to fight these little ants, but they didn't expect the other party to get out of the way. Although they are puzzled, they have wisdom not inferior to ordinary humans, and they will not delve into it, but are happy and relaxed. The two dragons ran straight along the spacious road that was out of the way. On this side, B came to the bridge and jumped directly from the bridge. The commander on the transport was not the one on the other side, and it was his mission to take away the Allosaurus. Seeing the guy who snatched two Allosaurus in a row appear, he immediately ordered to open fire. Da-da-da. All the soldiers on board set fire together, and countless bullets shot at Pete. However, how could Bede, who was wearing a vibrating gold battlesuit, be afraid of this kind of thing? The bullet hit the Genjin battlesuit. Except for a jingling sound, it did not cause any substantial damage to him at all. On the contrary, the kinetic energy of these bullets was absorbed by the mechanism inside the vibration gold battlesuit. As the kinetic energy continued, the lines of the spider web pattern on the battlesuit began to glow slightly. Bede shot out a thread of spider silk with his left hand and made a fist with his right hand. I don't know if you have heard of a punch from the sky. Boom! The moment before he landed, Bede's vibranium spider suit, originally dyed in red and blue, emitted a dazzling purple light, making him look like a thunder god descending from the sky. When his body slammed heavily on the plank of the transport ship, a great force gushed out from his fist. The entire transport ship trembled violently. Those soldiers were stumbling around one by one. Those who were relatively close were even blown away. Shhhhh. Bede stood up and shot dozens of spider threads one after another, covering all the eyes of the soldiers whether they were lying on the ground or standing. At the same time, the guns in his hands were also stuck with spider threads. In just a few breaths, there was no longer a single soldier who could shoot on the deck of the ship. This frightened the captain who was in the bridge. What kind of monster is this? Is he wearing exoskeleton armor? Is it a product of which technology company? I heard that the Osborne Group has a cooperation with us on exoskeleton armor, but there has been no progress. Could it be from the Osborne Group? Due to the particularity of the Allosaurus and the fact that the three Allosaurus had been subdued at that time, several big figures who were interested in this thing also came to this ship by coincidence. They want to transport these prehistoric beasts back by themselves. Unexpectedly, he encountered Bede just in time to fight back. This female Allosaurus, named Yuya, was hoisted onto the transport ship by these people, and then put into a frame constructed of steel bars as thick as the forearm. It can be seen that the frame is temporarily welded, and the welds are very new. There was also one on two nearby transport ships. It was probably made temporarily before departure, specifically to hold the three-headed Allosaurus. Bede stood in front of the frame, looked at the Allosaurus Yuya inside, and frowned. Just now he came down and made a lot of noise, but this Allosaurus Yuya didn't respond at all. Being killed is definitely out of the question. Anesthetic? Obviously, after these people loaded the Allosaurus on the ship, they gave them anesthesia as a double insurance? But in this way, Bede was troubled. The weight of this Allosaurus is not worth mentioning. Even these elite Allosaurus, which were strengthened by the pterosaur Norman with special herbs, only weighed about 4 tons. For B, it can be lifted with one hand. But the Allosaurus Yuya in front of her is 10 meters long. No matter where PETA puts his weight, there's no way to lift it all the way up unless he can fly. In desperation, Bede had to find another way. End of this chapter. The first reaction was to shake people. Let the pterosaur Norman come over and take his little brother, little sister away. Although the pterosaur Norman is only a little bigger than these Allosaurus, the strength of this product is very huge, at least hundreds of tons, and it is more terrifying than Bede. It's just that Bede has a vibranium suit on him, which makes him indestructible. No matter how strong the pterosaur Norman is, there's nothing he can do against him without breaking his defense. And in comparison, Bede is more sensitive, and can easily grasp the weakness of the pterosaur Norman in order to subdue him. The most critical point is that the pterosaur Norman is troubled by the phenomenon of quantum collapse and needs Bede's quantum energy to supplement him, otherwise he may die unexpectedly. You have to obey. However, Norman the pterodactyl is still at the other end of the city, separated by an entire downtown area. Even if we set off now, we won't be able to catch up in a while. Or it's too late to come here. But PETA had notified first. Because on the river in the distance, the shadows of several ships gradually appeared. Warship? Bede didn't find it surprising that there were warships nearby. New York itself is a peninsula-like structure, and the inland strait beneath its feet is directly connected to the Atlantic Ocean. In the Atlantic Ocean, there is a fleet stationed all year round. I just didn't expect it to come so quickly. This can only illustrate one problem. Obviously, these warships are the main force escorting these Allosaurus. However, the inland sea is too close to the city, and the rash appearance of warships may cause unnecessary trouble, so they only sent transport ships. But now that Bede's accident happened, he can't care so much. Seeing these guys who can be called the strongest combat units in modern warfare, Bede is also extremely headache. Each of these warships, the naval soldiers, naval guns, machine guns, etc. on board are enough to affect the direction of a small battle. Is there any need to take me so seriously? PETA felt extremely speechless. In another world, he was still fighting to protect the world, but in this world, he was besieged by the army. Oh no, he was also besieged in that world. So I'm really not a good person? Toombs, go pick up Gwen, and then tell the big guy next to you that we are preparing to retreat and ask him to bring his little brothers over. Bede said into the headset. Okay boss. The voice of the craft paper vulture came from the headset. Pete, what happened? Gwen asked puzzled. Gwen, I'm sorry, we're going to run away. Peeta popped a few vibrating gold spider legs behind his back, but his tone was not pessimistic, but rather relaxed. He has gradually learned to enjoy hardships. Oh, okay, I don't have to go to school at last. Gwen on the other end was stunned for a moment, and then yelled joyfully. Bede, it's okay, let's go to the next world to see, maybe you can continue to study there. Gwen, dang 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 dang. Under the attack of a few vibrating gold spider legs, even if the steel bars used for the frame in front of him were as thick as a forearm, they couldn't stop it a few times. In no time, he had removed an entire side of the frame. Can't let him take the dinosaurs. Latest order, shoot the attackers, shoot the dinosaurs, fire aloud, fire freely. At the same time, a belated order was finally delivered to the scene. After some intense discussions, even if some people coveted the secrets of these prehistoric giants and the value behind them, they had to make compromises. I only hope that after those dinosaurs were killed, the flesh and blood left behind can still have some research value. As the order was issued, several warships quickly approached here. At the same time, on the aircraft carrier farther away, several fighter jets took off one after another and rushed towards this side at high speed. And here, after removing one side of the frame, Bede dragged the sleeping Allosaurus Yuya out of the frame bit by bit. Not far away from him, in the captain's cabin of the transport ship where he was, a group of big shots watched Bede's actions in fear. My god, this guy is not a Tyrannosaurus in human skin, is he? I guess it's not an exoskeleton, it's a war robot. Impossible? If it is a robot, with such a force arm, it is impossible to exert such a large force. There must be many secrets in him. I think his value is countless times higher than these dinosaurs. I suggest capturing him alive. Someone suggested. However, when he finished speaking, he found that everyone around him was looking at him as if he were a fool. He couldn't help but said angrily, you see what I do, am I wrong? One person replied to him speechlessly, what you said is very reasonable, who can't see this? But what can we use to catch him? You have also seen the defense of his exoskeleton. Bullets have no effect on him. You have also seen his strength. His punch can even shake this transport ship. What can we use to catch him? Is it your almond-sized brain? Mouth. A taunt made that person blush. Dong dong dong. While several people were arguing, there was a knock on the front window of the captain's cabin. A figure wearing a red and blue suit quietly appeared outside the captain's room. The suit had a cold metallic sheen, and there seemed to be the smell of gunpowder smoke. A pair of cold eyes seemed to be staring at everyone in the captain's room through the eye lenses. In the captain's cabin, it was like a movie with the pause button pressed. The sound completely disappeared, and everyone didn't dare to move, not even to breathe loudly. Bede frowned, clenched his fist, and punched it down. Bang! The glass, which is strong enough to prevent gun bullets, was smashed by this ordinary punch. Oh, I'm sorry, I should go through the door. Peeta's voice came out leisurely, and passed along the broken glass to the captain's room. Afterwards, without waiting for what the people inside would think, Peeta actually walked to the door. In fact, the defense level of this door is higher. Proper blast door. Boom, boom, there was a knock on the door one after another. The fourth time, the entire door flew in with a bang. The light in the captain's room seemed to be dimmed. I don't know if you are interested in introducing yourself. I want to get to know you, Bede said with a smile. In fact, he didn't want to pay attention to the people inside, because in his opinion, they were just some transportation personnel and should have no value. But just now, the intelligence system on his suit captured a communication signal, which told him not to fire on the transport ship easily, but to wait until Bede and the Allosaurus left. This gave Bede an idea. Doesn't this mean that there are big shots here? Hehe, this is a very good hostage. Sometimes fate is so wonderful. When you find that there is nothing you can do, you find that Lady Luck is teasing you at the corner in front. Relying on his excellent physical persuasion ability, Bede took over the entire captain's cabin very easily, and with the assistance of soul ability, he roughly figured out the identities of these people inside. He discovered that the soul ability bestowed on him by Doctor Strange also had a derived ability. Polygraph. Because the soul is the hardest to lie to, no matter how nice you say it, as long as there are some abnormal fluctuations in the soul, it can be detected by the soul power, and it can be inferred that you are lying. Tisk tisk, the identities of these people in the captain's room are really not simple. Two of them are core members of one of the best families in the Eagle Kingdom, and they can be said to be extremely powerful. To what extent? According to the original plan, 2 of the 3 Allosaurus would be taken away and kept in captivity by each of the 2 families, while the remaining one would be reserved for Eagle Country officials for research. As for the rest, they are experts and professors in paleontology, genetics, etc. who are well known in Eagle Country and even in the world. The loss of any one of them may cause shock in the world. And like this, there are now a dozen of them. These people originally wanted to get in touch with these prehistoric behemoths as soon as possible in order to conduct research faster, but who knew that Bede would take care of them. After finding out their identities, Bede immediately picked 2 of them, tied them with spider silk, and hung them on the wall outside the captain's room. This operation made the people in the captain's room unbearable. Some even said he was a terrorist and asked him to maintain a humanitarian spirit towards them. But Bede would not talk to them about humanitarianism. People want to destroy humanity, but you still talk about humanity to others. Isn't there something wrong with your brain? Although Bede didn't even talk to the people on the warships outside and the 2 nearby transport ships, Bede's operation directly caused them to temporarily stop their actions and bought Bede precious time. 2 warships and 2 transport ships, as well as several small assault boats launched from the warships, almost formed an encirclement around the transport ship hijacked by Bede. Behind the transport ship, on the sea-crossing bridge, soldiers also gathered one after another, their weapons aimed downwards. High in the sky overhead, there were several fighter jets circling, besieged on all sides. Using this word to describe Bede's situation at this time seems to be more appropriate. Bede didn't panic at all. It seems that there is no way to go, but these people would never have thought that he still has a way to go. Quantum channel? The door to parallel universes? Boom, boom. There was a sudden commotion on the bridge, and a rhythmic tremor came from the thick bridge deck. It turned out that 2 Allosaurus went away and came back. At the same time, in the sky, the huge size of the pterosaur Norman also appeared. The sudden intrusion of the 3 broke the deadlock. Since that weirdo is here to save these dinosaurs, let's take down these dinosaurs first and increase our bargaining chip. Someone on the scene commanded a decision. Then, the fighter jets hidden in the clouds began to lower their altitude. Their target was the Aeolian pterosaur flying in the air. Below, the marine soldiers who had retreated once before also picked up their weapons and opened fire on Allosaurus Nora and Allosaurus Satyr. Ow! The 2 Allosaurus roared frantically. Boss, can you fight back? It hurts so much when they hit me, Allosaurus Nora asked loudly. Previously, when Bede asked them to go to the outskirts of the city to find the pterodactyl Norman, he told them not to take the initiative to harm people's lives. Bede didn't care what they did before they surrendered to him, but since they surrendered to him, he would definitely not let them take the initiative to hurt others. Of course, passive counterattacks are not included in this column. He is not a pedantic person, he only takes beatings and doesn't fight back, that's what fools do. Bede answered his question with action. He picked up 2 guns from the ground beside him. His strong strength and physical fitness made it easy for him to dual-wield them. The marksmanship that he had trained in the battle against Jin Bin and his men in the Ultimate Universe had reappeared at this time. The automatic rifle was shot by him like a sniper rifle. It really meant hitting anywhere. In the direction of the gun, a soldier fell. Bede still held back. The parts he chose were arms and the like, just to make them lose their combat effectiveness, rather than directly taking their lives. This is his final bottom line. After all, he has a vibranium suit, so these guys can't hurt him. In this case, just give them a little kindness from the Spider-Man of time and space. In an instant, almost no one could be seen on the bridge closest to him. Either they were injured by him and fell to the ground, or they were frightened by the misery of their teammates and hid. On the battlefield, an excellent marksman can inflict extreme physical and psychological trauma on enemy troops. But now, Bede alone played the role of at least 2 sharpshooters. How can these people not feel afraid? In the distance, at the junction of the sea-crossing bridge and the street, 2 Allosaurus also began to rush. However, their action of punching the card was not very smooth. The soldiers were pieced together in personnel carriers to form a makeshift front. Even though the Allosaurus were powerful, they couldn't push away several horizontal troop carriers. And the way they tried to jump over the roof of the car was blasted back by the soldiers hiding behind with rockets. The 2 Allosaurus howled in anger. Fortunately, their skin is very thick, and some bullets hit them, but there is no way for them to suffer real damage. It just hurts a little. In the sky, Pterodactyl Norman also faced off with several fighter jets. As the king of a field, Norman the Pterodactyl's character is definitely not a good one. Even surrendering to Bede was a helpless act to save his life. Seeing the fighter jet flying rapidly from a distance, a cold light flashed in his narrow eyes. Sigh. The pterosaur Norman let out a long roar, and flapped his wings violently. That seemingly bulky body suddenly accelerated, and its instantaneous explosive power was not inferior to the speed of the approaching fighter jet. The oncoming fighter jets probably didn't expect that either. Who would have thought that this seemingly flesh and blood pterosaur could be so fast? By the time the pilots reacted, the pterosaur Norman had already arrived over the fighter jet. The sharp and powerful claws grasped the cockpit of the fighter jet, and drew traces on the solid glass. The pilot inside was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he quickly turned his fuselage around, trying to get rid of the pterosaur Norman's attack. End of this chapter. Chapter 128. Leaving the Transcendent Universe. Still want to run? Pterodactyl Norman sneered in his heart. He had long seen that these upright creatures in this world were weak and could only use some strange tools. But tools are just tools after all. As long as you kill the upright creatures inside, no matter how powerful the tool is, it won't help. It has to be said that the IQ of Norman the pterosaur is indeed extremely high, far from being as stupid as the Allosaurus Nalo. After only being in contact for such a short period of time, I can see through the essence of modern human technology. However, the outer casing of the fighter jet is made of titanium alloy material, and even the driver's seat, which seems to be the most fragile, is made of high-strength aviation glass, which cannot be opened by Norman Pterodactyl in a short while. Norman the Pterodactyl quickly discovered this as well. But he didn't stop there. If one plan fails, another plan will be made. Norman the pterodactyl implements this very well. He tried another trick. When he was in his own world, when he was fighting other aerial creatures, he had a move that was invincible. Grab the opponent's body with sharp claws, use your own strength, and fall straight from the sky. Ordinary aerial creatures can't do this, because the physiques of most aerial creatures are actually similar. If you go down from the same height, the person below will be shattered to pieces, and the person above will not be able to have an easy time either. That's the death of jade and stone. But Norman the pterodactyl was different. After spending that magical night with Parker in the pterosaur lair, his physical fitness improved rapidly. Even if you grab other enemies, swoop down from hundreds or thousands of meters in the air, or directly hit the rocks, you can still be unscathed. Even stronger than his Tyrannosaurus brothers who evolved after eating a small amount of herbs. At this time, Norman the pterodactyl used his unique skill for the first time in this world. His powerful claws were seen firmly grasping the wings of the fighter jet below his body, and at the same time, the wings flapped, pressing it down. Affected by this strong external force, the fighter lost its balance. It didn't even need the pterodactyl Norman to continue to exert downward pressure, and it fell rapidly on its own. In the cockpit, the pilot was terrified. At this time, all the instrument panels in the cockpit were flashing red lights and sounding rapid alarms. He wanted to jump out of the cabin to escape, but the part where he was ejected was accidentally damaged by the Aeolian pterosaur at some point, and he couldn't escape at all. Boom! Two huge figures fell straight from the sky and hit the transport ship not far from the transport ship Bede was on. Suddenly, the deck of the transport ship burst into flames. Except for a few soldiers who had been standing on the deck earlier, all of them were engulfed by flames and explosions. Roar! In the flames, a huge figure stood proudly. His body stood on the top of the captain's cabin. His huge wings were folded, supporting himself with the folds, making his upper body seem to be standing upright. And his head was raised even higher, and the surrounding fires were all ignored by him. That loud roar seemed to be swearing the return of the magic dragon. In fact, his appearance at this time really resembled the image of the dragon in the Sword and Sorcery novel. Norman the pterodactyl destroys a fighter jet and, by the way, cripples a transport ship, driving the army commander into a rage. After some not-so-intense arguments, even the politicians with their nostrils in the sky can only temporarily compromise with these angry soldiers. Nonsense, the black hole of a gun is pointing at you, how dare you say you won't try? The politician who was sent to assist but actually supervise secretly cursed in his heart, thinking about how to teach this guy who dared to threaten him with a gun a lesson after this incident was over. But the people here no longer want to pay attention to him. They decided to directly bombard. The two warships began to turn slowly, revealing the cannons on their flanks. Go and catch your two little brothers. Bede looked at the situation over there, frowned and said to the pterodactyl Norman. The pterosaur Norman let out a low growl and flapped his wings. He quickly came to the bridge, clawed one by one, and grabbed the two Allosaurus boys who were foolishly fighting the car. On the other side, the craft paper vulture has also brought Gwen here. Bede shot out a few threads of spider silk, connecting Gwen, the craft vulture, the pterodactyl Norman, and the three-headed Allosaurus. At the same time, he opened the door to the parallel universe and threw them in. Bede himself was the last. Before leaving, he said softly, "Mr. Strange, please fix everything, please." Very far away, in the center of an unknown large forest, in the soul gem space inside the Supreme Sanctuary, the extraordinary Dr. Strange stretched out his hand expressionlessly. As soon as the seals of his hands were sealed, a strange magical wave covered the entire extraordinary universe. After a moment of confusion, everyone returned to their original state. But the impact has quietly unfolded. The main content of this magic is to let the people of the transcendent universe fade away the impression of Bida, so as to minimize his influence on this universe. Of course, several of them, including Dr. Kurt Connors, Dr. Otto Octavius, and Norman Osborn, will not forget the cooperation agreement with Bede. This was Bede's request to Dr. Strange before he left. Because his influence on the world is indeed a bit large, he has to reduce it with a little manual intervention. Mainly based on the operation of Dr. Strange in No Return for Heroes. It's just that Doctor Strange in the 616 movie universe uses pure magic power, while Doctor Strange uses soul magic. As for the content, the main thing that was downplayed due to the influence was the incident of a man wearing a suit similar to Spider-Man, leading several dinosaurs to cause havoc on the New York City Cross-Sea Bridge, even killing and injuring countless soldiers. In this way, the Garfield spider will not be affected by its normal life. Although the style of Pede's nano-vibrating gold spider suit is different from Garfield's spider suit, anyone who has seen it will recognize that they are both spider suits at first sight. If some protection is not provided, Garfield's spider may be affected by Bede and be targeted by Eagle Country officials. Now that he has the magical protection of the extraordinary Doctor Strange, he is protected in disguise. I hope you can break the web called fate and create a different world full of infinite possibilities. Doctor Strange said lightly, looking at the place where Bede disappeared. The traces left by the gate to the parallel universe are also quickly dissipating. By the time he completely disappeared, Bede had already brought his growing members of the Super Dimension Task Force to the quantum realm again. End of this chapter. Where is this? Norman the pterosaur looked around in surprise. He was very surprised by the strange environment in the quantum realm. On the other hand, Allosaurus Nora and Allosaurus sat close to each other without saying a word. The surrounding environment made them both feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. The Allosaurus Yuya was still lying on the ground and sleeping soundly. I don't know how many doses of sedatives those people gave her, but the effect was so good. Craft Vulture and Gwen also looked at this place in surprise. Before they went to the world of Garfield, they used the parallel universe gate sealed on the Eye of Agamotto, not by entering the quantum realm. Bede is also trying the idea in his heart this time, because he suddenly realized a problem. Humans like him, Gwen, and the ghost girl Ava were okay, and even the craft paper vultures could barely sneak into the human city. But existences like the pterosaur Norman and the three-headed Allosaurus, if they rashly appeared in the human city, would definitely cause an uproar. This is obviously contrary to the principle of keeping a low profile that Doctor Strange told him to do, so he wondered if he could hide them in one place and summon them when needed. Too bad there are no pokeballs. However, quantum space may also be able to do the same. Moreover, the quantum space and Bede are directly connected, which also means that if this method works, he can hand over the people in the quantum space at any time. If this is the case, then this quantum space, in addition to being a relay station for him to and from various universes, can also be used as an activity place for the Hyperspace Task Force. The only problem is that after Bede just pulled people in, he found that he needed to consume a lot of his quantum energy. 2 people and 4 dinosaurs almost consumed all the quantum energy in Bede's body. After staying in the quantum space for a while now, I have eased back a bit. You can bring people, but you can't bring too many people at one time. Bede had some concerns in his mind, and then he looked at the 4 dinosaurs. The amount of quantum energy consumed is directly related to the size of the organism. The energy consumed by the guy is 10 times that of Gwen and Craft Vulture. That is to say, if it is a normal-sized human or humanoid creature, I should be able to bring in about 100 people at once. Bede understood. Then he looked at Gwen again and asked how she was feeling. Hearing Bede's question, Gwen felt her body carefully, and then shook her head. I don't feel anything wrong. No, I don't seem to need to breathe anymore. Don't need to breathe? Bede subconsciously lowered his head to look at Gwen's plump hills, and then immediately looked away. It seems like there really aren't any ups and downs. Unexpectedly, Gwen had noticed his little move, and said with a half smile, does it look good? Bede sneered, this is purely a subconscious reaction of mine. If Gwen didn't say that he didn't pay attention, in the quantum space, he really doesn't need to breathe. After all, although the instinctive action of breathing is very important, it is always subconsciously ignored by people. Then the question comes. Except for him, no one else here theoretically has the ability to survive in quantum space. Because there is no air in the quantum space itself? So what they are standing here now must be consuming something else? Like quantum energy? Peter held out his hand to Gwen. Gwen didn't know why, but she had no doubt about Bede, and she reached out her hand to hold his hand without hesitation. Although it was not the first time she held hands, she felt the warmth from the other person's palm, and her face still smiled slightly. Reddish. What's wrong with him? Why did he hold hands suddenly? They are still watching from the side. Bede had no intention of paying attention to the girl's mood. He carefully felt the quantum energy in Gwen's body. Quantum energy is his characteristic ability, and during the process of absorbing and using it during this period of time, he has long been familiar with them. Soon, he discovered the existence of quantum energy in Gwen's body. This should be the quantum energy he injected into her when he brought her in. But what puzzled Bede was that this energy was forming a film-like thing at this time, completely enveloping Gwen. Outside the thin film, in the quantum space, there is another quantum energy of another kind, which is constantly impacting the thin film. The two cancel each other out and return to the quantum space, causing the quantum energy in Gwen's body to be continuously consumed. After watching for a while, Peter understood. It seems that, except for oneself, other people or creatures need to consume quantum energy if they want to survive in the quantum space. Moreover, it is not the wild quantum energy that exists in the quantum space itself, but needs to be filtered by Bede. Judging from the performance, the wild quantum energy may still be a kind of poison for them. Without the protection of quantum energy filtered by Bede, perhaps they would all be instantly engulfed by quantum energy in this quantum realm, or suffocate to death. But looking at it from another angle, in fact, if Bede's quantum energy is injected into the body of a normal life in a normal world, it will cause harm to the other party. This is also the basis of his quantum stinger ability. But in the quantum space, these quantum energies injected into the body will be attracted by the wild quantum energies from the outside world, and will automatically separate out, and will not cause damage to their bodies. Thinking about it, Bede injected some of the newly collected quantum energy into Gwen's body. Afterwards, a wave of energy was given to the craft paper vulture, pterosaur Norman, and other younger brothers in turn. Then Bede discovered that after one operation, not only was his energy not replenished, but the remaining energy in his body was depleted. The good news is that during this process, Bede also roughly figured out the law of quantum energy consumption. Compared with bringing people in, maintaining activities inside requires much less quantum energy. Only about 1/10 of it can maintain the life of a unit in the quantum space for about a day. In other words, Bede can fill himself with enough energy to satisfy 100 people living in quantum space for 10 days. And if he concentrates on absorbing it, it only takes less than a minute to fully charge the energy once. Well, it seems that this method is feasible, but it's weird to always come in to recharge them. It would be great if we could find a way to get a converter or a storage device, Bede thought to himself. However, before finding a way, Bede still had to work hard to be this energy converter. After several consecutive actions to charge the pterosaur Norman and the three-headed Allosaurus with enough energy to live here for a month, Bede stopped. There may be only one chapter today, chapter 2 is being coded, but it may be too late to post. End of this chapter. It turns out that normal living things have a limited ability to store quantum energy. Bede could see exactly this balance point. If the balance point is passed, these quantum energies injected by Bede will still cause damage to them, and change back to the attack effect of the quantum stinger. Bede asked the craft paper vultures and others to stay in this quantum space for now, and he would naturally take them out for fun when the time was right. As for the problem of food, this problem does not seem to exist in the quantum realm. From the moment they entered here, the only thing they consumed was the quantum energy given by Bede. Of course, Bede would come in from time to time to see if this was the case. After the explanation, Bede took Gwen with him. After searching for a while, he opened a new quantum channel and drilled in. Another Spider-Man world. Peter Parker has been in high spirits lately. Ever since he got a black suit by accident, everything has quietly changed for the better. Flint Mac, the enemy who killed his Uncle Ben, was thrown into the sewer and washed away by his own hands, although it is not known why that guy turned into a monster that could completely transform into sand, but who cares? Peter Parker doesn't care anyway. Later, facing Harry Osborn, his best friend who stole Mary Jane from him, Peter Parker also made a perfect counterattack. First he beat him up, and then threw away the bomb he threw. Go back, I'm afraid you'll be seriously injured even if you don't die. In terms of career, he is also going smoothly. Eddie Brock, who forged photos to smear him, not only had dust thrown into his eyes, but he also directly exposed his bad behavior. JJJ fired Eddie immediately and never hired him again. Haha, this guy really deserves it. He also got double salary and a formal job from the stingy JJJ. With this job and these wages, he can help Aunt May, and even use his job to continue the house rental contract, find a way to get back the house he has lived in since he was a child, renew the lease, and let May Auntie can live back. To celebrate his wonderful new life, he also bought the discount shirt that he had always loved but suffered from the lack of pockets. I cried. Of course, the above are just appetizers. What really makes him feel physically and mentally happy is what he is doing now. This is a bar called Passion Space. The atmosphere of the bar was very nice, but Peter Parker was in an even better mood. First, it's because he is currently dating a beautiful girl whom he has not known for long. Her name is Gwen Stacy. For distinction, the last name is Stacy, not a typo, and she is a graphic model. Not long ago, she was attacked by an out-of-control construction tool and almost fell from the building. It was he who turned into Spider-Man and arrived in time to save her. At the subsequent Key to the City recognition meeting, she even kissed him. Although she didn't know that person was him. But that didn't stop him from feeling good about this beautiful girl. Second, because his ex-girlfriend, Mary Jane, was now working at the bar after losing her job in the theater. Today, he was going to let the woman who betrayed him take a good look at what an outstanding man he, Peter Parker, was. Tonight, he will have a good indulgence. He wants to unleash his inner wildness. He's going to rule the bar. Do you think I will dress a little too grandly? The blonde girl Gwen Stacy asked expectantly. Her voice also interrupted Peter Parker's reverie. Of course not, replied Peter Parker. You look stunning. Is that so? Gwen Stacy was very impressed by Peter's praise and laughed happily. I love your smile, it's so cute, Peter Parker complimented coolly. Thank you, the girl said shyly. The two pushed the door open and fell into the warm embrace of the bar. After drinking a few small cups, Peter Parker finally met the person he really wanted to see. Mary Jane? Peter Parker reached out and touched his collar, and a black thing was faintly revealed. When he raised his head again, there was a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. Then, he made a very surprising move. He really rules this bar? Become the most beautiful boy in the audience? And he got what he wanted? He saw the expression on Mary Jane's face when he asked Gwen Stacy to dance with him, dressed in the brightest lights and with the most glamorous steps. This made his heart very useful. It's this woman? It caused him and his good brother Harry to turn against each other, and humiliated him mercilessly, even banging Harry while he was still dating her? Harry had told him, really hateful? However, when Peter Parker looked at Mary Jane with cheerful eyes, Gwen Stacy, who was held in his arms, reacted. She broke free from Peter Parker's arms, looked at Mary Jane, and saw the collision of their eyes. At this moment, this smart girl understood everything. All this is for her. Looking at the eyes of the girl in front of him, Peter Parker suddenly came back to his senses. He subconsciously began to dodge the questioning and sad eyes of the other party. Gwen Stacy was completely disappointed with him. After trying to pull herself together, she walked up to Mary Jane and said sincerely, I'm so sorry. Then he looked at Peter Parker in disappointment, turned around and walked towards the door of the bar without looking back. In situ, Peter Parker reached out and touched his chest. Through the thin shirt, you can clearly feel the texture of the battlesuit underneath. His mind began to spin rapidly. Why did I become like this? He remembered Dr. Connor's exhortation, these things come from outside the earth, and they can strengthen the host's personality, especially aggressiveness. So, my recent changes are all because of it? This black suit. Peter Parker seemed to understand. At this time, he noticed that Mary Jane had come down from the singing stage. So he walked over. Hey, he wanted to say something, like I'm sorry, but when the words came to his lips, he found that he couldn't say them at all. Mary Jane turned around and asked, "Is there something wrong with you?" Peter Parker was furious. At this time, the bar owner brought several bartenders to protect Mary Jane. However, how could Peter Parker put these things in his eyes? He stretched out his hand, grabbed a barman, and lifted up the burly man who weighed almost 200 kilograms. Just when he was about to do something, suddenly, bang! Behind him, there was a sound of glass breaking. Then, a scream sounded. End of this chapter. Chapter 131 Carnage and Venom. Peter Parker turned around suddenly, but saw a strange figure appearing at the entrance of the Passion Space bar. It was a blood-red monster with a pair of huge white eyes on its face and a ferocious mouth covered with fangs. It looked particularly terrifying. In its hands, it is holding a person. It was Gwen Stacy who had just stepped out of the bar. Peter Parker watched this scene in shock, and immediately reacted. Although his current personality has become strong and evil because of the black suit, he is still the same Peter Parker, the superhero Spider-Man. When the community is in danger, he will still stand up without hesitation. Peter Parker dropped the bartender on the ground, turned around and ran into the toilet of the bar. The bar owner and several bartenders also saw the monster. Seeing Peter Parker's fleeing in a hurry, although he was also very scared in his heart, he still mocked, "Look, Mary Jane, this guy is just a rotten coward, there is no need to pay attention to him." Mary Jane didn't reply, but looked in the direction of the bar with a complicated expression. GGG. The blood-red monster at the door of the bar laughed sinisterly, its eyes were fixed on the inside of the bar. To be precise, in the direction of Peter Parker. "My dear father, although I don't know why you have become so weak now, but in this case, why not just let me eat you, GGG. The blood-red monster grabbed Gwen Stacy with one hand, and with a light slap with the other, it shattered the entire glass door of the bar. Countless glass shards flew into the crowd at the bar, making the already panicked crowd even more panicked. "Sir, if you want to play cosplay, I think you are in the wrong place." A bartender took out a pistol and pointed it at the blood-red monster. However, the blood-red monster simply ignored him. Bang bang bang! The bartender was also decisive and emptied the magazine directly. However, these bullets hitting the blood-red monster did not cause any disturbance, and they did not even stop the monster. "Scum, are you looking for death?" The blood-red monster sneered, and stretched out its free hand towards the bartender. A frightening scene appeared. That hand stretched out all of a sudden. He grabbed the bartender's head and gave it a gentle squeeze. Snapped. That head was crushed like a watermelon. Ah! Other people in the bar who witnessed this scene screamed. "It's so noisy." The sharp noises one after another made the blood-red monster angry. It roared angrily, and the outstretched hand suddenly extended several meters again and attacked the others. At this moment, a black figure descended from the sky. Bang! The black-clothed Spider-Man firmly grasped the blood-red monster's outstretched hand with both hands, and asked loudly, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The blood-red monster laughed and said, "Me? I'm your son, Dad." "What?" Spider-Man in black was shocked. Even Mary Jane, who was shocked by Peter Parker's new look not far away, was also shocked. "Son? Peter actually has a son?" The black-clothed Spider-Man subconsciously glanced at Mary Jane, and said angrily, "I don't have a son? It's even more impossible to have an illegitimate child as old as you." "That's right." Mary Jane also realized at this time, Peter Parker was the same age as her. How could it be possible to have such a big illegitimate child? "Jujuja, it's okay if you don't recognize me, it doesn't affect your deliciousness," said the blood-red monster. "Do you recognize it or not? But you didn't say who you are at all." Peter Parker was very speechless. "I think you should take a good look at your brain, it's really not easy." The blood-red monster tilted its head, as if it really seemed to be thinking. Then he said, "Oh yes, I forgot to introduce myself. Then listen carefully, my name is Carnage, and it is you, the son of Venom. Do you understand my identity now?" Slaughter? Venom? Peter Parker was puzzled. He didn't know what Venom was. "Anyway, please put Gwen down first, this matter should have nothing to do with her," Peter Parker said. "Gwen?" Slaughter looked down at the blonde girl who became very quiet after being held in his hand, and shook his head. "She is a very important person to you, Dad. But in his memory here, she should be dead, why is she still alive?" Massacre's muttering of the last sentence was not heard by others. However, those who were close could hear the previous sentence clearly. Gwen Stacy, who had been looking for an opportunity to escape, did not act rashly. After combining these few sentences, she suddenly realized something. With her eyes widened, she looked first at Spider-Man in black, then at Mary Jane, and figured something out. It turns out that Peter Parker is Spider-Man? This guy didn't tell her? Gwen Stacy was a little annoyed, but she didn't think that the relationship between the two of them was not that close even now, so how could they tell her this kind of thing? Peter Parker wondered, why didn't he know that Gwen was very important to him? But Tu Shui didn't know Peter Parker's mental journey. He said in a persuasive way, "You can save her if you want. As long as you take off the black battlesuit on your body and give it to me, I will return her to you intact. How about it?" Peter Parker frowned slightly and immediately agreed, "Okay." After what happened just now, he already had the idea of getting rid of this weird battlesuit and becoming himself again. Now that it can be used to exchange for Gwen Stacy, that's not bad. Moreover, the meaning of the massacre's words was already obvious. His target was not Peter Parker, but the black battle suit he was wearing. In other words, this black battle suit is the guy called Venom in the opponent's mouth. Thinking that he might turn into a disgusting appearance similar to the thing opposite, he wanted to get rid of this thing as soon as possible. Then go, GGG. The plan was completed so easily, which obviously made Slaughter very happy and couldn't help but urge. Peter Parker asked, "You know how to get out of it?" Jean hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to reveal his weakness, but in the end greed took over and he nodded. Of course, as long as there is a sound, a special sound, such as a bell or something. Clock? I remembered, I know there is a clock tower somewhere. Peter Parker suddenly realized, in this case, let's set off quickly. He was a little impatient. Go. Tu Shui glanced at Peter Parker strangely, and always felt that the person in front of him seemed to have a bad brain. End of this chapter. Chapter 132 Taking off the Venom suit. Carnage and Spider-Man left one after another, leaving behind a group of shocked staff and guests. The bar owner had to step up and take charge. He asked several bartenders to appease the guests and announced that the bar would pay for the drinks tonight. He then called the police and explained the situation. He learned that someone had already called the police when the monster named Slaughter appeared a few minutes ago. The nearest police officer is on the way here. Mary Jane, you. After giving these instructions, the bar owner turned to look at Mary Jane. He wanted to tell her to go back and rest early, but found that Mary Jane was no longer here. He didn't think much about it, thinking that Mary Jane had gone home by herself. He wouldn't be angry at Mary Jane for leaving without saying goodbye. As a popular drama actress, although Mary Jane is out of date now, she works and sings here, and still brings a lot of business to his bar. This is also why he had to protect Mary Jane in front of Peter Parker just now. At the same time, above a church a few streets away from the Passion Space bar, there was a small bell tower with a large bell surrounded by 2 or 3 people. It is not particularly strange to have a big bell on a church. This clock has many uses. The most common ones are warnings or reminders. For example, notify nearby people to attend worship, wedding, or some other religious activities. In times of war, ringing the bell may also mean surrender. But now, it has been given a new purpose. Perhaps even the person who built this clock tower would never have imagined that one day it would be used to deal with alien creatures. Spider-Man wearing the Venom suit stands alone on the bell tower. Carnage was squatting on the roof not far away, and Gwen Stacy was left aside by him, tied up with several red spider silks simulated by his own body. Peter Parker stood next to the big clock, looked in the direction of the Carnage, and said, "I hope you will keep your promise. GGG, don't worry, as long as you give it to me, I will let her go. A good baby obeys his father the most." Slaughter laughed crazily. Spider-Man nodded, did not reply, but proved his determination with actions. He looked in the direction of the big clock, took a deep breath, strode up, clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the big clock. Clang. The ancient big clock was shaken by the punch and made a low buzzing sound. Dash. At the sound of the bell, Spider-Man fell to his knees on the ground, and the black suit on his body began to continuously deform. It looks like lard paste that is close to a heat source. After being heated, it loses its ability to maintain a solid state, but in fact it is not a liquid, but a strange form between a solid and a liquid. Hoa! A second scream followed. This sound actually came from the black liquid that gradually flowed to the ground. This scene surprised both Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy. How is it possible? It's really alive. Gwen Stacy was horrified. This is just a battle suit. But the appearance of this scene only deepened Peter Parker's determination to get rid of the black suit. He gritted his teeth and bumped his body against the big clock one after another, causing the black suit to fall down even faster. But he still didn't think it was fast enough. Thinking of all the recent events, his dislike for this black battle suit was raised to the extreme. He directly stretched out his hands, pulled on the black substance one on the left and one on the right, and activated a huge force of 20 tons to tear it off his body bit by bit. However, these black substances seemed to know that his end was coming, and they clung tightly to his body, refusing to let go. There seemed to be a tug-of-war between the two. The screams of one person, one symbiotic body intertwined together, combined with the buzzing of the Hongzhong de Lu, turned this small bell tower into a haunted ghost land, which was extremely terrifying. This also attracted some people's attention. The closest one is a person in the church below. His name is Eddie Brock, and he was originally a young and promising guy. Well, in fact, in the eyes of others, he was not great, but he didn't think so himself. He has a girlfriend who is not only young and beautiful, but also generous. She may also be an ex-girlfriend now, because just now, he saw his girlfriend Gwen Stacy with that dem Peter Parker went to the bar. He also has a coveted newspaper job, also ruined by a goddamn bastard named Peter Parker. Gan? Eddie Brock sat in the church, getting more and more angry. He discovered that his recent misfortunes were all related to Peter Parker? Damn Peter Parker? Since there is already Eddie Brock in this world, how can there be Peter Parker? Because it was already very late, there was only Eddie Brock left in the church at this time, and even the priest had already left. He prayed silently in the church pew, praying that Peter Parker would disappear from this world as soon as possible. At this moment, he vaguely heard screams coming from the back of the church. What's the sound? Eddie Brock listened carefully, feeling a little scared but also more curious. Because he has nothing to lose? When a man is alone, he also has nothing to fear. So, without much hesitation, he stood up and walked towards the back of the church. A little farther away, at the entrance of the Passion Space Bar, the police cars are already parked. Police officers took control of the scene one by one. One of them, an older police sergeant, turned pale after hearing the bar owner's description. Because from the other party's description, he seemed to hear that the girl who was taken away by the blood-red monster called Carnage was his daughter Gwen. When he heard that the place they were going to was the bell tower at the top of a nearby church, George Stacy couldn't hold back anymore, and immediately ordered everyone to turn into the nearby church. And just then, the bell rang. Somewhere farther away, a white light flashed, and two figures suddenly appeared on the roof of a building. What world is this? Gwen looked around curiously and asked. Bede shook his head. If it's correct, it should be the world of a Spider-Man named Toby Spider, but now the multiverse is in a mess for some reason, and I'm not sure. Gwen blinked. Since we can't be sure, why don't we go directly to the Spider-Man of this world? Bede nodded and smiled. You are right. Anyway, it is certain that there is Spider-Man in this world. After all, he searched for the world with Spider-Man as the starting condition. If there was no Spider-Man in this world, then he would not be here. End of this chapter. Clang. While Bede and Gwen were talking, a bell sounded faintly from the distance. Gwen couldn't help complaining. Who are you, ringing the bell in the middle of the night? Aren't you afraid of being arrested for disturbing the public? Indeed. Bede replied, and then he burst out laughing. Midnight bells? Huh? Looks like we've come to the world of Toby Spider, and we're pretty close. Huh? Why? And why do you call the Spider-Man of the previous world Garfield Spider and the Spider-Man of this world Toby Spider? What's the point? Gwen was very curious. Bede didn't know how to explain to her for a while, so he made up a reason and said, didn't I tell you before that in my world, there are some works about Spider-Man? Like Miles? Yeah, Gwen nodded. Bede said, there are games about Spider-Man, and of course there are movies about Spider-Man. There are two of my favorite versions. One has an actor named Toby, and the other has an actor named Garfield, so I took them. Let's name it. Gwen frowned, thoughtfully. Bede also knew that his reason was untenable. In order to prevent Gwen from thinking too much, he quickly changed the topic and said, anyway, I can probably guess some things now, and I also know the general location of Spider-Man in this world. Let's hurry up. Go over there. Well, let's go, said Gwen, putting on the hood. The two of them quickly headed towards the direction of the bell. Near the church, Toby Spider is still struggling with the black suit on his body. The harder he tried, the tighter the black suit would stick to him. Fortunately, with the help of the bell, these black substances lost some of their activity. Although it still took some effort, Toby Spider still took off most of the venom suit from his body with difficulty. A large pool of squirming black material gathered at the feet of the Toby Spider and kept crawling upward. It seemed that it was still trying to get back to the Toby Spider. However, after the struggle just now, Toby Spider's disgust for the venom suit has reached its peak. After finally taking it off, how could it be possible for it to come back to him? So while tearing, he walked out, leaving a trail of black matter behind him. The other side. Gwen Stacy tried to open her eyes wide, and finally saw the face of Toby Spider clearly through the dim light shining from a distance. It's really Peter Parker. Peter Parker is really Spider-Man. Gwen Stacy's heart was pounding. She doesn't like Peter Parker very much. The two of them were not very familiar with each other, not to mention being used by Peter Parker tonight to irritate his ex-girlfriend Mary Jane. This behavior made Gwen Stacy's favorability towards him drop significantly. But she is very fond of Spider-Man. It can even be said to be admiration. Not only because Spider-Man once saved her life, but also because she worshipped great heroes since she was a child. Just like her father, a great hero who selflessly contributes to the community, Spider-Man is undoubtedly such a character. She understands Spider-Man and wants to be Spider-Man. But she knew that was impossible. So the next best thing, she wants to be the woman behind Spider-Man, become his strong support and make some contributions to his heroic career. Under the influence of this mood, the figures of Peter Parker and Spider-Man gradually merged together, occupying her heart. But the massacre on the side didn't feel good at this time. Although there was a street between the rooftop he chose and the clock tower opposite, probably 7 or 8 meters away, the sound still seemed to be right in front of him, a demonic sound that penetrated his ears. He could hear goosebumps on his body again and again, although he didn't have the skin of a normal person that could get goosebumps, but he was rejecting this sound from the outside to the inside, from the body to the spirit. This discomfort almost made him go berserk. But when his eyes stopped at the pools of black material at the feet of the Toby Spider, he forcibly resisted his inner impulse. Delicious. Delicious? What a wonderful smell. If you eat him, I must eat him. Butcher murmured to himself to suppress the strong impulse in his heart. I will deal with you after I eat him. Dad, who let me? Why are you making me so sad now? His words shocked Gwen Stacy on the side. Peter, stop. He's not going to keep the promise. Gwen Stacy yelled. Although this might cost her her life, she couldn't care less about Peter Parker's safety. Feelings are so weird sometimes. It only takes a small opportunity to like someone and hate someone. Shut up. Tuzo's face changed, and he turned his head and roared at Gwen Stacy. Angry, he waved his hand directly, and one hand extended out, turning into a bloody spike and stabbing at Gwen Stacy. No, Gwen. Toby Spider was also surprised by the change here. Fortunately, at this time, he had basically taken off his venom suit. Faced with Gwen Stacy's life and death, Toby Spider burst out with extreme speed and strength. He shook off the last vestiges of the venom suit, jumped up, and rushed towards Carnage. However, Carnage was only 2 or 3 meters away from Gwen Stacy, while Toby Spider was 7 or 8 meters away from Gwen Stacy. Even though Toby Spider's reaction was fast enough, he still could only watch the slaughtered bloody spikes come to Gwen Stacy. No. GGG? Another Gwen died in front of Spider-Man. Slaughter laughed crazily while continuing to attack. Clang! At this moment, a figure fell from the sky and landed between the bloody spikes and Gwen Stacy. The figure seemed to be wearing a suit of armor made of unknown metal, but after seeing its shape and patterns on it, Toby Spider was shocked. It was a spider pattern? Although it was quite different from his spider suit, he still recognized it at a glance. But what's going on here? Toby Spider was puzzled. Fortunately, the opponent blocked the attack of the massacre and saved Gwen. It seemed that he was a friend rather than an enemy. Snapped! Toby Spider stepped on the roof with bare feet. Since he had been wearing the venom suit before, now that the venom suit had been taken off, only a pair of big underpants remained. The Slaughter, Beady, and Toby Spider vaguely formed a triangle. Who are you? Slaughter asked in a low voice. Bede first took a look at Toby Spider. Although it was somewhat different from the movie, such as having a stronger body and stronger muscles, he still recognized Toby Spider's identity at a glance. Then he frowned and looked at the Slaughter, and recognized this guy. Slaughter? Which world are you from the Slaughter? Why do you appear here? End of this chapter. Chapter 134 A greeting gift for Toby Spider. Spider? Another spider. At this time, Slaughter also saw Bede's costume clearly and recognized his identity, which surprised him. Immediately, Zanzo laughed crazily. I didn't expect that there are actually 2 Spider-Man in this world. GGG, interesting, so interesting GGG. Are you Spider-Man too? Toby Spider looked at Bede in surprise. I thought I was the only one. Bede glanced at him and said, obviously, no. As he spoke, the pocket area of his pants quickly disappeared, revealing the pants underneath. Peter reached into his pocket for a wristband and threw it over. Toby Spider caught the wristband and gave Bede a confused look. Peter patted his left wrist with his right hand, made a gesture of wearing a watch, and said, put it on your hand, and press the button on the side. Although Toby Spider didn't know why, but the spider sense made him feel no malice from Bede. So he didn't get too defensive, he put it on directly, and according to Bede's words, he found a button on the side of the dial of the wristband and pressed it. Swah! Countless particles flowed out from the button, covering the whole body of Toby Spider. After a few seconds, Toby Spider was wrapped in a battlesuit. This battlesuit is very similar to the one worn by Bede, as if they are both high-end battlesuits. It's just that the piece on Bede's body is made of nanovibranium. Although it is toned and matte treated with special non-ferrous metals, if you look closely, you can still see the metallic luster. The suit Toby Spider is wearing now is made of nanofibers. This suit was made for him by Iron Man when he was in the 616 movie universe not long ago. At that time, he, Iron Man and the US team ambushed Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf at the headquarters of the New Avengers, but they fought each other, leaving him and Ebony Maw single-handedly. In the end, he took the risk of being sliced by Ebony Maw, and used a decisive move Quantum Sting, exchanging injuries for injuries, and killed Ebony Maw. But because of this, he won the friendship and respect of Iron Man and Captain America. After the war, when he was lying in the regeneration cradle recovering from his injuries, Iron Man saw that his suit was damaged, so he helped him make this nanosuit. It's just that after the battle suit was finished, he even tried it on once, just after it was finished, he tried on the size. When I returned to Wakanda, I changed into regular clothes. Later that night, he received a friendly gift from Black Panther T'Challa, a nano-vibranium spider suit worth more than 80 billion. With this thing, it is even more impossible for him to wear this ordinary nanosuit, although it is not ordinary. Iron Man is generous and has designed the spider suit of Dutch Spider. He is in this nanosuit. There are actually a lot of good things in the clothes. But all this is not as good as the nano-vibrating gold spider battle clothes fragrance. So, even though it was helpless, the nanosuit could only hide in its watch and eat dust. In fact, in the last world, B was going to give it to Garfield. But before he had time, he was forced to leave that world early due to unexpected changes. Even the electro-optical people who were originally planned to be recruited did not wait. Anyway, it's whoever you send it to. Now that you see Toby Spider, you can give it to Toby Spider. Wow, this clothes, this battlesuit, this touch. Toby rubbed his body fondly, making Pete feel a chill. I said, just reminiscing about old times is enough, right? Do you really think I don't exist? Jean said viciously. When Bede and Toby Spider were interacting just now, he had been observing Bede, so he didn't interrupt them. But now, he felt that he had almost observed it. Peter turned his head, looked at Carnage, nodded, and said seriously, well, I also think that the reminiscence is almost done, and Gwen is almost ready. He suddenly shouted, making the 3 people present stunned. Both Carnage and Toby Spider subconsciously looked in the direction of Gwen Stacy. Gwen Stacy, who was directly behind Bede, also looked puzzled. However, none of them knew that this Gwen was not Pigwin. As Bede shouted, a huge black thing suddenly flew out from the bell tower not far away. Bede! Gwen shouted from the other side. Bede shot out a thread of spider silk, stuck it on the flying thing, and pulled it hard. That thing was immediately exposed to everyone's sight. It's the big bell. I just don't know why it was removed by Gwen. When the big clock flew halfway, Bede flicked the spider web upwards, throwing it to a high place. At the same time, his body jumped up and came to the top of the big clock, pressing one hand on the top of the big clock. 2Kill was stunned for a moment, and then showed a terrified expression. Hey, let's try this. Crooked Dragon King D showed an evil smile, and the next moment, he pushed it down hard without hesitation. No, Tuzo yelled, his figure suddenly jumped up, and rushed to the distance. However, how could Bede let it escape so easily, calculated mentally but not intentionally? At the moment when the massacre just jumped up, the big clock firmly covered his body. Clang! A loud noise, endless aftertaste. With a scream of slaughter, he was locked into the big bell. The echo in the big bell made him let out a series of screams. Ah, bastard, you have the ability to let me out. Tuzo screamed and roared angrily. Peta sat firmly on the top of the big clock. This was originally an iron chain, but Gwen broke the lock, and the remaining part was just right for a person to sit on. He whistled, I'm sorry, I'm not capable, so I can't let you go. I'm so sorry. While speaking, he shot out a few strands of spider silk and stuck them at the connection between the big clock and the ground, making the big clock cage more stable. Then, he began to hit the four walls of the big clock with his fists, letting the sound waves continue to attack the carnage inside. Listening to the screams from the massacre, Bede actually didn't let down his guard at all. I believe anyone who has seen Spider-Man should have heard of the name of Carnage. The Carnage symbiote is the spawn of the Venom symbiote. Not long after its birth, it was combined with a mad murderer named Cletus Cassidy. I don't know if it's the characteristics of the Carnage symbiote itself, or it's the influence of Cletus Cassidy. The combination of the two makes Carnage also a madman. However, in different versions, this guy's expressiveness also varies. In some versions, he has more power and abilities than Venom and Spider-Man. Spider-Man has no way to deal with him, and in the end he can only turn to the Fantastic Four or even Venom for help. But in some versions, he was eaten by the Venom instead of being hit by the Venom. End of this chapter. There are two versions of Bede that impressed me the most. One is the Carnage Spider-Man in the very classic 94 version of Spider-Man. This guy can be said to be the biggest boss of the entire 94 Spider-Man animation. The Skywalker, who is suspected of being a transcendent, lost most of his power because of him, restarted the multiverse, with the guidance again and again in the plot. In this version, the cause of the matter is that Spider-Man Peter Parker was cloned in a parallel universe. Then there were two Spider-Men in that world, one was Spider-Man and the other was Scarlet Spider-Man. Scarlet Spider-Man thought he was a clone at first, so he had plastic surgery, had a crew cut, put on a vest over his spider suit, and lived under the alias Ben Reilly. But later, they discovered that Ben Reilly was actually the real Peter Parker, and the current Peter Parker was the clone. Thus, the clone Spider-Man collapsed. The Carnage symbiote took the opportunity to take over his body and turned into Carnage Spider-Man, a crazy symbiote and a corrupted Spider-Man. The two formed Spider-Man Carnage, becoming the greatest evil in the multiverse. He used the device to destroy the multiverse. There is also a version, which is called the sequel of 94 Spider-Man, but in fact there is no direct connection with Super Spider-Man. This version of Spider-Man has a very modern nanosuit, and can also use the suit to achieve the effect of optical invisibility. Most of the story takes place on the planet Kant, also called Counter-Earth. JJJ's son John Jameson went to explore the planet Conti as an astronaut. Carnage and Venom arrived, wanting to hitch a ride. Super Spider-Man went to stop them, but was mistaken for making trouble. The three-way battle left John Jameson out of touch. So Super Spider-Man had to steal a SHIELD spacecraft and go to the planet Conti to find John Jameson to clear his grievances. Carnage and Venom came to the planet Conti and obeyed the instructions of the anti-Earth symbiote cheats. This version of Carnage and Venom is not clear whether it is the relationship between father and son, but it seems that the relationship is not bad. And because of the small number of episodes, when you see them, they are always deflated, and they don't feel very powerful. Bede's biggest impression of them was that no matter what they became, they seemed to be able to return to their original state, as if they were immortal. This was very difficult to deal with. The good news, though, is that no matter which version of Carnage, there are symbiote weaknesses Sonic and Fire. As long as you take advantage of the weaknesses, the difficulty of defeating the symbiote will be greatly reduced. Tread. Gwen landed beside Bede, and she was still holding a large bag in her hand. The bag was a temporary container woven with white spider silk. As if it contained a living thing, the spider silk bag was constantly arched outward. Fortunately, the spider silk is tough enough, and the things inside cannot come out for a while. What is contained in it is naturally the Venom symbiosis of this world. In fact, the Venom symbiont in Toby Spider world is a bit weak chicken. The Venom symbiote in this world is quite weak in strength. In the plot, after Toby Spider played a steel pipe with a steel pipe, it was blown up by a pumpkin bomb. This may also have something to do with it having too little experience. After all, there are no major villains in this world. As the protagonist, Toby Spider, he has only fought against the Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus so far, and he is basically a fledgling young man. Moreover, symbionts are called symbionts because they need to parasitize others to survive. If there is no host, then all aspects of them will be greatly weakened. The Venom symbiote at this point is exactly that. First, he was lightly tapped to wake up the sleeping soul by a bell, and then he was put in a big bag by Gwen before he opened his eyes, and now he was brought to the bell again. Perhaps there is only one sentence that can describe the Venom symbiote's mood at this time: the baby feels bitter, but the baby cannot express it. How to deal with this? Gwen asked. Bede pointed to the big clock in front of him, and said, let's throw it here and serve it, let's give it a break. Gwen smiled, threw the venomous spider silk bag next to the big clock, and imitated Bede's example, reinforcing it a few times. Afterwards, bells began to echo continuously here. This time, Toby Spider has completely confirmed the identities of Bede and Gwen's friends. While the two were dealing with Carnage and Venom, he came to Gwen Stacy and helped her untie her. Are you okay? Toby Spider asked. Gwen Stacy just looked at Toby Spider with loving eyes. Why didn't you tell me you were Spider-Man? Toby Spider said with some embarrassment. Can you keep this matter a secret for me? Gwen Stacy smiled. Of course. Then can you promise me a request? Tell me, Toby thought in his spider heart, so that she could help him keep the secret, as long as the conditions were not excessive, he could agree. Gwen Stacy, date me. Toby Spider was dumbfounded. Why, can't you? You still have an appointment with me tonight. Gwen Stacy pretended to be dissatisfied. It's good to be able to date a beautiful woman like you, but why? Because I'm Spider-Man. Toby Spider suddenly reacted. Gwen Stacy nodded. Of course. You are the great hero who protects the city, and you are also the great hero who saved me. Twice. Toby Spider shook his head and ruthlessly rejected Gwen Stacy's request. No, you like Spider-Man, not Peter Parker. Gwen Stacy interrupts him. No, you're wrong. Spider-Man is Peter Parker, and Peter Parker is Spider-Man. So I like Spider-Man, I like Peter Parker. They're all you don't need to separate the two identities. Toby Spider was about to say something, when suddenly, there was a gunshot from the street below. Bang! In the middle of the night, let no one sleep. Immediately afterwards, there was an angry curse from a person. Gwen poked his head out for a look, then immediately retracted his head. Peter shrugged and said, there's an irritable uncle, maybe we quarreled with him. On the other side, Toby Spider and Gwen Stacy looked at each other with some embarrassment, and then walked to Pete and Gwen. Gwen Stacy looked at Pete and Gwen curiously, and said gratefully, thank you for saving me. You're welcome, Peter replied while ringing the clock rhythmically. Oh, by the way, I want to correct you just now, but not every Spider-Man is called Peter Parker. For example, my name is Bede. Gwen on the side also took off her hood with mischief, blinked, and said, and me, my name is Gwen Stacy. ×2. End of this chapter. Your name is Gwen Stacy. Gwen Stacy's eyes widened, looking at Gwen's face in shock. But you two look different. Do you have the same name and surname? Toby Spider asked curiously after being stunned for a moment. Gwen shook her head. I am Gwen Stacy from another universe. In my world, there are people like Peter Parker, Flash Thompson, and Mary Jane. Here. Toby Spider and Gwen Stacy looked at each other. The people Gwen mentioned, they really knew each other, and they were also from their school. Oh, there is also a party. Visitors from parallel universes. Toby Spider said in surprise. So, you. That's right, I'm also Spider-Man from a parallel universe, Bede replied, ringing the big bell twice more. The guy named Carnage here, if you guessed it right, should also come from somewhere. It's from a parallel universe. Toby Spider suddenly realized, so it's like this. No wonder I always think this guy is weird. What about this one? So it also came from a parallel universe. Toby's spider finger pointed at the bag of venom containing spider silk. Bede shook his head this time, and said, its name is the Venom Symbiosis, and it should be an alien visitor from your universe, not something from other parallel universes. What? It turned out to be a native creature of our universe. Toby Spider was shocked, but from his words, it can be seen that he already regarded the Venom Symbiosis as a creature with its own thoughts. It's the old enemy of most Spider-Man. Bede smiled slightly. Right, killing little friends. Yes, please let me out. I am not your old enemy, but Venom is. Slaughter begged for mercy. He really couldn't stand the all-pervasive magic sound. However, Bede knew this guy's nature well. How could he let him go? He didn't even have the idea of collecting him as a task force in time and space. If Venom can still be regarded as an anti-hero who goes his own way, then Carnage can be regarded as a full-fledged supervillain. That kind of chaotic and evil character is something that cannot be put to good use no matter what. Bede had only one idea about this existence. Kill? Obliterate directly? Don't send him back to his own world either. Just wipe it out for him in this world. Anyway, he has already locked him up, and there is no better time than now to obliterate the massacre. Let you go. You can consider it. The premise is to see how your performance is, Bede said. You say. Tuzo yelled. Bede said, the first question is, who are you? You know what I mean. What I mean is, who is the body under your skin? There was a long silence in the big clock, and only the violent panting of the Carnage could be heard, and it was known that he was still struggling inside. After a long time, a voice came from inside. Peter Parker. He is Peter Parker. What? ×4. Bede was surprised. Are you the one who massacres Spider-Man? But the guy who massacred Spider-Man was a guy who gave several Spider-Man and even Skywalker headaches. How could he look different from the current one who was easily locked into the clock by Bede? Bede and the others were stupefied, but the massacre inside didn't know if it was knocked down by the bell, and it was like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube, so he told everything by himself. This massacre is actually somewhat similar to what Bede had in mind. He was stillborn when the Venom symbiote went to prison to save Eddie Brock. But the first and only host he possessed so far was Peter Parker. But in that world, Peter Parker is not Spider-Man, but a villain? In that world, Peter Parker once had an unforgettable love. He fell in love with a girl named Gwen Stacy. But during the battle with the Green Goblin Harry Osborn, Gwen Stacy was unfortunately affected and died. In a rage, Peter Parker beat Harry the Green Goblin to death. When he gradually woke up from his anger, Green Goblin Harry and his Green Goblin armor were almost torn to pieces. But the police and journalists who came after hearing the news still recognized the logo of the Osborn Group on the Green Goblin armor, and thus recognized Harry Osborn's identity. The police immediately asked Peter Parker to surrender. Peter Parker could have resisted, but he had regained his sanity and was bound by morality and past education. Instead of resisting, he chose to surrender. As a result, Spider-Man Peter Parker went to jail. The matter didn't end there. At that time, Norman Osborn, the former head of the Osborn Group, had died of a family genetic disease, and Harry Osborn replaced him and became the new generation head of the Osborn Group. As a large group with businesses all over the world, the Osborn Group has a total valuation of more than 3,000 billion. The background is about 10 years. His head died unexpectedly, which undoubtedly caused an uproar. It's like one day you suddenly read on the news that Bill Gates was beaten to death by a gangster on the street. Many people love to eat this kind of melon. Since then, various conspiracy theories have sprung up. It is said that Spider-Man is actually the glove of the underground gang. Killing Harry Osborn is to control the Osborn Group. It is said that the two actually killed the killer for jealousy, because they found that Peter Parker and Harry Osborn were once good friends, and there was a dead girl named Gwen Stacy at the scene. Some people also say that Spider-Man is actually a biological weapon cultivated by the Osborn Group. After Spider-Man found out about Spider-Man, he felt revengeful, so he killed Osborn. In short, opinions vary. While Spider-Man Peter Parker was still in jail, some people started to act secretly. A down-and-out scientist named Dr. Octopus stole two things from the basement of the Osborn Group. The same was designed by himself, but because of insufficient funds, he could only sell the octopus tentacles to the Osborn Group, and he took them back. The other is the mutated spider venom, which is said to be the source of the mutations of Spider-Man and Harry Osborn. Dr. Octopus is interested in this. Later, after some research, Dr. Octopus actually isolated something from the mutant spider venom. He extracted the most brutal and offensive DNA fragments from these mutated spider venoms, recultivated them, and finally obtained a new substance. Dr. Octopus named it Venom. End of this chapter. Chapter 137 Mutated version of Garfield Spider. However, what Dr. Octopus didn't expect was that venom was more than just a substance that made people stronger. It also gave birth to autonomous consciousness. While Dr. Octopus was not paying attention, it escaped from Dr. Octopus's research institute. Then, for some reason, it met a guy named Eddie Brock and combined with him, becoming an anti-hero of his own way, Venom. Venom finds that his abilities are quite similar to Spider-Man's, and there seems to be some origin relationship between the two. He has no interest in being Spider-Man, though. He is not as dedicated to fighting crime as Spider-Man, but sometimes he will still stop him if he encounters him. All in all, very casual. The appearance of the venom quickly attracted the attention of Dr. Octopus, and after a little analysis, he knew that this guy was the Venom who escaped from his laboratory nonsense. He didn't even change his name, too heartless guy. As a result, Venom and Dr. Octopus became enemies. The two fought daily on the streets of New York. However, although Dr. Octopus has the help of highly intelligent mechanical tentacles, he has nothing to do with the venom. The repeated failures made him think about other things. Soon, through some clues, he found out what venom was like when it was mixed in human society. Eddie Brock. After collecting several pieces of evidence using tiny surveillance flies, he anonymously went to the Daily Bugle to reveal the information. Shock, Daily Bugle reporter Eddie Brock turned out to be Venom. A certain man dressed in black and ran around late at night, actually doing this kind of thing. Venom, could it be another spider monster? Urged the police to arrest venomous Eddie Brock, who last week smashed up a roadside sandwich shop that had the best sandwich in Queens. Reports and soft articles appeared one after another in newspapers and on the internet, and quickly fermented under the influence of some promoters with ulterior motives. Facing the police who came to his door, Eddie Brock was speechless. But he's not Peter Parker. He has morals, but not much. Faced with a police arrest warrant, he chose to run away. But the police were prepared. After many battles, Dr. Octopus vaguely grasped some of Venom's weaknesses, such as being afraid of fire and noise. In response to this, the police directly surrounded Eddie Brock's house with several cars equipped with loudspeakers, and dropped a large number of incendiary bombs on him. Venom failed miserably. On the way to the prison, Dr. Octopus snatched him away, and used a device prepared in advance to separate Venom from Eddie Brock. Afterwards, Eddie Brock was imprisoned and became Peter Parker's cellmate. The Venom was brought back to his laboratory by Dr. Octopus. After another period of time, Venom was remodeled by Dr. Octopus. As a result, it ran away again. It can only be said that Dr. Octopus's laboratory is as puzzling as the Research Institute of the Kingdom of Light. Venom came to the prison, merged with Eddie Brock again, and carried out the escape plan. In the process, he left behind a splinter. This split body is Massacre. At this time, Peter Parker is no longer the original Peter Parker. It had been more than a year since he was imprisoned. During this year, Aunt May ran around in order to help him reduce his crimes, but was said to be a vicious woman who helped the evildoers. Some people even accused her of breaking the law and committing crimes on the grounds that she was obviously Peter Parker's guardian but sat back and watched him embark on a criminal path. So, even though Aunt May put on a disguise in advance every time she came to see him, Peter Parker still found some clues. Moreover, over the past year, mysterious people have been sending him letters telling him what happened to Aunt May. This kind of behavior caused Peter Parker to suffer extremely in his heart. If he himself suffers, he can bear it. But he couldn't bear the thought of Aunt May suffering because of him. His heart began to sink into darkness little by little. The emergence of Massacre is like a drop of grease dropped on a spark, causing the spark that was just a sign to suddenly burn into a fire. The blood-red battlesuit appeared on his body, except for the spider pattern on the chest. There were basically no traces of Spider-Man. And his heart was completely filled with violence. Massacre was born. The first battle after his birth was to kill all the prisoners and guards in the prison who usually laughed at him and Aunt May. The entire prison was stained with blood, and the blood on the walls, floor, and ceiling even flowed into the river outside the prison, dyeing the entire river red. The reborn Venom was shocked by this, but Venom was no match for Carnage. Venom is a combination of Venom plus Eddie Brock, the regular guy. But Carnage is a combination of Carnage and superhuman Peter Parker who is stronger than Venom. In just a few face-to-face moments, Venom was completely defeated. Hungry Carnage devoured Venom directly and killed Eddie Brock. After swallowing Venom, his power was further enhanced, and he even gained all of Venom's memories, and learned that the man behind it all was Dr. Octopus. So, he found Dr. Octopus and killed him. However, Dr. Octopus's question before his death woke him up, "Who are you?" This sentence activated a trace of autonomy hidden deep in his heart. Following this trace of independence, he found Aunt May's house. However, when he arrived, he found that Aunt May had died more than a month ago. After friendly knocking on the door of the neighbor's house, the neighbor told him in horror that Aunt May was already weak, and she was often harassed verbally or even in action by some self-proclaimed righteous guys on weekdays, and finally died. Neighbors like them helped with the posthumous affairs, and he was buried next to Uncle Ben. The only remaining sliver of conscience allowed Tu Shui not to kill this kind neighbor. Of course, he had to repair the knocked door himself. When I came to Aunt May's grave and looked at the tombstones of Uncle Ben and Aunt May, I saw that the personality named Peter Parker had completely died and was replaced by a new personality called the Evil Dead. He is a vengeful demon who has returned from hell, and when the evil spirits get angry, they will put on the bloody battlesuit and transform into a violent Dark King Carnage. He became the king who dominated that world, making the whole world tremble at his feet, until he came to this world and smelled a new smell of father. After listening to the self-report of the massacre, B was surprised and suddenly realized. No wonder this massacre feels a little weak. It turned out that the Carnage and Venom in that world were not alien symbionts at all, but were extracted using genetic technology? But why does this world sound more and more like a mutated version of Garfield Spider? So, the accurate name of this guy should be Slaughter Garfield Spider. Boom! A loud bang came from under the big clock. Immediately afterwards, Bede and others felt that the ceiling beneath their feet was shaking, and it began to crack outwards from under the big clock. Peeta and Gwen didn't panic, and with a light leap, they jumped to a place where nothing happened. On the other side, Toby Spider also hugged Gwen Stacy at the right time and took her away from the dangerous place. GGG, thank you for listening to Peter Parker's story. Now, it's the home of the massacre. The tall blood-red figure stood on the floor one floor below, looking up to the sky and laughing. Bede looked down at the slaughtering Garfield laughing maniacally, but his face was not the least bit surprised by his sudden escape. If you can't escape, you will be really surprised. Although the level of slaying Garfield spiders is not as high as that of the real symbiote version, it is still an existence that rules a parallel universe. Since sound waves were his weakness, he must have taken some related protection. The Dr. Octopus in that world was not an idiot. The fact that he was killed even though he knew his weaknesses speaks volumes. After the harsh words, the Garfield slaughtering spider didn't charge directly, but rushed in another direction. There are spider silk bags containing venom falling? Call out. He's fast, but Bede is faster. A quantum spider silk was shot out, and the spider silk bag was brought up. Bede waved his hand. Want it? Come up and get it. Humph. Give him to me. The Slaughter Garfield spider roared, changed direction, and rushed towards Bede. You really dare to come up to get it, you are so brave. Peeta clenched his fists, and the vibrating gold battlesuit on his body began to glow. The effect of force is mutual. When Bede kept hitting the big bell just now, the power transmitted back from the big bell was also continuously absorbed by his vibranium suit. Although the kinetic energy absorbed each time is not much, the amount accumulated continuously is still considerable. In fact, even if Slaughter Garfield couldn't find a way to escape, Bede would have taken the initiative to open the big clock after a while when his savings were almost gone. Bang! What? Butcher Garfield comes up fast, but goes back even faster. The force of Bede's punch was probably hundreds of tons. It was just a punch. Even though Garfield Slaughter tried hard to turn his body in the air, he was still punched in the left arm, breaking his entire arm. Then the slaughtered Garfield spider let out an even more tragic cry after being stunned for a moment. Bede was not disappointed because of his slight mistake. He flipped his hand and countless spider silk spewed out, then tied up the Garfield slaughter spider. Snapped. Then, he stretched out his other hand and pressed it on the face of the butcher Garfield spider. The biological static electricity was pushed to the extreme by him. Then, he tore it apart hard. Tear? The entire blood-red face of Slaughter Garfield spider was torn off, revealing a face underneath that was somewhat familiar to both Bede and Gwen. It's really a Garfield spider. Peeta was slightly surprised. The pale face that appeared in front of them was clearly the face of the Garfield spider that they had just seen in the extraordinary universe not long ago. It's just that compared to the young and energetic Garfield spider, the face of the one in front of him has a cold air, which makes people frown. Even at this moment, his face is still full of madness. Ha ha ha, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. I am a ghost who came out of hell? I am Spider-Man from hell. The massacre who ruled the world emperor. Pede sneered. I know 2 Spider-Mans who have returned from hell. Compared to them, you're not even worthy of lifting shoes. As he spoke, he punched again, knocking the Garfield slaughter spider to the ground. Then he withdrew his hand, pulled it with the spider thread, and lifted up the big clock that had fallen into the ruins below. Come and help. Bede controlled the Garfield slaughter spider on the ground and waved to the Toby spider behind him. What should I do? Toby spider came over and asked. Just like you took off the Venom suit just now, take off this Carnage suit, Bede said. I understand. Toby spider suddenly understood and quickly started to get started. The two grabbed Tuzo's body from left to right, and the biological static electricity was stimulated to the extreme. And Gwen picked up a stone and kept tapping on the big clock. Slaughter Spider-Man was already weakened by Bede's continuous attacks, and now surrounded by 3 Spider-Man, he has no ability to resist at all. You can only let them do what they want. It can be seen that the Slaughter suit has been combined with this mutated Garfield spider for a long time. The connection between the two can be described as intimate, almost integrated into one. Bede and Toby Spider did their best to separate the two, and it took more than 10 minutes. The mutated version of Garfield Spider, stripped of its massacre suit, lay limply on the ground beside it, motionless. Bede didn't care whether he lived or died. To be able to find a way to separate him from the massacre suit and try his best to save him is already the most benevolent thing. After all, judging from the story told to By time before the massacre, this mutated version of Garfield Spider was not a good person. Perhaps he was once a good person, but the cruel reality pressed him step by step until he is where he is today. Afterwards, Bede threw the slaughter suit wrapped with his quantum spider silk into the big clock hanging upside down with the spider silk. Roar. The massacre suit is worthy of being the existence that once devoured the venom of Father. Although it is only a DNA extract, it already has characteristics similar to the symbiote family. When it grows to a certain stage, it can still have certain mobility even if it is separated from the host. At this moment, the massacre suit roared and climbed up in the big bell. It's just that because he has separated from the host, he is a bit like the slime monster in Pokemon. The lower body is out of shape, and the upper body maintains a human shape according to habit. Bede clenched his fist again. Light bloomed on the fist again. But this time, what he activated was not the energy in the vibranium suit, but the quantum energy in his own body. Quantum stinger? Bede jumped down in the air, and the quantum energy in his hand almost turned into a ball of light, which hit the face of the massacre suit roaring up to the sky. Quantum energy is like thorns, quickly piercing into the body of the massacre suit from the contact point between the two. The DNA strands in his body quickly disintegrated, and the cells were coagulated and denatured. After a while, the blood-red massacre suit turned into a blood-red sculpture, stuck stiffly to the bottom of the clock, motionless. End of this chapter. Chapter 139 Death of Mutant Garfield Spider. Bede retracted his hand, tiptoed a little, and then stepped back above, standing side by side with Gwen. He's dead. Gwen asked, looking down. Bede frowned, and replied with some hesitation, not sure. From the original play, there are only 2 ways to kill a symbiote. One is to use a more powerful explosion such as the venom suit that was blown to death by a pumpkin grenade in the version of Toby Spider, and the other is to be killed by another symbiote. Organisms eat, for example, venom eats butchers. Bede's current method of using quantum stingers to destroy symbiotes can be said to be the first attempt. So he wasn't sure whether it would work or not. Thinking about it, he simply picked up a stone and smashed it down hard. Bang! The carnage sculpture shattered for an hour, and then, the phenomenon of quantum collapse quickly appeared, annihilating him. Within a moment, only an empty bell was left in place. Bede, he is dead. At this time, Toby Spider suddenly shouted. Bede looked around and saw Toby Spider squatting next to the mutated version of Garfield Spider. Dead. Bede walked over, stretched out his hand to test his breath, and then touched his neck. Sure enough, there was no reaction. Could it be that we forcibly dragged him out to kill him? Peeta wondered. Gwen also squatted down to check, then shook her head. He should have been dead for a long time. What's the matter? Peeta asked. Gwen explained, look, there are even corpse spots on some parts of his body, and the blood in his body has basically coagulated. In other words, the massacre has always been attached to his corpse before. Bede asked in surprise. Gwen nodded, feeling a little heavy. Bede took her hand. I'm fine, Gwen said with a forced smile. The tragic situation of Peter Parker in that universe made her feel a little uncomfortable when she thought about it. He turned against his friend and killed him with his own hands, his lover died in front of him, and his favorite relative died in depression. He became the opposite of society and changed from a superhero to a supervillain. In the end, even he himself died at the hands of the massacre for no apparent reason, became the nourishment of the massacre, and died in a foreign country. Thinking, Gwen hugged Bede with his backhand. Bede had no choice but to undo the vibranium suit, and comforted her in a low voice. His body began to distort. Toby's voice sounded again. Bede quickly turned his head to look at it, and it turned out that the corpse of the mutated Garfield spider also showed quantum collapse. Gwen said quickly, can we send him back? Back to his own world? Peeta nodded, small things. As he spoke, he stepped forward and injected some quantum energy into the corpse on the ground. In fact, even if Gwen didn't say it, he would do it. What he thought was, since this is the mutated world of Garfield spiders, would there be an extraordinary Doctor Strange in this world? There are also electro-optical beings that have not yet appeared in the extraordinary universe. Perhaps they can be found in this mutated extraordinary universe? Anyway, he already knew from the words of slaughtering the Garfield spider that the world had been messed up. Afterwards, Peeta simply cleaned up the scene. First, the corpse of the mutated Garfield spider was wrapped several times with spider silk, turning him into a mummy. Then the big bell was moved back to the bell tower of the church opposite. Gwen, who was kind-hearted, even helped them twist it back. If ordinary people were to do this work, several people would have to pull up the big clock together first, and then 1 or 2 people would go up and resolder it or tighten it with tools. But with the cooperation of the 3 Spider-Man, it only took a few minutes for them to return to the building. Of course, he didn't forget that there is also a little cutie here. In fact, this is the real purpose of his coming to this world. Venom? The venom of the Toby Spider version is very immature. It's not like the one in Venom, Deadly Guardian, which has a complete autonomous consciousness. Its impact on the host is actually not that great. In the words of Dr. Connors of this world, the venom of this world actually just magnifies some of the host's personality and at the same time enhances the host's ability, nothing more. For example, after Toby Spider was possessed by Venom, it only exposed the stronger side of his character. But actually this is his character. In the first part, when he first gained power, Uncle Ben died unexpectedly. In anger, Toby Spider personally killed the Sandman's accomplice who he thought was the murderer. At that time, he didn't always play his role as a good guy. Therefore, if you want to strengthen your own strength while minimizing the impact on yourself, the venom of Toby Spider's world is obviously a good choice. At this time, after a lot of ravages, and perhaps the threat of massacre and tragic death, Venom became very honest, and even the previous attempt to escape stopped. Bede reached out and picked up the bag of spider silk, hesitantly. Although he had already made plans before coming here, Bede still hesitated to let a symbiont that might affect his personality enter his body. At this time, Gwen on the side seemed to have made some decision. She walked up to Bede and said, Bede, this venom symbiote. I want to combine with it. Gwen's words broke Bede's deliberation. He turned his head to look at Gwen, and said in surprise, why? This thing is risky, and I don't want you to take risks. Gwen shook his head and said in a very firm tone, don't forget, I am Spider-Gwen, and I am also a superhero. I want to fight side by side with you, instead of just beating you up like now. Auxiliary. Bede fell silent. As his experience gradually enriched, coupled with the development of quantum abilities, his basic combat power became much higher than that of normal Spider-Man. For example, by applying quantum energy to his spider sense, he has a spider sense that is more sensitive and has a wider range than ordinary Spider-Man. Applying quantum energy to his arms, his strength can instantly increase to dozens or hundreds of tons, which is much more terrifying than the 20 tons of ordinary Spider-Man. Coupled with the unparalleled defense of the vibrating gold spider battlesuit. This made his combat power jump to the top level among many Spider-Man. Gwen, who was able to teach him in the past, can only be reduced to the point of helping him now. For example, in these few operations, it was Pete who fought head-on, and Gwen waited for the opportunity to cooperate. Such a tactical arrangement is reasonable, but Bede ignored it. Gwen is also a stronger person, so why is he willing to be a useless person all the time? Have you really thought it through? Bede was a little relieved, turned to look at Gwen, and asked solemnly, yeah, I'm ready to become Venom Spider-Gwen. Thank you, Auntie, for the reward of 888 reading coins. I'll have a good talk with him first, Peeta said, walking aside with the spider silk bag. Although the venom in this world does not behave like an intelligent life form like other versions, it may still have a certain logic. Regardless, it's never wrong to give it a try. Bede took him to the big clock in the clock tower across the street, pointed to the empty big clock and said, did you see this clock? A guy from a parallel universe was killed by me just now. If you don't want to be like him, just listen to Gwen's words in the future. Otherwise, I don't mind stripping you down and keeping your family in order. As he spoke, he stretched out a finger, which released some quantum energy. The finger poked directly into the spider silk bag, and the quantum energy formed a tiny poisonous thorn, stabbing at the venom symbiote. The dark venom substance wriggled violently. Under B's intentional control, it is naturally impossible for this tiny stinger to kill the venom symbiote, but it can still cause some damage to the venom. At the parts hit by the quantum stinger, the bodies of the venom symbiote were rigidified and lost their activity. This made the venom symbiote quite frightened, and immediately curled up into a ball. Looks like you should understand. Bede was satisfied with his reaction. After some reasoning with the venom symbiote, the two happily reached a cooperation. As long as he serves Gwen wholeheartedly and behaves in a manner that satisfies Bede, when he encounters other symbionts in a suitable world in the future, Bede will help him devour him as appropriate and make him stronger. This venom symbiote is not very intelligent, more like a beast that acts on instinct. But he still understands the basic principle of seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. The psychology of venom symbiosis at this moment is very simple: follow him and have food. Later, Bede returned to Gwen with the trained venom symbiote and handed her the spider silk bag. Gwen knew that Bede had already arranged everything for her, but she didn't reject the feeling of being arranged. Very strange. If her father did this, I'm afraid she will rebel a bit. Even if she accepts it in her heart, she will have to refute it a few words. But when this kind of thing happened to Peta, there was only a kind of sweetness of being cared for in her heart. Gwen tore open a hole in the spider silk bag without hesitation, and then directly put her hand in. The Toby spider next to you looked terrified. He is afraid of the venom suit like a snake and a scorpion, but the male and female Spider-Man from the parallel universe in front of him regards it as a prop to enhance his strength. How dare they? He deliberately stopped them and asked them to think carefully and think twice. But as soon as he uttered the first word, Peta stopped him. Bede shook his head slightly and motioned him to step back with his eyes. Toby Spider hesitated for a moment, but decided to believe them, so he stopped stopping them. While Bede was talking to Toby Spider, on the other side, Gwen had begun to merge with the venom symbiote. I saw the black venom symbiont crawling up the palm of Gwen's white battlesuit like a living black mud mask. Soon, it covered the entire arm. Then came the shoulders, the bulging peaks, the slender willow waist, the slender straight legs and the slender feet with dancing shoes. Finally, the head. It is amazing that the venom suit did not change the style of Gwen's own white spider suit. In appearance, it is almost exactly the same as before, except that the color has become completely black. After a while, the venom suit suddenly started to squirm again. Immediately afterwards, the black all over the body began to change rapidly. After the transformation was completed, Bede and the others were surprised to find that Gwen's suit had returned to its original appearance. Is this the mimicry ability of the venom suit? Bede understood after a little thought. Theoretically, symbionts have the ability of mimicry. For example, after Spider-Man took off the venom suit in a certain world, he sneaked back into his closet, simulating the appearance of Spider-Man's red and blue suit, to lure Spider-Man into it. As a result, Spider-Man was affected by the venom suit for the second time. It's just that Spider-Man's suit intuitively reflects Spider-Man's mentality, or camp, from many times. Classic style, usually normal Spider-Man. And those with a little black on their battle clothes are basically a little dark in their hearts, such as the venom suit, such as John Parker's suit and so on. Spider-Man with a black suit generally behaves more radically than ordinary Spider-Man. The above is consistent with most situations, but it does not mean absolute. Wow. The venom suit squirmed again, and then turned into an everyday-style denim suit. Gwen changed from a valiant female Spider-Man back to a cute little girl next door. Wait, something seems wrong? Seeing Gwen walking in front of him with light steps, Pete frowned slightly. Gwen. Oh, why are you still standing there? Let's go, we're exhausted, let's go rest. Gwen smiled and held one of Bede's hands. Bede? He was about to refuse, but the amazing touch on his arm made him refuse from the bottom of his heart. Gwen, are you okay? Peta still asked against his will. Gwen tilted her head, wondering, what can I do? I feel better than ever before. As she spoke, she pulled slightly. Pete immediately felt a huge force coming from his arm, which almost made him stagger. Is this Gwen's power? Peta's eyes widened. He had imagined that Venom Gwen after fusion with the Venom symbiote would be much stronger than before, but unexpectedly, it was still beyond his imagination. Based on the estimation of the force just now, Gwen's current strength has reached at least 30 tons. This is still a situation where she didn't exert her full strength. Before that, her strength was about 15 tons. Official data says that Gwen is slightly weaker than Spider-Man, but faster. Set Spider-Man's basic strength to 20 tons. In other words, the Venom suit provided her with at least double the boost. This is already quite scary. And this is still her shortboard strength attribute? So what about her inherently faster speed than the average Spider-Man? Isn't it really possible to be as quiet as a virgin and move like a mad rabbit? Let's go. Am I Gwen? Is there anything wrong? Gwen pulled Pete hard, pulling him down a little. Then the girl's warm breath and seductive words came to Bede's ears. Take a closer look later, won't you know? Bede? How did my Gwen suddenly go from the girl next door to the Queen of Charm? Has the style changed so much? End of this chapter. Where B and the others didn't notice, or rather, where they noticed but didn't bother to take care of it, Eddie Brock was holding his camera excitedly. In his camera, he took a series of photos of the 3 Spider-Man fighting the bloody monster. But later, when Peter went to return the bell, he thought he was peeping from the sidelines, so he knocked him unconscious. Peter checked his camera and found that the main content of it revolved around the big clock. So he didn't take a picture of the Toby spider showing his face. Afterwards, the roof of the house here was massacred and trampled. It was such a chaos that he couldn't take any pictures. After checking it and feeling that there was nothing that needed to be deleted, Bede threw the camera to Toby Spider and asked him to consider it at his own discretion. The Eddie Brock of this world is indeed a bit of a jerk, but it's never Peter's turn to sanction him. Toby Spider took the camera, checked it, and put the camera back in Eddie's hand without doing anything. Facing the looks from Bede and the other two, he just shrugged. Actually, we don't have any deep hatred, it's just for the sake of life. Bede smiled. Even the real owner, Toby Spider, doesn't care, so there's no need for him to meddle in other people's business. Not long after Bede and others left, Eddie Brock woke up slowly, and then met the New York police who rushed here. The leader of the team is the father of Gwen Stacy in this world, George Stacy. By the way, the sheriff is really busy enough. Every world is his. The fierce fighting scene at the scene made the police officers look at each other in dismay. Fortunately, there were no casualties. So they found some witnesses, such as the grumpy uncle who fired shots not long ago and threatened Bede and the others not to make noise in the middle of the night, Bullock. Poor Eddie, the camera in his hand hadn't warmed up yet, and was temporarily borrowed by the police on the grounds of important evidence. Said that it will be returned to him after the investigation is clear. No way, Eddie had to continue to wait, and at the same time hoped that these photos were taken by him alone. At the same time, on the other side, Bede and Gwen had separated from Toby Spider and Gwen Stacy. Although it is determined to send the corpse of the mutated version of Garfield back to his world, and take a look at the situation in the dark world by the way. But there is no rush. Bede and Gwen went through a big battle in the extraordinary universe, and then they just rested in the quantum space for a while before coming to this Toby Spider universe. Then there was another fierce battle with Carnage. Well, it wasn't too fierce, after all, Carnage was a bit weak, and Bede just managed to restrain him. But no matter what, the continuous high-intensity battles still made them tired. So they are going to take a rest in this world first. As for the body of the mutated version of Garfield Spider, Bede sent it to the quantum space first. There is no concept of time in quantum space, and the only thing that can be used to measure time is actually the consumption of quantum energy. This also means that things will basically not corrode when placed inside. After all, the decay of things requires the participation of microorganisms, and the growth of microorganisms is not suitable in the quantum space. As for the microbes of the corpse itself, that thing doesn't exist. The corpse of this mutated version of Garfield Spider has been slaughtered and controlled for an unknown period of time. How could the microorganisms growing in it be stronger than the symbiont? The anti-corrosion measures are very stringent. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with putting the corpse in the quantum space. Bede did not alert the craft paper vulture, Pterosaur Norman, and others. He directly opened a small space in the quantum space and sent the body in. And he himself, with the help of Toby Spider and Gwen Stacy, took Gwen to open 2 rooms in a nearby hotel. Of course, they still pay for it themselves. The money was kindly sponsored by the generous punks of the extraordinary universe. Although the 2 worlds are different, the eagle coins are both real and not considered counterfeit. Originally, Gwen argued hard, saying that it would be alright to open a room. But Bede sternly rejected it. Although he has been coveting Gwen's body since early in the morning, Gwen is only 17 years old, so he can't let go. Let's develop it first. However, Bede thinks so, but someone seems to think otherwise. When Bede was lying in the bathtub, closing his eyes and enjoying the beauty of the warm water floating quietly on his body, his spider sensor suddenly moved. Then, his ears moved. Click. He heard the direction of the balcony, and there seemed to be a soft sound. It seemed like the sound of a window being opened. However, when Bede listened intently again, he couldn't hear anything anymore. If it was just the sound, Bede must have thought maybe it was just the wind blowing the windows. But since the spider senses and responds, that means someone or something has come in. Moreover, the possibility of it being human is very high, because only human beings will deliberately restrain the sound of footsteps. It's just that he has just come to this world, and the total amount of time is less than an hour. The only enemy half standing up, one, Garfield the Carnage, has been killed by him, and the other half, Venom, has become Gwen's symbiote suit. So who visits late at night? Peter reached for the towel, and at the same time stretched out his hand and shot a thread, sticking his entire body to the ceiling of the bathroom. The wet moisture on the ceiling does not affect his ability to climb. At the same time, his mind began to spin rapidly. What villains are there in the world of Toby Spider? Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin from the first film, is dead. In the second part, Dr. Octopus Otto Octavius and his research were buried in the sea and died. There are 2.5 villains in the third part. Venom has been taken over by Gwen, and the only ones left are the Sandman and the second-generation Green Goblin, Harry Osborn. Coincidentally, these 2 guys have the ability to fly. You can open the window without revealing the sound of footsteps. Bede's heart trembled. Could it be that one of these 2 guys came after him? His hand was already on the leopard spider chapter. As a housekeeping equipment, he didn't intend to take it off even when taking a bath. Click. With the sound of opening the door, the bathroom door was slowly pushed open. Steaming steam rushed out along the crack of the door, collided with the air conditioning in the living room outside, and instantly condensed into fog, covering the doorway into a dense area. In the mist, an exquisite and slender figure made all Bede's actions and caution disappear. Then, a beautiful face stretched out from the water vapor. She first glanced at the empty bathtub, a look of astonishment appeared on her face. Then, she looked up at the ceiling, and looked at Pete, who was only wrapped in a towel, and gave a smirk. I'm here. End of this chapter. The main reason why Toby Spider came here today was to ask Toby Spider to help them introduce Harry Osborn. Speaking of Harry and Toby Spider in this world, the relationship between them is much better than the two in the Extraordinary Universe. Harry and Garfield of the Extraordinary Universe have truly gone from best friends to enemies. Well, it's hard to tell that they are best friends. The boat of friendship between the two people is prone to overturning anyway. But Harry and Toby Spider in this universe are different. The two of them can be said to have carried out the term happy friends to the end. Mutual green Mary Jane repeatedly jumps between the two, booing with Harry when interacting with Toby Spider, and teasing Toby Spider when interacting with Harry. I don't know what others think. Anyway, Bede was Mary Jane who disliked this world from long ago. Mutual blackmail, Toby Spider and the original Green Goblin Norman Osborn fought fiercely, and finally Norman Osborn died under his own Green Goblin skateboard. Toby Spider returns his body to the Osborns, where it happens to be seen by Harry, and the two become enemies. Harry even bribed Dr. Octopus to cause trouble for Toby Spider. Killing each other. After a series of secret methods and stumbling upon each other, the two finally broke up and started a battle between men. In the end, it ended with Harry Osborn's complete defeat, and Harry even suffered amnesia, disfigurement, etc. as a result. Love each other despite all the holidays. When Toby Spider was in danger, Harry stood up and fought side by side with him against Venom and Sandman. Not only that, he also stood up to block a fatal blow for Toby Spider, using his life to explain what brotherhood is. There are not many villains that Bede admires, and Harry is definitely one of them. Bede has roughly figured out the current plot from his conversation with Toby Spider and some clues. Toby Spider and Harry Osborn have turned against each other and had a fight, and Harry should have even been disfigured. The capture of Venom by Pete meant that Eddie Brock lost the chance to transform into Venom, and naturally lost the ability to capture Mary Jane to threaten Toby Spider. The subsequent plot has been completely changed from here on. Just rely on the words of a Sandman. First of all, the reason Sandman goes against Toby Spider is because he wants to get money to save his daughter, but Spider-Man always prevents him from getting money. Stopping him from making money is preventing him from saving his daughter, so he wants to beat Spider-Man to make sure the other party doesn't get in his way. Therefore, the Sandman will not capture Mary Jane. Moreover, it would be difficult for the Sandman alone to pose a fatal threat to Toby Spider. Without Mary Jane, the woman the two brothers loved together, as a catalyst, there was no life threat to Toby Spider. In this case, Bede could not guarantee whether Harry would come to help Toby as in the original plot. Spider. High probability is not. Because there is no reason. Doesn't Harry want to lose face? In the original plot, it was Toby Spider who went to beg someone, so he came here. So even if you want to come, you have to go down a step first, right? And if Harry hadn't reconciled with Toby Spider at this time, without external pressure as a catalyst, Bede was really worried that the pair who were supposed to be good friends ended up with the same ending as the pair in the Extraordinary Universe. That's too bad. As one of the few villains he admires, Bede naturally does not want Harry Osborn to end up like that again. Moreover, he wants to expand his hyperspace task force and the supporting inter-universe company, so it is perfect to find a rich and powerful guy directly in the corresponding universe. Who in the Toby Spider universe is rich? Of course it's Osborn. Although it was recommended by Toby Spider, or maybe it was because of Toby Spider's recommendation, it took a lot of trouble to meet Harry Osborn. Fortunately, we finally met. Then, Bede familiarly came up with the conditions he had said to the extraordinary Norman Osborn in the Extraordinary Universe, and said them again in much the same way as Harry Osborn. Harry Osborn was skeptical at first, but Bede only showed him the nano-vibranium spider suit on his body, and then asked Toby Spider to show his nano-spider suit. Toby Spider also showed off the artificial intelligence system and some other things on the nano-spider suit. After reading it, Harry Osborn and Bede immediately reached a consensus on cooperation. Moreover, the conditions he gave were more generous than those offered by the extraordinary Norman Osborn. In fact, after the death of Norman Osborn, the Osborn group lost its helm, and life was not very good. That's why a few months ago, Harry Osborn, against all odds, supported Dr. Octopus to do his research on controllable thermonuclear fusion. However, Dr. Octopus' experiment failed and he became a bank-robbing Frankenstein. These things have had a considerable impact on the Osborn group. This made the already difficult Osborn group even worse. Harry Osborn has actually been looking for a way out. He doesn't want the group founded by his father to be destroyed in his own hands. But small research is of no help to the Osborn group, and large research cannot bear the risk of another failure. As a result, the Osborn group was completely in trouble. Bede's appearance, and what he proposed, pointed out a clear path for Harry Osborn. To this end, he is willing to give up half of his equity, which will be invested in Bede's Super Dimension Task Force. Of course, the Super Dimension Task Force, or Bede, only enjoys the right to dividends, but not the right to make decisions. After all, Harry Osborn gave up profits in order to keep the Osborn Group. If he wanted to give away the decision-making power, it would be no different from giving away the Osborn Group. This defeats his main purpose. Bede was indifferent to this. He didn't have time to care about these things. If he had to manage every partner or investment company in every world, then he would have to turn himself into a real octospider, grabbing one on each leg. That wouldn't be enough. Maybe we need to have a few more brains and a few more pairs of eyes. Are you tired? Anyway, as long as he has money, he can arm himself with differentiated technologies from different worlds and eras, and that's enough. Everything else is secondary. So, the two hit it off. The Super Dimension Task Force has also received an investment in the Toby Spider universe, and from this point of view, it is still the largest investment. After the cooperation was negotiated, Bede first asked Harry to prepare some food, sent it into the quantum space, and fed it to the few dinosaurs waiting to be fed. Harry expressed interest in this. Bede also took him in for a walk. The magical quantum space also allowed Harry to further deepen his idea of investing in Bede and his Super Dimension Task Force. Then, Bede also began to prepare to go to the mutated version of the Extraordinary Universe to kill Garfield spiders. Chapter 143 Changes in the Extraordinary Universe. This world seems to be exuding a sad mood. The mutated Extraordinary Universe, or in other words, the Extraordinary Universe 2. New York City, Queens, on a building. Bede and Gwen stood side by side, but neither of them were very interested. This is not because they are in a bad mood, but after entering this world, a layer of gloom naturally envelops their hearts. Especially Bede. He could feel that the world seemed to be entering a state similar to human aging. But how is this possible? In a world that is not a living entity, how can it experience birth, old age, illness, and death? Moreover, Amazing Universe 2 is the twin brother of the Amazing Universe. The Amazing Universe next door looks full of vitality, so how can it start to age? But the fact is, it is really aging rapidly. What happened to this world? Why did it become like this? Although Gwen's emotions were somewhat affected, they were not as deep as Bede's. After a short period of adjustment, she recovered first, walked to the edge of the building, and looked down. The scene below shocked her, who had already experienced several worlds. I saw that the once bustling streets were now filled with scorched earth. Half of some buildings have collapsed, and some bones can still be seen vaguely inside. Others were completely reduced to rubble, with only rubble and steel bars remaining. Many places are filled with the smell of gunpowder smoke, and blackened bullet marks are left on the broken walls of the buildings. If Bede had not found several iconic buildings nearby and knew that their landing point was indeed in New York, he would have believed it if you had just said that this was the Middle East. Bede had also suppressed the sadness that had been radiating from the bottom of his heart at this time, and walked to Gwen's side. Looking at the scene in front of him, it reminded him of the scene in the '94 version of the Spider-Man animation that belonged to the world of Massacre of Spider-Man and Ben Reilly. How similar are the two worlds? Thinking about it this way, the result is obvious. Both worlds are caused by massacre, but one is because of cloning, and the other is because of the injustice of the world. But no matter what, it ultimately leads to the destruction of the world. Boom! There was a sudden loud noise in the distant neighborhood. Immediately afterwards, a tall building slowly fell down in the sight of Bede and Gwen. What happened over there? Gwen, let's go over and have a look. Bede greeted, and at the same time pressed the button on the leopard spider badge, and the nano-vibranium spider suit was immediately put on. Okay. Gwen nodded, and immediately a black substance crawled out of her watch, covering her whole body, and then transformed into a white and red ghost suit through her mimicry ability. Call out! Call out! The two people who finished changing their clothes rushed to the scene of the incident one after the other. At the same time, a few streets away. This is still a slightly decadent neighborhood. Both sides of the street were blocked off with some barricades and the like, which seemed to be used to distinguish them from neighboring streets. But now, these roadblocks have been broken down. Some lizardmen in human form, but with green, pimple-like skin on their faces and a long tail trailing behind them, were rampaging through the streets. Some of them climbed onto nearby residential buildings, broke down walls and rushed into houses. The room immediately heard the angry sounds of resistance and screams from men and women. Some broken arms and limbs also flew out, and blood gradually spread on the streets. Of course, the indigenous people were not completely without resistance. Some people in uniforms, holding rifles, pistols, and other firearms in their hands, are fighting back hard. But those lizardmen all moved quickly, had great strength, and their ability to recover was astonishing. It's difficult to take out these monsters unless you get hit a lot at the same time. Damn it, these lizard monsters are so tough. Where's Dylan? Isn't Dylan back yet? A bearded man shouted. Chief Dylan went to find medicine for old Jack, but he should have seen the situation here and will be back soon, right? Another person replied. The bearded man scolded, this idiot, a dead old man, is going to die when he dies. Why should he look for medicine? Doesn't he know that the bastards from the lizard gang have been staring at him? As soon as he leaves now, they will definitely come. Damn the lizard gang, damn Dylan. The subordinate hesitated to speak. Shut up, hold on here until Dylan comes, the bearded man said angrily. Da-da-da. The gun in his hand began to roar again, firing a stream of bullets forward. Not far from the defense line they established, a tall monster was standing on the ruins of a recently fallen high-rise building. He looks very similar to Dr. Lizard from the Amazing Universe, but he is taller and stronger than Dr. Lizard. He is 3 meters tall, and his body size has also been enlarged in proportion. But what's even more amazing is that his green skin is also mixed with many black stripes. At this moment, he was standing on the ruins, looking coldly at the defense line below. Next to him stood an old man wearing glasses as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle. Dr. Mendel, how are the preparations going? Dr. Mutant Lizard said. The old man, Dr. Mendel, replied, we are all ready. There is a good chance that we can capture him this time. A big chance. Dr. Mutant Lizard grabbed Dr. Mendel's neck, lifted him up, and pulled him in front of him. What I want is not a big chance, I must seize it. Dr. Mendel's eyes widened, he kicked his feet hard, and he was out of breath. Bang! Dr. Mutant Lizard threw him away and threw him on the ground. Yes, I understand. Dr. Mendel did not dare to have any dissatisfaction at all, and knelt down in the dust and said repeatedly. A trace of sadness rose in his heart. He was originally a well-known biologist in the field of biology in Eagle Country. After the lizard doctor in front of him changed himself from a human to a lizard due to an experimental accident, he was invited to become the chief researcher of the Osborne Group Institute of Biology. After that, bioelectric power generation technology and the super soldier serum, not the one from Captain America, were developed. But these two studies, which he was proud of, became his life-threatening talisman. Bioelectric power generation technology once brought the Osborne Group back to life, but due to an accident, a monster was created that was opposed to the Osborne Group Electric Man Max Dillon. The super soldier serum was used by Harry Osborn, the second-generation head of the Osborne Group, and eventually turned him into the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin died at the hands of Spider-Man, who became the monster who called himself Carnage. After Dr. Mendel heard some rumors, he was afraid that the other party would find him, so he could only hide, but ended up falling into the hands of another monster. This monster is Dr. Lizard. End of this chapter. At that time, Dr. Lizard had become Carnage's subordinate, helping him create lizard soldiers to serve Carnage's dark rule. Dr. Mendel, who was found by Dr. Lizard, thought he would die. Unexpectedly, Dr. Lizard hid him and secretly gave him something to study. Just recently, the research finally produced some results. He saw with his own eyes that Dr. Lizard fused the pool of rejuvenated black matter and obtained unparalleled power. He actually knocked down a building with just a few punches. However, Dr. Lizard, who was originally quite normal, suddenly changed his temperament after merging with these black substances, and he became a little unfamiliar to him. He still remembered hearing Dr. Lizard say that if he succeeded, he would defeat the massacre and save everyone, but he didn't expect that after a day or two, he would become what he is now. Connors, how dare you come to sneak attack the neighborhood I protect? Suddenly there was a voice in the sky. Immediately afterwards, a blue electric light fell from the sky and fell straight towards Dr. Mutant Lizard. Wow! Facing this lightning attack that could turn ordinary people into charcoal, Dr. Mutant Lizard did not dodge, but just raised his hands. I saw a lot of black matter emerging from his hands and body facing the direction of the thunder and lightning. These black substances seemed to turn into an insulating shield, blocking thunder and lightning in front of him. When these lightnings arrive here, they will either disappear or become electric sparks flying around. Dr. Mendel on the side was frightened by the scene in front of him and ran away crawling. Fortunately, the two fighting men had no time to pay attention to him. Boom! A figure fell from the sky. The person who came was a slightly thin black man, wearing a pure black tights with a lightning bolt logo painted on his chest. Well, if you don't take into account skin color, appearance, and the color of the tights, this guy's appearance is somewhat similar to the Flash from DC Next Door. In fact, his appearance is indeed a reference to the image of the Flash in some comics. The popularity of DC Flash in this world is quite high. After all, there is no Marvel in this world. This person is none other than Max Dillon, the great hero who protects this street and is known as the second leader, Electric Man. That's right, it's not Electroman, but Electroman. After all, he is now a positive figure. It's Electro is back. Uncle Electro, defeat them quickly. Some people who were subduing the soldiers below were watching in fear from behind the defense line. When they saw the Electro, they immediately shouted loudly. Max, it seems that your popularity is quite high. The black substance on Dr. Mutant Lizard's hand faded and returned to its original appearance. He looked at Electro and sneered. Electro, however, looked at him in shock. Kurt Connors, I haven't seen you for a few days. Why are you so swollen? Are you swollen after being beaten by your master? Dr. Mutant Lizard's face darkened. He stared at Electro with a fierce look. Max, hand over your genes, and I will spare your life and the lives of these people below, otherwise I will let them kill everyone. Lightning Man's eyes were fixed, and he gritted his teeth and said, if you want my genes, then you can get them yourself. What's the matter with them? Ha ha ha. Dr. Mutant Lizard laughed. Poor Max. What did you say? Electron asked. Dr. Mutant Lizard said loudly, you don't really think that they chose you as the second leader because they love you. That has nothing to do with you. Electric Man retorted, but his tone was actually a little shaken. He is not an idiot, on the contrary, he is still very smart. Anyway, he is also a super engineer who can design the entire city's traffic circuit and bring huge benefits to the Osborne group. His emotional intelligence may be a little low, and he has personality flaws. But he knew why the people below respected him. But so what? He dedicated his abilities and won their respect. They need him? Sometimes, the Flash thinks, this dark world is actually not bad. Because in the dark, the electric light shines especially brightly. In the past world, he was just an insignificant existence. He designed the entire city's electrical circuits, but the credit was taken away by his superiors, who just got some bonuses as hush money. The boss also threatened him that if he dared to speak out, he would fire him? But what can he do? In this era of serious corruption, he, a powerless black man, entered a large group like Osborne by his own ability, and he was destined to endure a lot of unimaginable suppression. He doesn't have many friends either. Not even a single person wished him well on his birthday. But it's different now. Thousands of people live because of him. He was very satisfied with this feeling of being needed and enjoyed it. Therefore, even for this, he is willing to risk his life to protect them. Haha, why don't you come and ask them? Dr. Mutant Lizard jumped and left the place, tens of meters away. Oops. Lightning Man hurriedly chased after him. Boom! The huge figure of Dr. Mutant Lizard fell in front of the defensive line of the subdued soldiers. The bullet hit his body, but the hard-scale armor directly bounced the bullet out. Only some larger caliber rifle bullets could leave marks on his body. But his resilience is also really amazing. Those rifle bullets were squeezed out one by his muscles and fell to the ground. He actually walked in straight through the hail of bullets. This scene, like a demon god, shocked all the uniformed soldiers. For a moment, they even forgot to change bullets, and just pulled the trigger dryly, watching blankly as Dr. Mutant Lizard walked into their defense line step by step. Dr. Mutant Lizard came to the bearded leader, and the ugly lizard showed a humane smile. Lafayette, why don't you choose? Lafayette tremblingly said, choose, what to choose? Dr. Mutant Lizard grabbed his skull, lifted him up, and said, let Max come with me, or should I kill everyone and take Max away? Behind him, Electron Man was rushing towards this side at top speed, but after hearing Dr. Mutant Lizard's words, he unconsciously slowed down a bit. Lafayette said, can you please let me persuade Max? Of course, Dr. Mutant Lizard grinned. Max, did you hear that? With that said, he turned around and turned Lafayette towards the direction of Electro. Max Lafayette's face became even uglier when he saw Electron. He thought that Max was still far away, but he didn't expect that the other party was standing not far from them. End of this chapter. Ha ha ha. Max, do you understand now? Your existence has always been dispensable to them. For their own lives, they can give up on you at any time. Dr. Mutant Lizard laughed. The Electro looked at the bearded Lafayette in disbelief. Lafayette, are you serious about what you just said? The bearded Lafayette looked at the flashing lightning in Electro's pupils, and his heart was filled with fear. Before this catastrophe happened, he was actually just an ordinary police officer in a police station in Queens, New York, and he was the kind who ate and waited to die. It was just a coincidence that his wife happened to meet the injured Max Dillon, and helped him treat the wound and gave him something to eat. After that, Max Dillon regarded him and his wife as objects of repayment and obeyed their orders. His wife is a very kind-hearted person. Her favorite in the past was the helpful Spider-Man. Even if Spider-Man later became Carnage for some unknown reason, she still firmly believed that he had only temporarily fallen into the abyss of darkness, and believed that one day, he would wake up. With this in mind, she begged Max Dillon to protect all the nearby blocks. In this apocalyptic world where the rule of law has collapsed and rituals and music have collapsed, their neighborhood and the nearby neighborhoods have become a rare paradise on Earth. Although there would occasionally be some daring villains or the subordinates sent by the Slaughter, as long as it wasn't for the Slaughter himself, the ordinary youngsters would not be able to withstand the attacks of Max Dillon at all. So, with the support of a series of achievements, Max Dillon has his own title of hero, Electroman. And because Electro listened to the Lafayettes naturally became the leaders of this community. So far it's been fine. Because Electro listens to Lafayette's wife more than Lafayette. So Lafayette dared not disobey his wife. And his wife has been working hard to maintain the stability of this community. Until an accident, Lafayette's wife died. The big power fell into the hands of Lafayette. He also gradually began to reveal some of his true nature. It's just that I'm afraid of Electron, so I don't dare to make it too obvious. But in fact, he is essentially a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death, and is unjust for the sake of profit. Lafayette tried to open his mouth, trying to explain something. But Dr. Mutant Lizard grabbed his palm, and the terrifying aura emanating from Dr. Mutant Lizard made his mind go blank. After being stunned for a long time, he unexpectedly nodded his head. Boom. Anger gradually emerged on Electro's face, and then, blue lightning suddenly burst out from his limbs. The raging current completely covered the area within a radius of more than 10 meters. Those uniformed soldiers who were originally fighting here were all turned into coke in an instant. Among them is the bearded Lafayette. The only living creature at the scene was Dr. Mutant Lizard. However, at this time, his appearance became extremely strange. On the surface of his body, the originally yellow-green pimple skin was now completely covered by a layer of black substance. And the originally oval-shaped head, which was neither human nor lizard-like, has now become a big mouth with a pair of narrow white eyes and a mouthful of fangs. Venom. Bede and Gwen landed on the roof of a nearby building almost at the same time. Looking at the shape of Dr. Lizard, Chi-Chi showed a surprised expression. How similar is the appearance of Dr. Lizard to Venom? It's just because Dr. Lizard is used as the base material. The Venom in front of me has a longer tail than other Venoms, and its figure looks even bigger. But no matter in terms of appearance or color, it is inseparable from Venom. Perhaps, he should be called Dr. Venomous Lizard? The arrival of the two also awakened Electron and Dr. Venom Lizard. Dr. Venomous Lizard turned his head to look in the direction of Bede and Gwen, and stuck out his forked tongue. Who is there? It's such a strange smell, but it seems very strong, and it makes me feel excited. What is it? Electron Man recondensed in the air. From his vantage point, Bede and Gwen could just be seen. The style of Bede's battlesuit is like a conspicuous bag in this world where Spider-Man existed. Electro recognized him instantly. Spider-Man? Are you Spider-Man? Have you changed back? What? Dr. Venom Lizard was surprised when he heard Electron's words. Electric Man? Max Dillon. Bede also recognized the other party's identity. The Max Dillon in front of me is very similar to the image in Spider-Man, homeless. I can't tell whether he is handsome or not due to the aesthetic difference, but at least he is not ugly. Whether you are Spider-Man or Carnage, what you have done in the past is unforgivable by anyone. At this time, Electro roared, turned into a bolt of lightning, and rushed towards Bede. Faced with Electro's attack, Bede did not panic, because he has rich experience in dealing with electro-optical people. Of course, not in reality, but in the game. In the Marvel Spider-Man game on PS4, Electro is also called Electro. Players have to control Spider-Man to deal with Electro and Vulture at the same time. Electro was still standing on the Transformer box at that time, using AoE skills from time to time. That difficulty is much higher than the one in front of me. Peter stretched out his hand, and used the quantum spider silk to pull a huge concrete ceiling from the ruins on the side, and put it directly between himself and Electro. Electron's electric attack hit the concrete ceiling, and immediately lost its effect. At this time, Peter stretched out his hands, grabbed each side, stepped on the concrete ceiling with both feet, pushed hard, and stepped Electron back directly. Boom! There was a loud noise, and dust rose up from the ground. The cement ceiling that was stepped on by Bede's feet broke into several pieces, and Bede stood there. However, Electron Man had already turned into an electric current and fled away when he was about to land, and condensed again in the air on the other side. You're not Carnage, who are you? Electro looked at Bede and asked. I'm Spider-Man, Bede replied. No, you're not Spider-Man. I am Spider-Man. You can't be Spider-Man. Why can't I be Spider-Man? Because Spider-Man is dead. He died several years ago. Electro roared, and then turned into a bolt of lightning again and pounced towards Bede. Bede didn't have time to think about it. After all, in his inherent impression, Electron seems to be a villain in any world, and it seems that there is nothing wrong with fighting Spider-Man. And he is not blind. Can't he see so many charred corpses on the ground? End of this chapter. While Electron and Bede were about to fight, on the other side, Dr. Venom Lizard was also recovering from the shock of seeing Spider-Man again. He looked at Gwen motionlessly and felt a strange feeling in his body. Is that a desire to eat? Or rather, fusion? In short, whatever it was, Dr. Venomous Lizard's biological instincts were aroused. He longed for her? Following the biological instinct, Dr. Venom Lizard rushed towards Gwen. However, Gwen is no longer what it used to be, so how could he be afraid of him? The two quickly fought together. Dr. Venom Lizard is powerful and fast, and his venom can greatly enhance the already domineering aspects of his host. Dr. Lizard is originally a combination of strength and speed, and also has super recovery ability. But he also has weaknesses. That's poor agility. His speed is reflected in the explosive power in a straight line, and in the final analysis it is the extension of power. As for Gwen, her agility is already the best among Spider-Man, and the Venom suit has further enhanced her ability in this area, greatly improving her agility again. Faced with Dr. Venom Lizard's fierce attacks again and again, she was like a butterfly dancing in the flowers, moving through Dr. Venom Lizard's claw strikes and flicking her tail nimbly. And her attacks from time to time should not be underestimated. Her strength is weak, only in relative terms. But in fact, with a full blow, the fist can still swing dozens of tons of force. Every punch she landed on Dr. Venom Lizard left a big hole. It's just that Dr. Venomous Lizard's recovery power is very strong, and he can recover from such an injury in just one breath. The two immediately became entangled. It just hurts the nearby houses. All the houses that were occupied by people were destroyed by the fight between the two. Even the most efficient demolition team would be ashamed to see this efficiency. Gwen noticed the situation nearby and consciously led Dr. Venomous Lizard away to a distant place where no one was around. On B's side, in fact, he is also consciously guiding Electro-Man to a place where no one is around. And it went smoothly, because Electron is also consciously leading him away. The two of them had a tacit understanding of fighting each other occasionally, and then left. Peter felt strange about Electro's behavior, always felt that the Electro in front of him seemed to be different from what he knew, but he couldn't tell. Well, Max, why don't we discuss something? Seeing that he was about to reach another block, B finally couldn't help but ask. Electron glanced at him, and flew in the distance on his own. Tisk, Bede ignored him when he saw this, taking him as his acquiescence. He stopped suddenly, stood on the roof, then stretched out his hand and drew a circle in front of him. The quantum channel opened and a figure flew out. Boss, what are your orders? The craft paper vulture appeared brightly, its two eyes that seemed to be carved from unknown gemstones sparkling, looking at Bede with expectation. There is no time in quantum space, but living things themselves will get bored staying in one place for a long time. Although the craft paper vulture is a strange creature made of craft paper, it is also a living entity and naturally has such emotions. When he finally came out to let off some steam, he was like a playful "ha." Bede glanced at him. The craft paper vulture immediately stuffed back the bomb it had taken out. Bede said speechlessly, "There are many lizard monsters in that building. Kill them all, but don't hurt ordinary people, understand?" Ouch, got it. The craft paper vulture nodded repeatedly, but stood still and did not move away. Anything else? Bede asked. The craft paper vulture hesitated, and said, "Can I catch them and fry them outside?" Bede? 6. Just don't hurt ordinary people. Good. The craft paper vulture gave a strange laugh, spread its huge wings, and flew towards the street just now. Aren't you the original Spider-Man? Electric Man also stopped at this moment, standing still in the air 7 or 8 meters away from Bede. Bede said, "Yeah, I didn't say I was the original Spider-Man either. There are 2 Spider-Man in this world." Electric Man asked. "No, I'm from a parallel universe," Bede said. "Slaughter went to that world, and was met by me and my teammates. We killed Slaughter and learned about this world, so we came to this world. Are you here to save the world?" The lightning on Electron's face disappeared, leaving only his hands and feet in an ionized state, making him levitate in the air. Save the world. Bede shook his head slightly. "I am not the savior, let alone the people of this world. The fate of this world should be chosen by the people of this world. Moreover, the greatest evil has been eliminated by me. Why don't people in this world choose to stand up for themselves?" This Electro was stunned by Bede's words, but it was obvious that Bede's words had moved him. After hesitating for a moment, he landed on Bede's place. Seeing that he didn't seem to intend to do anything, and the spider sensor didn't give an early warning, Pedro was surprised, but he didn't stop him either. "It seems that you are a righteous Spider-Man in our world." Electron looked at Bede seriously. Bede shook his head slightly. "My world?" He thought of that distant home. In fact, he never dared to think about it. Because, perhaps from the time he came to this world, he could never go back. It is said that when Spider-Man gains abilities, he must lose something. It seems that Bede has lost nothing, but what he may have lost is the whole world. A lonely ghost wandering in another world. Fortunately, he met so many lovely people, as well as those he loved and those who loved him, which gave him a little more comfort in his heart. Thinking of this, Bede's face unconsciously filled with a smile. Of course Electron couldn't see it. "Yes, I have been working hard to become a Spider-Man. Hello, let's get to know each other again. My name is Bede, and my code name is Spacetime Spider-Man." Spacetime Spider-Man. Electroman asked puzzledly. "Hello Bede, my name is Max Dillon, and they also call me Electro-Optic Man. I want to ask, Spacetime Spider-Man, why are you fighting?" In order to fulfill the agreement with a group of people, in order not to be confused in power and strength, Bede replied without hesitation. His philosophy is no longer the original blind imitation of the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, but now has something of his own. Complete the agreement made to a group of people, Electro murmured, "Spider-Man of time and space, I want to ask for your help, and I will reward you." "What help do you want?" Bede asked. "Defeat Dr. Lizard and save the block." Why? Bede was confused. He clearly saw Electro kill someone. Regardless of the reason for the killing, it at least meant that he and these people should have conflicts, but now he wants to protect them. What's the point? This is a promise made to one person. End of this chapter. Yeah, no problem. Bede looked seriously into Electro's eyes and nodded. Electro was stunned. "Don't you ask what the reward is?" Bede shook his head. "Have you ever seen a superhero who does heroic deeds only after being paid?" Electroman was taken aback for a second, and then laughed. "You remind me of Spider-Man from a long time ago." The 2 people who reached a consensus quickly took action. They returned the same way. Along the way, Electron also probably told Bede about the identity of Dr. Venom Lizard, and his identity. It's just that he is not very clear about how Dr. Lizard is related to Venom. What is certain is that, just a few days ago, Dr. Lizard was not like this. In other words, his changes, that is, within a day or 2. Hearing this, Bede felt relieved. Although the combination of Venom plus Dr. Lizard is indeed a bit scary, the Venom in this world is not very strong. Carnage, who is more powerful than Venom, has been killed by Bede, and Dr. Venom Lizard has not been around for a long time, so it should not be difficult to deal with. But for some reason, Bede's heart was still shrouded in a haze. The world doesn't seem to be getting better because of the demise or predetermined demise of several supervillains. Bede didn't know if this was his illusion, let alone where his strange feeling came from. He had no choice but to put it behind him first. In short, let's deal with Dr. Venomous Lizard first. After a brief conversation, Bede and Electro had returned to the battlefield. The 2 then separated. Electro went to help Craft Vulture deal with the lizard soldiers, while Bede went to help Gwen deal with Dr. Venomous Lizard. Lizardman soldiers are easy to deal with. These lizard soldiers were created by Dr. Lizard using lizard gene potions. They have the advantages and disadvantages of lizard genes, and they are more obvious than the version equipped by Dr. Lizard for himself. Brutal and bloodthirsty, but mentally retarded. With the addition of Craft Vulture and Electro, it's only a matter of time before they are dealt with. And the uniformed soldiers belonging to this block didn't just sit idly all the time, fighting these lizardman soldiers with all their might. At the same time, PETA swayed the spider silk and came several streets away. After exiting the densely populated streets, Gwen did not hold back anymore, and the battle with Dr. Venomous Lizard became more and more intense. After B arrived here, he did not immediately join the battle. Since Gwen wants to stand alone, she needs to be given some room to grow. And at this distance, even if something unexpected happened to Gwen, he would still have time to help. During the observation, Bede noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with Dr. Venomous Lizard's intelligence. His actions tend to be violent attacks, but he rarely looks defensive. It looked more like a beast than when I first met Dr. Venomous Lizard not long ago. Rampage beast. Is it the influence of venom? Bede wondered as he looked at Dr. Venom Lizard, who was covered in a layer of venom suit. Below, Gwen, who was in a fierce battle, was unaware of Bede's arrival and was still fighting Dr. Venomous Lizard wholeheartedly. She also noticed something wrong with Dr. Venom Lizard's mental state. At the beginning of the battle, the opponent's moves were still very organized, but as the battle lengthened, he became more and more irrational. By now, it looks like a wild beast. What followed was his strength and speed, which were several percent higher than before, but it doesn't help. On the contrary, his agility decreased even more. Moreover, after losing his mind, he couldn't even identify the dangers around him, allowing Gwen to lead him into a spider web she carefully woven. That's between two buildings. Gwen left a lot of venomous spider silk here. These venom spider silk are tougher than the synthetic spider silk she originally used, and the giant net woven with them is obviously more effective. Coupled with its reasonable geometric structure, it has the ability to trap Dr. Venomous Lizard. When Dr. Venomous Lizard accidentally fell into it, he was like a bug caught in a spider web. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from the shackles of the spider web. He could only watch the spider approach him step by step. Clap clap. Bede jumped up and landed next to Gwen, applauding and saying, "Not bad, you have mastered the ability of the venom suit so quickly." Gwen glanced at him arrogantly. "Let's just say I'm very powerful." "Awesome, you are indeed my Gwen," Bede said with a smile. "Then don't you express your gratitude?" Gwen approached Bede. "Bede? How do you express it?" He was a little confused. Even though they have been together for a whole day, he is still not used to the change of Gwen's personality. Now Gwen is good everywhere, but he is very offensive. No matter where he is, he always wants to take some initiative. Wow. The venom mask on Gwen's face was pulled away, revealing the short blonde hair and delicate face underneath. She raised her head slightly and looked at Bede. "Bede. Boo?" After touching those beautiful red lips, Bede said helplessly, "Are you ready?" "Not enough, but I'll spare you for now. Wait until night." Gwen turned and walked towards Dr. Venomous Lizard. "Let's take a look at my trophies first." Roar. Dr. Venom Lizard let out a low growl, grinning at Gwen. Seeing this, PETA also walked up. Seeing Bede coming up, Dr. Venomous Lizard bared his teeth at him again. Bede didn't feel scared, but looked at him curiously like a monkey in a zoo. Dr. Venom Lizard looks like an enlarged version of Venom with a tail at this time, but obviously, he is not as good as the real Venom. Because if it is real Venom and has extremely strong plasticity, it should not be trapped by things like spider webs. Gwen wears the Venom suit, so there's no way she doesn't know this. Obviously, it was because she discovered this that she used the current method to capture Dr. Venom Lizard. "Is this guy a half-finished Venom?" Bede asked. "It is very simple to kill Dr. Venomous Lizard. As long as he hits his head with a quantum stinger, he will die on the spot. Neither Venom nor Dr. Lizard can stand it." But seeing Dr. Venomous Lizard's appearance, he had other thoughts in his mind. Like letting Gwen's venom eat Dr. Lizard's venom? Symbiotes will become stronger if they eat them, right? However, the venom on Dr. Lizard's body does not seem to be a symbiont strictly speaking. I don't know if it has such a tonic effect. Regardless of whether it works or not, always give it a try. So next, Bede and Gwen began to undress Dr. Venomous Lizard. Having the experience of helping Jean take off his clothes before, this time, the two of them acted quite smoothly. Of course, it may also have something to do with the fusion time between Venom and Dr. Lizard. In short, after a few minutes, Venom and Dr. Lizard were completely separated. The venom was poked into a ball, wrapped in spider silk and thrown aside. Bede added some small means to the quantum spider silk that bound it to prevent a small number of quantum particles from entering the solidified state. As long as it dares to touch it outside, it will trigger the quantum energy above and give it a touch. This blow actually didn't do much real damage, but it was more than enough to temporarily restrain it. Dr. Lizard curled up on the ground, motionless. "Isn't he also dead?" Gwen asked after kicking Dr. Lizard. Dr. Lizard's current appearance reminded her of the mutated version of Garfield Spider she had seen before. Bede squatted down to check, and shook his head. "Not dead, just a little weak. It seems that the symbionts in this world have the characteristics of devouring the Lord. If it is an example, it does not explain anything. But before there was a mutated Garfield Spider, and now there is Dr. Lizard, Bede had to pay attention to this issue. And in this case, Gwen's venom cannot be allowed to swallow up the venom of this world. Who knows if venom will inherit its abilities after swallowing it? Even if you inherit a small part, what if you inherit this part of the Lord Devourer? At that time, he didn't even know that Gwen was swallowed up by the venom silently. He doesn't dare to gamble. I can't afford to gamble. But Bede did not jump to conclusions. He decided to ask the parties first. He first strengthened the cage that bound the venom, then returned to Dr. Lizard, lifted him up, threw him against the wall, and tied him up with spider silk. In this way, Dr. Lizard becomes a hanging picture stuck on the wall. Then, he patted Dr. Lizard on the face. Dr. Lizard, wake up, wake up. After hundreds of shots in a row, Dr. Lizard's green face was swollen, and Dr. Lizard finally woke up. He opened his eyes weakly, and looked at Bede through the gap. Who are you? At this time, Bede had already put on the vibranium spider suit. Without the iconic instructions of the suit, it would be difficult for normal people to identify his identity. After all, his face recognition is not that high. Bede said, I am Spider-Man from another world. Although Dr. Connors is an expert in biology, he should have heard of the term parallel universe, right? Dr. Lizard nodded, so there really are parallel universes. Is your universe like ours? Bede shook his head and said, unfortunately, not. That's good. Dr. Lizard showed a relieved smile. Huh? I thought you would be disappointed. Pedro showed a surprised expression. Dr. Lizard wondered, why should I be disappointed? You are a villain who wants to destroy the world. Don't you feel disappointed to hear that there is peace and prosperity in another world? Bede asked. Huh? Me? Destroy the world? Dr. Lizard was stunned. When am I going to destroy the world? Interesting, Bede mused. What he said just now was to deliberately test Dr. Lizard. But the reaction of Dr. Lizard was indeed beyond his expectation. This is somewhat consistent with what Electro said before. That is, Dr. Lizard himself does not seem to be an evil person, at least not a beast whose behavior is controlled by lizard-mutated genes. His transformation should have occurred after his recent fusion with venom. In other words, the venom in this world has similar characteristics to the venom in the Toby Spider world that affects people's personality. However, the venom of Toby Spider's world is to enhance the character of the person himself. For example, make Toby Spider become stronger and make Gwen become, more proactive. But the venom in this world seems to be making the host violent, even manipulating the host? Because not long ago, Dr. Venom Lizard really became a beast-like existence? I want to know, this thing, where did you come from? Pede pointed to the squirming venom and asked. Dr. Lizard looked at Venom, with fear in his eyes. With his telling, Bede and Gwen figured out the whole story. The original trajectory of this world is the same as that of the extraordinary universe. Dr. Lizard was defeated by Peter Parker, who was still Spider-Man at the time, and imprisoned. In fact, the prison where he was imprisoned was the same prison where Peter Parker and Eddie Brock were later imprisoned. When the Venom symbiote came to the prison to find Eddie Brock, Carnage was born and merged with Peter Parker to become Spider-Man Carnage. Carnage then rampages the prison, killing and eating the Venom symbiote and Eddie Brock. But before Venom died, he left a small pool of body tissue in the ruins. These body tissues were obtained by Dr. Lizard, who was lucky enough to escape the catastrophe and witnessed the whole process of the battle between the two. But in the beginning, he didn't study them for strength, but just a biologist's curiosity about novel biological substances. But later, Carnage Spider-Man became a threat to the city and the world. In order to fight against Carnage Spider-Man, Dr. Lizard made the decision to study and try to resurrect Venom. However, it is too difficult to study a novel substance like Venom from scratch. But the harm of killing Spider-Man is getting worse. As a last resort, he had to make another decision. He reconfigured the Lizard Gene Potion and turned himself into Dr. Lizard. But even so, he was still no match for Massacre. But after killing him, he didn't kill him. Because Carnage remembered Dr. Lizard's previous plan to turn everyone into Lizardmen, and showed great approval for this plan. Later, he forced Dr. Lizard to develop lizard genetic potions and used the diffusion device on the Osborn Group building to spread them throughout the city. Afterwards, these medicines were spread to the whole world through the channels of the Osborn Group. He successfully turned this world into a world of lizard people. In order to defeat the Massacre, Dr. Lizard could only bear the burden of humiliation, because he knew that even without him, Massacre could still configure lizard genetic medicine or other genetic medicines such as flies and ants. Hard work pays off. With Dr. Lizard's humiliation, he finally collected enough samples from Slaughter and found Dr. Mendel, who was not inferior to him in the biological field within the Osborn Group. Venom, revived by the two of them, Dr. Lizard, who has witnessed the battle scenes between Venom and Carnage, believes that after integrating Venom, he will be able to defeat Carnage and save the world from Carnage's dark rule. However, he underestimated the aggressive nature of the Venom symbiote. It is clear that the original Venom and Eddie Brock coexisted peacefully. This has been confirmed by Dr. Lizard's efforts to restore some materials on the site of Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus and Dr. Lizard in this world are naturally friends. But after rebirth, Venom showed a very different personality. I don't know if it's the effect of resurrection from the dead, or some other reason. In short, the reborn Venom has characteristics very similar to Carnage. It first affected the character of Dr. Lizard, and greatly stimulated the inferiority of the lizard genes that had been suppressed by Dr. Lizard through controlling variables. In this way, Dr. Lizard changed from a monster with reason into a real monster without reason. and monsters naturally do not have their own independent logical thinking ability. The venom can openly devour Dr. Lizard, and then Li Dao becomes a truly new individual. It's like massacre? In the end, it became what Bede and Gwen saw. Bede, however, understood something from Dr. Lizard's words. He was speechless and said, "You said you found samples from slaughter to resurrect the venom. What's the matter?" Dr. Lizard nodded. His head was still in a state of chaos due to the influence of the venom, which was actually not very bright, but after Bede reminded him, he immediately grasped the key point. "Your meaning, it wasn't venom I resurrected, but another Carnage? A clone symbiote?" Bede nodded slightly. "That's pretty much what it means." Dr. Lizard was horrified. The cause and effect of the matter quickly flashed back in his mind, and finally found that what Bede said seemed to be right. But, does he still look like venom? Dr. Lizard couldn't help but ask. "Maybe it's a disguise, maybe. It's neither venom nor Carnage," Bede said surprisingly. "Neither venom nor Carnage? What is that?" At this time, even Gwen became interested. As for the understanding of the symbiosis, the reality of the two of them is not as good as that of the symbionts are a huge group. Venom is just one of them. However, Marvel's own setting of the symbiote is somewhat confusing. In the more primitive version, the symbiote is indeed only Venom, or he is the ancestor of this system. His appearance gave Spider-Man a darker side, that's all. But later, the symbiont was derived into a group. They come from the living abyss of the Lord of the Abyss, Nar, and respect the Lord of the Abyss, Nar, as their queen of the swarm, and each symbiote is a worm in the swarm. Like the Zerg in StarCraft, they enjoy the swarm consciousness. After combining with the host, they can record the host's genes and genetic material, upload it to the center, and use this to continuously become stronger, and finally grow into a form that can break away from the host. An independent entity. This version of the symbiote is obviously extremely dangerous. Moreover, they also united to overthrow the rule of Nar, the Lord of the Abyss, and in turn controlled it, completed their self-liberation, and then began to wander around the universe, looking for a suitable host. There is a saying that the Venom symbiote is one of the symbiotes that fell into the Earth from a parallel universe. However, the few Venom symbiotes and its derivatives that Bede has encountered so far are obviously not of this type. The Venom symbiosis in Toby Spider World does come from the universe, but its intelligence is far less than other versions of the Venom symbiosis, and its strength seems to be much lower. The Venom symbiote and Carnage symbiote in Extraordinary Universe 2 are simply the mutated substances extracted from the blood of Spider-Man by Dr. Octopus in this universe, and they have nothing to do with alien species. Far away. But in this big family of symbionts, as a special life form without gender, also have the ability to reproduce. It uses a method similar to division reproduction. As the existence with the highest appearance rate among the symbionts, Venom has many descendants. He has 5 sons, namely, Slaughter, Whip, Devour, Hybrid, and Riot, and 2 daughters, Extremity and Howl. Among them, the Hybrid is actually a collective symbiote formed by the fusion of 4 symbiotes. However, it is naturally kind and never kills. It is the first symbiote to become a superhero, and it also has the ability to fly. Carnage also has 3 sons and 1 daughter, namely Toxin, Spider-Ghost, Manic and his daughter Contempt. Spider-Ghost is not Gwen, but a second-generation clone of Spider-Man. And then there's the offspring of Venom and Mr. Negative Anti-Venom, or Serum. And the one that is now fused with Dr. Lizard, from the source of the sample, is probably similar to the offspring of Venom and Carnage. It has the base of Venom and some characteristics of Carnage. Maybe you can call it revenge. Using the first half of Venom and the second half of Carnage, Venage is put together. The Revenge symbiote. This is obviously a special existence different from all known symbiotes. But obviously, this is also a failure, because it seems that it did not inherit the good characteristics of both parents, but was infected with the bad habits of both parties. The characteristics of the venom to strengthen the personality of the host, and the characteristics of massacre, violent, bloodthirsty, and even devouring the host, are all inherited by it, but it also has advantages. Compared to Venom and Carnage, it seems to have higher plasticity. Moreover, they are not afraid of electricity. The Electro just mentioned it. Bede was a little surprised at first, why the Electro was at a disadvantage when he was trying to get revenge. It stands to reason that the symbiote is afraid of lightning. More precisely, it is afraid of all energy damage with light attributes. Lightning is the most typical of them. This is why Nar, the Lord of the Abyss, will be repelled by Thor when he brings the symbiotes to the Earth. There are really not many symbionts that can evolve the ability to overcome weaknesses. The only case seems to be anti-venom. The symbiote is afraid of the sound, but anti-venom is not afraid of it. From this point of view, if the venom in Gwen's body can swallow revenge and successfully inherit its ability to not be afraid of lightning, Gwen's strength will be greatly improved. Bede only talked about the previous part about the symbiote family, but did not tell the final content. Because he already knows something about Gwen's current personality. If she were to know, there is a very high probability that she would demand revenge by eating her, but B must not let her take risks easily. So, I can't eat him? Gwen asked, with a little disappointment in her tone. Bede touched her head and comforted her. It's okay, there are a lot of symbiotes. This one is not suitable, so we don't want it. We will wait until the next world. Well, Gwen puffed up her cheeks, but I really want to eat him. Could this be the legendary fierce girl acting like a baby? Bede's heart skipped a beat. No, the risk is too great. Bede forcibly looked away from Gwen. Hey, Gwen, I don't want to eat this stuff. While the two were tugging, what none of the three present noticed was that behind them, the quantum spider silk bag that originally trapped the revenge symbiote burst suddenly, and its target is not Dr. Lizard with whom it has been fused, nor is it the venom spider Gwen that makes it salivate, but Bede. The characteristics of the symbiont are fully displayed by it at this moment. Avoid spider induction to a certain extent. On the contrary, Gwen, who also possesses the symbiote, was the first to react. Behind. Gwen exclaimed and rushed behind Bede. However, the revenge symbiote just turned in the air and instantly turned into a liquid-like form, then passed under Gwen's waist. Bede had just had time to react. But the revenge symbiote has landed on Bede's back and quickly invades his body. At the same time, a slightly crazy voice came into Bede's mind. Ha ha ha, this body is very powerful, let's fuse. We will have supreme power, and we will rule the world. Who are you? After noticing the condition of his body, Bede did not panic, but asked calmly. Me? My name is the King of Revenge. Because I will become the king of this world? I was born to be a king, the revenge symbiote shouted, while the speed of invading Bede's body further accelerated. If some instrument could be used to see into Bede's body at this time, one would be able to see that countless black liquid-like substances were reaching various parts of the body through blood vessels extending in all directions. Muscles, organs, and even nerve endings tend to cover the entire body. Gwen stood aside with a worried look on her face, the venom suit already on her body. As long as Pedro made a sound, she would immediately start the rescue. But Pedro had stopped her with his hand gestures just now, so she had to wait patiently. On the other side, Dr. Lizard quickly moved away from Pedro after a brief astonishment. Having been controlled by the revenge symbiote, he has already formed a fear of the revenge symbiosis, and he doesn't want to have anything to do with the revenge symbiosis. However, he did not escape, but quietly waited for the next development. If these two Spider-Man from the parallel universe are also swallowed by this guy, it will give birth to a more ferocious existence than the slaughtered Spider-Man. At that time, the world may really usher in the end. But Dr. Lizard doesn't matter anymore. The end of the world is the end of the world. He has nothing to lose anyway. The King of Vengeance, right? The corner of Bede's mouth twitched into a sneer. Yeah, quack quack, wait, why aren't you under my control? The revenge symbiote's wild laughter turned into surprise. Bede will naturally not be controlled by it. In other words, in fact, without Bede's cooperation, it would be impossible for the revenge symbiote to invade his body at all. You know, Bede's whole body is full of quantum energy. This means that he can launch a quantum stinger anywhere on his body at any time. Even the inside of the body is no exception. The revenge symbiont thought it had a chance of winning, but in fact, it just plunged itself into a real desperate situation. As it continues to fuse with Bede's body, its chance of escape further approaches zero. Until now, it has completely become zero. As for the purpose, there was no purpose in the beginning. The surprise attack of the revenge symbiote, evading his spider sense, he really didn't notice. But the moment the vengeful symbiote touched his body, he reacted. In fact, at that time, he could use the quantum energy on his back to directly kill the revenge symbiote. But when he was about to take action, he suddenly had another idea. That was the idea that was born in the 616 movie universe. Since quantum energy is the most mysterious energy, and it is a general term for a physical quantity that cannot be divided anymore, is there any part of the quantum energy he controls that can be used as what about treatment? Is there any way to change the existence form of a certain substance at the most microscopic level? From the fact that Black Panther used quantum energy to treat his illness, it can be roughly concluded that Bede's idea is highly feasible. Unfortunately, Bede is not an expert in physics, biology, or clinical medicine, so these things seem a bit far away for him. But although he is not any one of the above, he has advantages that others do not have. He controls quantum energy. And now, the best experimental subject appeared in front of him. Revenge symbiote? Just do it. Then, in the panic of the vengeful symbiote, countless quantum energies surrounded it. The vengeance symbiont that was still rampaging inside Bede's body seemed to be about to completely control Bede's body soon, and the living space was compressed to the minimum within a few breaths. At this time, it has not become a point, but has become countless lines. On every blood vessel and every nerve, there is an extra black line. The black thread was wrapped in quantum energy and could not move. Then, quantum energy began to conduct cruel experiments on the black thread of the revenge symbiote. Hey, look, what did I find? There is a wild black thread of the revenge symbiote here. Let's try to capture it. One black thread of the symbiote is enough for us to conduct one study. I caught it, got it. Okay, now, let me slowly inject quantum energy into its body. Boom. The black thread of the symbiote was overwhelmed, burst open, and was then wrapped in quantum energy and sent out of the body. What a shame. Looks like we'll have to look for the next one. In this way, the body size of the revenge symbiote is getting smaller and smaller. But it can do nothing about it. It tried everything it could, but it couldn't even break free. At this time, Bede is the knife and the revenge is the fish. The results are gratifying. Under Bede's unremitting research, he finally had some results. Pedro opened his eyes and let out a foul breath. There was a little fatigue on his face, but his bright eyes were full of joy.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.